okay, where you had signs that yielded people.
Wait, doctor, whose fight is it?
Oh my God, this is so annoying. Like, what are you doing?
No, is something wrong with you? We're actually listening to you. Like,
no, there's something wrong with you.
No, your
I
behavior
was in
is
the middle of
actually.
speaking, and somehow you and your main character syndrome, not even living in the fucking state that I live in, somehow wants to bring your black bullshit into this conversation.
There's definitely something wrong with you.
Stop it.
Let me know when I can tap back in. I've got the map for pack house.
Yeah, let's hear the map, Roger.
Yeah, so if you take the average income for full-time workers in the United States in 2024, it was $62,000 roughly. And if you take from that point 35 years backwards and you factor in the average income and you do the 6.2% tax over that time of that 35-year career, you would put $117,000 away, and then let's assume you live an average life. Let's say you began collecting it at 67, and you live till 78.4, which is the average, blended average. If you take men and women in the United States, thanks to women for living longer, they're averaging about 81 right now. But if you take your average life expectancy, 78 and a half. Start collecting it at 67. Over that period of time, that $117,000 that you put into Social Security would pay you $290,000. So people might go ahead and clap, say, "Oh wow, that sounds like a good rate of return." Go ahead, clap. Oh no, nobody's happy about that. Maybe
that sounds amazing.
Well, let me tell you what's more amazing. If during that same time you would have put the money in the S&P 500. Over that same period of time, by the time you retired, you would have had $675,000, which is more than double what you would have had. And you could have, at your retirement, you could have drawn out the interest that collects, and you could have made the same income, and you would have barely touched the principal by the time you died.
So my question is, right?
Not only would you have had more money, but you would increase the quality of your life, and you would have money to give to your kids.
So how can we do this? Because one of the issues that now the government won't have enough, let's say, power or leverage in order to do government programs, or the case may be. So it's like, how does let's say now you haven't paid, you've been able to invest your money in the stock market, but now there's no social programs, or people in your community can't go to the hospital. Like, how do we fix that situation?
Okay.
Where we're getting less revenue?
I can't fix all problems for all people, and a lot of these programs I disagree with. But let's just say that we wanted to save Social Security. If we just allowed people the option, the same way that they could take money that goes into a 401k and be able to throw it into an ETF that maybe maps to the S&P 500. Maybe they want to do something riskier. Maybe they want to do something safer. They could just put it into this S&P 500. And imagine this. Imagine if all you did, eliminate the risk. Just say the only other option, the only private option, is to get an ETF that maps to the S&P 500. People would be able to do that rather than Social Security, and they'd have more than twice the amount of money. But when people talk about privatizing Social Security, people will say asinine things like, "You want grandma and grandpa to stop."
Well, I think people need to understand, like right now, as you explain, I understand it, but I think most people don't get the opportunity, and people don't have the access to even understand, something that's really, really complex.
Which is all the more reason for your elected officials to stop stealing from you. I'm no fucking genius. If I could figure out that all you'd have to do is take that same money that you're collecting and allow people to put it in the S&P 500.
It's not a linear thing. I understand what you're saying with the solution, but I'm pretty sure it's like multifaceted, like everything else. I think one of the mistakes that we make as people is that often saying, "Oh, is this one thing? This is the story. This is the reason." I'm sure that it has other factors and other, technical tentacles to the octopus that determine why, whatever is made. And I want to see what the real reason is, and how can we make that sustainable? Because right now, if we just see a different future, we have to literally advocate for that across all of our different state lines, and however you identify just being human,
Well,
being
listen,
American.
listen. You can say all the gobbledygook word salad you want. All I'm saying is I just broke down the math that the government is stealing from you, and that if you were allowed to take that same 6.2% of the income that you earn and put it in the S&P 500, you have twice as much money. But for some reason, when people talk about privatization of Social Security, people freak out. It's
Takeover.
But it's also like a 401k too. It's like same shit.
Never.
Like when you said privatize Social Security, are you talking about like a 401k?
I'm suggesting, look, again, you don't want my real opinion. My real opinion would be to burn it all fucking down. I don't want Social Security at all. This idea of a social safety net, fucking show it yourself. Like you build with your community, private charity, all that kind of shit.
Yeah,
but if you want me to play the game that you guys play, where Social Security is this thing that we can't touch, great. All you have to do is simply allow the option for people to click a button. Allow them to go to a government website and say, yes, please take my contributions of 6.2% of my income and put that in the S&P instead of the Social Security fund, and they'd have more than twice as much money with it.
The issue, Roger, and you're smart enough to know this, is it would immediately collapse the system. That's what that would do. And I'm not saying you don't have a point here, okay? But you're smart enough to know that if people start opting out of the Social Security system with their contributions, it will collapse not in 9 years, but in like probably 2 or 3, right? You agree with that?
Well, I don't see how. I mean, look, the system is the system is designed to steal from you anyways, and so I think what you would see is if people looked at the return that they get from the S&P versus the return they get from Social Security, they would flip the switch to say, hey, I want to make more money. And by not allowing them to do that, you're basically saying, I want to trap you into poverty.
No, but I think a lot of private
let's
organizations.
Just go back a little bit, just for one moment. Let's say I'm like 70 in year 2007, okay? And the stock market is ripping, housing is ripping, it's all beautiful. Beautiful capitalism, right? Beautiful. And those sons of bitches on Wall Street, they go and they start investing in these things that I've never heard of. I'm sure you did because you're so smart. But, they start securitizing every goddamn thing on the planet, right? You know about that, right?
Yeah, why wouldn't you?
Okay, all right, yeah. And now I have all my money in Wall Street. And in, whatever, poof and it's gone world they got. And now in 2010, I want to retire. Where's my goddamn money, Roger? Can you tell me that?
Yeah, I'm happy.
It's fucking gone.
Well, no,
That's where it is.
No, hold on. I'm happy to say that.
Yep.
Because
Yeah, no, it's gone.
There are periods of time when the stock market goes down, but there's never been in the history of the stock market a 35-year period where you didn't average 10% on the S&P 500. Period.
Roger, just because.
But now that taxes are 6%,
does not mean it will always be that way, or the money will be there when people want to retire. The fact of the matter is, Roger is
I know
advocating.
a lot of Wharton professors that are going to disagree with you. Roger's
Okay,
right.
let me finish, and I do want to hear your
history
opinion.
of the market. Like,
I wanna hear
I
your
have no problem trusting in it.
Oh,
Absolutely,
really? Okay.
no problem.
Yeah.
And
Because
it's been excellent for me.
we don't think if the taxes go from 22% to 6%, it won't have an impact on the market.
Well, let me finish, please. Is the geniuses on Wall Street invested in trash. They invested, have you ever seen The Big Short? Yeah. I mean, that's what they
I don't
invested
know.
in.
I use Goldman.
And let me finish, and I'll land.
With how they
I'll
invested
land.
it.
I did great in Wall Street too, thank you. But the truth of the matter is that they almost crashed the damn system. And what they did was they privatized the profits and socialized the downside.
Hold on.
Let me finish.
No, I want you to.
Had not.
No, I'm going to ask you to
finish.
Well,
Let
hold
me
on.
finish.
Just hold on.
No,
I'm going to let you
Let me
finish.
finish.
I am going to let you finish. But you're going to hold on for a second. Why don't you explain to people what you mean? I'm not trying to interrupt you. This is a very important piece of history. Explain to people what you mean. Explain to them what credit default swaps are, and explain to them exactly what happened. I know you know this. Put this in terms that even people on Clubhouse can know.
I think they can understand.
And please note, when there's a lot of information, sometimes people need to be able to interject to like ding it. I know people like to like keep going and land in their plane, but it's like sometimes that can touch the
let's let Dragons finish, because Dragons is making a very good point, and that's why I wanted to slow this down. Please explain to them what you're talking about.
So what happened was that in the run-up to what's called the Great Recession, the folks on Wall Street created credit default swaps. That's what they were. But make it really simple. It's like they took mortgages from all over the country and pooled them. And the theory was that, and it was kind of like what Roger was saying, 35 years has never gone down. And what the theory was in 35 years, all housing prices never crashed at the same time throughout the country. So that's what the theory was. So, no, that's right? You disagree?
Well, I think you're missing a key component of it.
Well, you explain it. I'll see if I agree.
Yeah, so what they did was they took the worst, highest risk.
Thank you.
Yeah. They took the subprime mortgages, the ones with the highest risk. They repackaged them, and then here's where the fraud came in. And this is where I don't like weaponizing the justice system, but fraud took place when you take subprime mortgages that are super high risk, repackage them, and pretend that this is a blend of high risk, medium risk, low risk. And then sell that off to people that believed that they were buying a blend of these things. That was fraud. And so that was something that I think should have been punished. Nobody was punished for it. They should have been punished for it. But so I agree that fraud is a big
fraud
fucking problem.
in human history. Period.
Yeah.
And it was engineered by Wall Street.
Well, it was
by Wall Street.
Well, it was.
Yes, it was.
I think Wall Street is a misleading term. It was what people realized is that once it was deregulated, and then people will blame the deregulation itself. It's not deregulation's fault. Once it was deregulated, they realized that there was less eyeballs on them. So they said, this is a good time for us to rob the bank. And so what they did when there was less scrutiny on them is they began to. And then once we figured out what they were doing, what we should have done is throw the fucking book at them. But here's just so everybody can understand what happened, is you have all of these loans that mortgage companies knew are going to be a high rate of default. And the mortgage company didn't want to have that loss. So what they did was they took all these subprime mortgages. They were able to loan money to people that they knew would never pay it fucking back, repackage them, and then go sell it to somebody else. And the people that bought them, when that debt came crashing down, they were the ones holding the bag. It was one of the biggest wealth transfers in the human.
And what happened was the government came, and who did they bail out? Did they bail out the homeowners? Fuck, no. No. Did any banker go to jail because of this?
No.
No.
And when they got the bailout, Dragons, to make it worse, when they got the bailout, rather than taking care of this financial fiasco, they gave bonuses to the C-level executives.
Exactly. Now, Roger and I agree on something, so everybody should be listening. But here's the thing. Roger is advocating to turn Social Security over to those same goddamn people. And I'm saying, yeah.
Wait, that is not what I'm saying. Hold on.
Yeah.
No, Dragons. Question. Do you know what companies comprise the S&P 500?
Name every one of them.
Well, no, you wouldn't have to, but you
J.P. Morgan Chase is, I presume, and Bank America is, and I could go on and on and on.
Correct.
And
But
Wells Fargo
the
is.
overwhelming majority of the S&P 500 is a blend of oil, manufacturing,
No, that's true.
high
Not
tech.
financial. Yep. That's true.
Yeah, it's not all financial. So what you're saying is untrue. But here's the question to throw back on you, because I don't think you're arguing in bad faith. I will say this is one of my favorite conversations I've had on here in a while, because you know what you're talking about. I think you're you're missing my perspective on this, which is, and I'll ask you this: can you find a 35-year period in the U.S. history where somebody investing consistently in the S&P 500 would have lost money?
No, you're right. However, up until 2008, if you had asked the same question, is there ever a time in U.S. history when people were buying real estate, holding it consistently, blah, 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 where all the prices of real estate in America all went down at the same time? The answer would be no, again. And this is, look, you're making some good points about, who can better allocate the capital, okay? But the problem is that I do not trust the financiers. And I think I know your philosophy. I think you're kind of a semi-radical libertarian, True, not true?
I don't like the term, but sure, we'll accept that.
Okay. And there's a lot to be said for that philosophy. There is. But my problem is in my lifetime, okay, I've been a business person, I've been a lawyer, I've been government, I've done a lot of shit. And the thing I can tell you is that when I started in business, the financiers worked for the entrepreneurs. They found us money to build and make businesses and widgets and services. But today it's all the hell turned around. The financiers are running everything. The Larry Finks at BlackRock and the South Street Bank, and there's about 3 to 5 of these large mega companies on Wall Street that own, they don't own it, they control the voting shares of virtually every large company in America. Every entrepreneur pretty much is working for those folks. And that's what, in part, has our country all sorts of screwed around. Is, as I said, when I started in business, those sons of bitches worked for us. Get me money, I need $100,000, I need $1 million to start this company here, we're gonna do great. And now, they tell they just hire operators right and left and dispose of them if they don't do exactly what they say. And basically what they're saying is, screw your customers, your clients, your patients, screw your employees, and charge the highest price possible. And that's a recipe for disaster. And that, I think, well...
But one component that wasn't discussed in the 2008 collapse is about the naked short selling of Lehman Brothers, and where's the SEC allowing the naked short selling or artificially short selling supplies that don't exist. And that goes on, and it's illegal, and it's been going on for a very long time, as recent as GameStop in 2021. It just happened again. They had 140% of the shares shorted. So this has been going on, and our government is not stepping in. The people that are supposed to be policing the market are not doing the policing. That's one of the largest factors that was missed in this conversation. I just want to point that out.
I agree with you, Joe. It was naked short selling is a major problem. But I say it roots back to the same problem. The financiers are running the world. They're creating stock from nothing, and it's crazy. Well, that was lively. I'm gonna drop off probably.
Jagged, that was cool, man. I appreciate talking to people that are knowledgeable, that just have a different perspective. That was fun and refreshing.
No, I've been in this space before with Marshall. He's a smart dude. You know, I know you're very smart and very passionate and very well spoken. But no, we don't totally agree with one another.
No, but I think what's interesting is that we agree on the material facts. We just disagree on what we're supposed to learn from that.
Well, I agree, and I think that the biggest problem, another big problem in America right now, is somehow, number one, I think the right, I guess Roger would be more on the right, me more on the left, have a lot more in common than some of the people would have us believe. I really do believe that. And if we'd spend more time talking at each other, I'm not talking with each other, I should say, and listening, we'd probably figure out who is really screwing things up. And I'm sorry, I come back to the same culprits, financiers. They, they got the world all twisted up. But I think that, people like Roger, people in good faith, we need to talk more with each other and try to agree on what the facts are. And that's one of the biggest problems is, Fox News says the facts are these, MSNBC says the facts are these. How are we going to get together as a country, as Americans, and solve this if we're not agreeing on what the facts are?
Yeah, well, I think that basically left, right, and center agree, at least in principle on this stage, that there's some people that should have went to jail over the fraud that was committed during that time.
Yeah,
That's
They're not too late. They're not dead.
Who was the president then, Roger? Just remind me.
That was Bush.
It was Bush and then it moved to Obama.
It was Obama that, with respect to who could have been prosecuted, I think, by the
Why
I
with the
agree with that.
racist Obama stuff now? Here you go. Be for real.
Well, she is kind of right about that.
Wait, hold on. Why would you call her racist towards Obama? You think she doesn't like white people?
No, because when he said Bush, like, oh no, it's not Bush's fault, it's
It was
Obama. It's like,
that was in office.
it was literally during Bush's time it started.
Yeah, but who gave the relief to the corporations, and who would have prosecuted would have been the Obama.
So if somebody breaks into your house and takes everything out,
Hey babe, I live in.
you don't blame the robber?
But Cal, that's not. I live in the area with the #1 zip code in the United States that had the biggest foreclosures. My city got hit more than any other city in the country when this happened. Bigger effect on where I am than anywhere else. And the Obama administration did crap, okay, with respect to it. So it was, who was in office when these prosecutions, whose Justice Department was there? It was the Obama administration. Now, why you want to talk about whether he was Asian, purple, green is irrelevant. He was the president at the time. Thank you.
Well, you're right. You're right that Obama took a dive on this one. He did.
Huge dive.
And why? Pardon me?
It was a huge dive. He had opportunity.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And, if you ever want to see something, there's a Frontline series on the Great Recession, which is amazing. And Obama brings all the heads of the big banks, Jamie Dimon and the head of U.S. Bank Bank America at the time, and they're like just fearful, and they're afraid that Obama's going to tell them, "We're breaking you guys up. This is going to be, blood, guts, and gore," and he doesn't. And they go, "What the hell happened?" And the answer was, I don't know. I don't even want to think about it. But in terms of watch, it was when the thing went down, when the economy melted down. Oh no, that was W. Totally W heavy. And my prediction is, no, that's true. You have to admit that.
But you were bitching about the not being prosecuted, and that's my point. The prosecution.
No, and I've admitted the fact. I agree with your fact. But, you know, would Bush have prosecuted them? I don't think so. But
We don't know.
here's my prediction. I'll make a prediction that within 3 years of now, we're going to have another event like that. Another event like that is coming.
We go through.
And it's not just me, you know, Ray Dalio saying it. You've got Warren Buffett going to all the cash. I mean, when is it going to happen? I don't know. It could happen tomorrow,
Well,
but it's going to happen.
There is like an 18-year cycle on housing. We're coming to the end of it, right? So it matches up with a lot of times between 2008, 1990. So you can go back every 18 years and we go through a housing correction. So you're right.
They're
Right, but what you just
they're
complaining
deregulating
about
everything.
the relief to bailout happened under Obama. The bailout did not happen under Bush. And that's what that you started your
I think
monologue
that's true
thinking
as well.
about two things.
And well, look, I don't think Obama was a saint. Okay, not at all. But I think George W. Bush was much, much, much worse.
Really? I don't.
Oh yeah, why? Because we invaded Afghanistan and Iraq on his watch. You like that, Abby? I bet you did.
The invasion of Afghanistan was absolutely justifiable. Iraq was not.
Well,
I have a
do
problem
tend to
with
agree with you.
Afghanistan.
But Abby, answer the
I do
question.
have a lot of problems
really
with
thought-
Obama. I don't start
Excuse me,
this room
excuse
on
me, let me-
Obama because we could go
I-
all night, and that's how.
I made admissions about Obama. Okay, I'm not just. But Abby, you liked the fact that we invaded Iraq, didn't you? Are you sure? Because you were making a great
Why did you
pitch.
say that? I absolutely did.
You were making a great pitch for why we needed a big military.
But I could start with Obama's speech in Cairo and take it from there. And yeah, I think he was horrible, and I have a problem with almost all of his policies. But with respect
But
to
you're okay with Bush.
Yeah,
counselors,
exactly.
you bitched
But that's
about-
what about Dragon. It's like this fake rage, and it's like, why are you so mad at Obama? Like, be for real. Like, every president's making mistakes, and they tried to.
Wait, hold on, guys. Guys, hold on. Like, listen, just because Obama was black doesn't mean that when we criticize him, that means that somebody's racist. So
No.
if
So
you
I'm
can't-
gonna explain to you, right? So when
Well,
Dragon
you're not
was-
going to explain it while I'm talking. First of all, you're going to mute up. Secondly, I just want to make this point that, somebody in the chat said that, hey, explain to me how Barack Obama is more corrupt than Richard Nixon. I mean, I would imagine that most of the people in the room, actually, some of the people in the room are fucking very educated. I know Abby and Dragons would know this. The IRS targeting conservative nonprofit groups, like weaponizing the government against the IRS, weaponizing the government against whistleblowers and journalists. I mean, if you want to talk about cronyism during his time, does anybody remember the company Solyndra? Anybody remember that? $500 million in government-backed loans went to a solar company that went bankrupt. That if you really pay attention and follow the money, all that was friends. It was a wealth transfer. I mean, like, I can go on and on and on, but if you guys don't know about the scandals of Obama, this is crazy. I mean, how about the gun walking scandal, Fast and the Furious, where his Justice Department gave weapons to the cartels. I mean, seriously,
Roger.
if you guys don't know this stuff, it's crazy.
Roger, I know about it, and I think it was terrible. But despite all the sins of Obama, and there were many, W was worse. And I'll just say.
Well, the comparison was Nixon.
Let me
but-
finish.
No, sure, but I just want you to know that the conversation with that individual that made the comment. I made the comment that Obama is more corrupt than Nixon, and I was backing that up. If you want to make the argument that Bush is more corrupt than Obama, that's fine. I think the two worst pieces of legislation in my lifetime happened during the Bush administration. I think the Patriot Act and I think the AUMF were the two worst pieces of legislation in my lifetime, and that happened under Bush.
Man, that's my point. Cause I'm not a person that cares about color, but it's
85% of the country polling in favor of the Patriot Act, and it passed 98 to 0 in the Senate.
No, I get it. No, listen. Hold on. Something being popular doesn't make it good. And the fact that everybody followed into this like daze because everybody was afraid after 9/11, they allowed themselves to sign the worst fucking domestic bill ever passed in my lifetime. I mean, I've been alive since Ford was in office,
and it's still impacting us today.
There's never been a domestic bill worse than the Patriot Act, and I don't give a shit how many people fell for the lies and fell for the bullshit. I mean the Patriot Act was terrible. Terrible. In sensible times, it would have been unconstitutional. The only reason it passed through is because Americans became chicken.
Well, I agree
and that's my point.
It's
where this. Yeah. Jack, let me just make this point real quick. It's 2 seconds. It's just like when you have somebody who's like actively, like you can say this person like actually worse than somebody. To me, it's just like. Somebody that's actually deep, actually doing worse, for the economy and for the people, and it's like you're like, oh, the person next to oh, Obama was so horrible. It's like, bro, at least our economy was going up. It had a German Bush, that literally impacted every.
Was falling along at 2% growth? Are you kidding?
I don't know about you.
You agree?
I'm talking personally.
Do I think Obama was more corrupt than Nixon?
Yes.
Yes, I agree with Roger's statement. I think weaponizing the IRS against conservative groups, and I think giving money to your friends and giving guns to cartels.
They're doing that right now.
Have you read?
They're doing that right now.
Okay. Marshall, can you suggest something for me to read about those scandals, which is a thoroughgoing exposition, so I can learn? Because what I found and what I see is not very strong. Does it?
Well, if I recall correctly, both the Post as well as the New York Times did exposés on the gun running issue, on the Solyndra issue, and on the IRS being used to target conservative groups. Those are both reputable news sources. One leans left, one leans right. It would be good to look up.
Those things happen. Marshall, right. Maybe it doesn't help anymore to argue these things. Like, so what are we doing today? But I also just think that was W corrupt? No. He lives in a modest house in Texas, and he's living a very modest ex-president. But did he commit the largest blunders in American history? Yes. The invasion of Iraq was the largest strategic and tactical error ever made by our country, I think. And then the 2008 meltdown happened on his shift. It did. And it's going to happen again. And so
it happened on his shift, but the roots of it trace all the way back into the mid-90s with Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, there we go. You can trace the roots of it. Don't get me wrong, it did go pop on W's watch, but how we got there is several different administrations combined into one.
I don't disagree with you. I have this rule that if you're sitting at the Resolute desk, it's your problem.
Don't misunderstand me. It popped on his watch, so he gets blamed for it. That's just the way that goes. But the roots of the 08 financial collapse had little to nothing to do with W. That had everything to do with how the government let Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac give out subprime mortgages to people who never
can say this about like right now.
See that Obama
How do you say that about right now, Cal?
We can say like the situation, like some situations going on right now, they're not, let's say, this administration's problem, but it is their responsibility to fix it right now. So let's say the stock market crashes, we're like, oh well, this started in 1960. It's like nobody gives a fuck about that. It's like right now, today, it's your time. You're not managing it.
That goes into what you're saying, that Obama had the obligation to fix the problem when he came into office, and he didn't do the things.
And listen, if one person don't fix it, the next person try. That's why we have elections every 4 years.
But he did fix it. He walked into the biggest economic calamity since the Great Depression, and he fixed it. Did I like the way he fixed it? No, not at all.
But he did fix it. Thank you. And that's what I'm saying. So when you have this like vitriol, it's like, girl, like wake up. Like, where are you living? Like, we were literally going through like a crisis.
Go through his foreign policy and tell you the crap that he put us in. If you want to, we can work backwards with the
He
JCPOA.
fixed it. Dragon just explained it so clearly.
To Iran. He basically invigorated Iran to.
But this is the thing with y'all. It's like, even in COVID, there's an emergency going on. Somebody's doing something to fix it. And it's 2% growth. 2% growth is better than, it's not better than 2000, it's not better. That's not better. Is that not better?
No, it's not. Because it guarantees slow economic growth over decades. It puts people in a place where they can't
sustainable growth.
So no, 2% is not good enough.
And by the way, you attacked George Bush. Do you know he met with Putin 28 times during his 2 terms? What happened with our relationship with Russia during the Obama administration? He polarized us, and then Crimea got invaded.
How about you going for president then?
Excuse me?
It doesn't help.
Pardon me?
Simply because we can recognize the problems.
Pardon?
I want to throw something out.
Retarded comment.
The cow just interrupted and it was an awful argument. Abby, go ahead and finish.
No, I mean, we can go point by point. My biggest issues with Obama were his foreign policies, and I think they put us in harm's way and problems in the world. And I do respect when the Trump administration came in his first term, in terms of where we approached our foreign policy, and I definitely see the difference now after the Biden administration. But Obama's foreign policies were very problematic, and what we just experienced with Iran became emboldened as a result of the Obama administration.
Well, here's okay.
And I'm not gonna. This room isn't about me taking down the JCPOA, because it's not. We're talking about finances, so I don't want to do it here. But my issues with him are his foreign policy issues. My biggest issues with him.
I'm sure they are.
And also knowing organizations that were targeted and had issues with respect to being conservative organizations. And I have no respect for Eric Holder either.
No, neither do I.
So I read Washington Post that there was a couple of articles. Okay, so the first one said that he condemned it when it came out. There was no direct evidence linking him to the IRS. It was for an exemption. And there were a couple different bureaucrats who were involved in this. And so, yeah, I thought it was kind of odd because I couldn't quite recall. But funnily enough, Susan Collins actually came out to demand that he condemn it, and he did. And he said that whichever bureaucrat was responsible, they were going to be fired. They would face accountability, and they did. So I was a little bit confused by that. So yeah, that is the scandal. It is a scandal, but
What was your name?
I'm
Sally
curious how
something?
that. I'm curious. Hold on, let me finish. I'm curious how that compares to Nixon, like actually directing someone to do something that was illegal. Those things seem to be.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Hold on.
Okay.
I had a point.
Okay.
Do you want to respond to his
Why don't you
point?
take that one?
I was just going to say that this is interesting.
when you get people that they hear about the corruption of Obama, they take 5 minutes to go do a Google search, and then they feel confident enough to make an argument that somehow Obama should be exonerated because of the 5 minute of research that they put into this. This is one of the things that we should stop doing in politics in general. Is instead of just saying, hey, I like this guy, I'm going to defend them at all costs, even if presented with credible evidence, I'll just do 5 minutes worth of research that will make me a quote unquote expert so I can go argue this point. I would just say, Ernest, that if you want to talk about these issues, you should study these issues, because the people that are on this stage have done.
All right, I got
Ernest, you should also look up the Dunning-Kruger effect.
Hold on.
You know, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Is,
I think that's almost a little bit of
can I jump in for a moment?
No.
You know, look.
No.
Yeah.
The whole time, bro. Hold up. I've been waiting to make my point about Obama. I've listened to a lot of people here tonight. So Obama committed Crossfire Hurricane, where he spied on Trump's campaign. And this is getting looked over. And it was being referenced to Nixon. Obama did more harm to our beliefs in elections when they issued spying all members of the campaign. And they broke FISA court laws to be able to do that. And that still is being investigated today and will eventually be prosecuted. So to say, Mojo's statement that Obama was more corrupt than Nixon is very accurate. It's a lot worse what Obama did than CIA members breaking into the Democratic National Committee's office and framing Nixon for doing it when he didn't even have any planning in it.
He sent the prior ambassador to Morocco under the Clinton administration. His last name was Ginsburg. He sent him to Israel with a staff to brew up and to cause disruption in Netanyahu's election when he was running. I'll give you the year. I have to Google the year for you. He ran several times then. But he specifically went in to disrupt the election. I mean, in a foreign country.
Obama threw up.
Mark Ginsburg. The guy's name is Mark Ginsburg that he said.
During the Muslim Spring, is that what they framed it as? Arab Spring. How many countries did they overthrow the governments? I know Egypt was one of them. Tunisia was one of them. There was about a half a dozen countries. I mean, the rise of ISIS during that period of time, it was awful, bro. Come on. You got it, and you want to say it was, Bush was worse? Come on, Drake.
I do. Yeah, I do.
I just was saying.
How about Benghazi?
The invasion of Iraq.
Do you remember Benghazi?
Fails.
Does anyone want to?
All these other things you mentioned.
Benghazi fails?
Wait, hold on. We're having 3 different conversations. The conversation was who was more corrupt, Nixon or Obama, and we were talking about the greatest hits. I actually think Dragons makes a good point about Bush being corrupt, and I know that doesn't sit well with some people in this room. But listen, when you get your administration to lie, to go to war, the war in Iraq. If we can't all now, with all the information that we know, can't say that's crazy. I mean, if we can't point that out as bad, then I don't even know if we would have the moral clarity to say that what Putin's doing is bad in Ukraine, or even just think of the most heinous shit. He clearly had his administration lie, and by the way, those lies destroyed the career of people that would have been very, very good later on. You imagine without that war, what we would have received with someone as smart as Condoleezza Rice. Condoleezza Rice would have been our first women's president. She would have been amazing at it. But what happened instead? She got caught up in a corrupt administration, and they got her and Colin Powell to
and lie because they knew they were the only two members of the administration that people that are middle of the road would buy it.
And Halliburton made trillions of dollars.
Yeah, they did. And,
In my
you know, this is, I'm not sure.
I wonder if there's any connection between Halliburton.
I think he was just deceived and stupid. And I think the moment has to be remembered. We have to remember the moment the whole world supported us because of 9/11. Iran was on our side. Everybody was on our side. Everybody. And instead of using that political capital to really, really make some smart choices, those folks lied to us. They lied to us.
That's where I would like to ask you, Dragons, what would have been the smarter choice?
Not invading Iraq. Now, I'll start there.
Sure, that's the negative of it, but I'm of the mind that we should have went after Iran. But
that's
that doesn't seem to
possibly
be a
so.
popular opinion.
Well, that's possibly so. I mean, Iran proved to be like, you know, they're really smart. They're very tactical and strategic, and they committed a lot of shit. They blew up a lot of Americans.
But what's behind them is the Muslim Brotherhood, which was embraced by Obama. You also have to
Abby,
remember that.
listen, I'm sorry.
Muslim countries.
You just see the world through one lens, I think, and I disagree with you.
Fox News. Yeah, Fox News. Listen, look.
Wait a minute. Hold on, Abby, hold on. I think you guys are being incredibly unfair. Abby sees the world differently. Abby and I disagree on Bush, I think. But that doesn't mean that Abby sees the lens, sees the world through one lens. Abby actually gets quite involved. And I think we actually have an opportunity in this room because we have some smart people, some knowledgeable people, to have a good conversation about this without making personal attacks. The truth of the matter is, this is the through line, right? The through line is they're all fucking corrupt. That's the thing we should acknowledge, is that they're all fucking.
I agree.
And I actually spend a lot of time in Washington knocking on congressional doors. So I'm not just sitting at home watching Fox News. And and by the way, I watch NBC every night, and have since I'm a kid. So, but I'm engaged in political action. So I try to keep myself informed through reading and through think tanks, not just the television media.
Well, I would again present the question to anyone who's willing to answer it. You know, hindsight is 2020. How should America have responded to 9/11? Who should we have gone after?
I have a partial answer. I'll have a partial answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, we shouldn't have flown Osama bin Laden's family out afterwards. I think what we should have done is recognized that it was Saudis that hit the towers, and we should have fucking held them accountable. I know there's some people that think that the Saudis are reforming and that because they're a good political pawn for us today. In 2001, those were Saudis that fucking hit those towers. And the fact that the Saudis hit the tower, we go after the camps in Afghanistan, which I'm 100% on board with, and then we lied to go to fucking Iraq. It made no fucking sense. Now, Gildas, your point about going to Iran, I think that's always been the head of the snake. I would have no problem with that. You could have articulated that. You could have got the whole world to march in there with you, I think. But the fact that we didn't deal with the Saudis at all tells us a little bit about the story. We would rather lie to go get in a war with a country that had nothing to do with the attack, rather than go after the attack where the people fucking originated from. It was a lot.
Yeah, we went through war with a country that didn't even know who Metallica was.
Okay. I agree with that. I agree with Mojo here. And why did we? I mean, this is a question specifically for Dragons. You know, if you feel like answering it. Why did we go after Iraq and Afghanistan and not Saudi Arabia or Iran?
Well, I think Afghanistan, I'm with Roger. I think that we had to go in there. I don't think we had much of a choice. We didn't have to engage in nation building in a place where, Genghis Khan was unable to subdue Afghanistan. And it wasn't because he wasn't brutal enough, okay? But so, nation building in Afghanistan was the flaw. But I think we went into Iraq for reasons having to do with neocons. The neocons, the Richard Pearls, there's a whole group of them.
Rumsfeld, Wolfowitz.
Yeah. All these guys, they had another agenda, which was, and I'll put it out there, they wanted to do Israel's bidding. And Israel wanted us to go into Iraq. And also the Halliburtons, the defense contractors, it was going to be and we might even get their oil. So there were a lot of reasons, and then we had daddy issues with Saddam trying to kill, Bush Sr. It was a conglomeration of really screwed up ideas.
Yeah, is there anybody in this room that's unfamiliar with the PNAC doctrine?
I think a lot of people may be.
I am unfamiliar with what you said, so share it.
The PNAC doctrine was the Project for a New American Century, where it was a bunch of these neocons that had gotten together, and they basically outlined what they thought the new foreign policy of the U.S. should be. They talked about regime change. They also talked about being able to strike first, initiating force, and not just simply defending against attacks when threatened. And so the entire document is basically saying this was written before Bush got in office, right? And all of the people that ended up in Bush's administration, over 50% of them were signers to this PNAC doctrine. And one of the most chilling things, and I'm not a conspiracy theorist and I don't think it's an inside job, but one of the things that they outlined in the PNAC doctrine is that in order to do this, it would probably require a Pearl Harbor type attack on the U.S. That was their words. That's how they described it. Now, what I think happened, a lot of the conspiracy theorists will say, oh, well, that means that they were in on it, they planned it, it's an inside job. I think those people are nut jobs. But what I do think is that when those fucking planes hit those towers, I think all of those fucking people pulled their little penises out, jacked off just as hard as they could, because they said, we've got it. We've got our excuse. And then they got excited, and then they went and passed the worst legislation that this country's ever seen with the UMF and the PAC.
I agree. I remember reading a book that said as much around 2002 when I was reading it. So I don't think it's a conspiracy theory. I think it's a crazy coincidence.
Roger, but I'm going to push back on the Saudi thing, and you knew you would hear that from me, because bin Laden, his ultimate goal was to take down the kingdom of Saud, and he was an adversary to them. He had already attacked one of their cities, and they were outliers.
He attacked Medina and then Grand.
Medina, yes. And he wanted the kingdom to be destroyed, and that family out of power. So I don't see how that, yes, they were Saudi nationals, no question, but I don't see the imprimatur of the Saudi the kingdom on their actions. Now,
can I ask you this?
There's lots of investigations since, and there's lots of theories since, but bin Laden himself and what he preached and what he was, how he wanted change was to take down that kingdom.
Abby, let me ask you this. If Iranian nationals would have hijacked planes and flown them into the Twin Towers, which country would you have said that we should have
same thing. Who were they? Were they Iranian nationals that were, you know, an outlier group or a group that was also threatening the regime? I mean, you'd want to know more about who your invaders are.
Yeah, like Bin Laden was Sunni. Bin Laden was Sunni Muslim.
And I'm not making this up about Bin Laden. You know, he's
I know,
the number
but
one
he
enemy
was,
of the kingdom.
I know he was a Sunni Muslim, but he was a Sunni Muslim and he was against Shias. Iran is mostly Shia. Sunnis are the ones in Saudi Arabia. Sunnis make up around 80% of Muslims worldwide. Shias only make about 20%.
That's not what I'm saying. He had already attacked in the kingdom, and he was after taking down the kingdom and taking out the family.
Like, did the Saudi government put Osama bin Laden up to it or not?
Well, let me ask you this. Why after why after we grounded the planes and we said, hey, there's no flights, no aircraft are going to be flying, why did we at that point in time allow the bin Laden family to leave the U.S.?
From what I heard, Bin Laden mostly hated Saudis because they worked with America. I don't know. Bin Laden had his extreme ideology against people that worked with
Farnid, are you not going to answer Roger's question that you just asked?
Questions in regards to Bin Laden's family. Is that correct, Mojo? I have anecdotal information about that, but nothing.
Yeah, no, I'm just curious why. Hey, nobody's allowed to fly. Well, except for the family of the fucking person that planned the attack. That's the only person that's allowed to fly. Is hit that guy's family.
When was that?
So,
Any more details on that, Roger?
Yeah, I'll pin it to the top.
Yeah, we got to get a source.
yeah, I don't have a source. I can only offer anecdotal. So,
I want to say something real quick to Roger, Mojo, for everybody else. So Iranian nationalists, they're 100% against IRGC. You cannot be Iranian nationalist, do anything for IRGC.
I don't think he meant it that way, Sarah. He was
No,
just
I
saying
know.
people with
But
Iranian
I think
citizenship.
I think that's why Farnood was trying to explain something, and I think this is important now that it was brought up. I know Mojo didn't mean it, but other people might be confused. IRGC, they're after the ideology of Islam. They have nothing to do with Iran. They're pretty much occupying the country. So I just wanted to say that.
So my anecdotal information I can offer for the Bin Laden family. My cousin's family, their father, he did a lot of development in Saudi Arabia, built skyscrapers over there. The Bin Laden family is a huge family. I mean, they must have 16 different siblings, I think, and Osama being one of them. Osama was thought of as the black sheep of the family. While many of these folks are very large, successful business people in Saudi Arabia, they were very apologetic to my cousin's family about what happened. He was actually building over there in Saudi when it happened. So that's just my information in regards to.
That's fine. But for those that were unaware of this happening, and the link to the top. So
I mean, I guess it would be like if you had IRA guys coming in and attacking, like you wouldn't attack Ireland, right? I mean, you'd have to look at the source of who the attackers are and what their ideology is and what.
But if it was Bush in charge, if the IRA would have attacked the United States, we would have went to war with Iraq.
I had a teacher I used to argue with, and he's like, "Oh, it'll take no time for Bush to go and finish his daddy's war." And and this was around 2000. I was like, "Nah, come on, I was young and dumb," and I was wrong. He was right that getting into Iraq was an excuse to finish up what his father did not finish during Desert Storm.
Not even that. October 2000, Saddam switched over from the petrodollar and changed it over for the petrodollar. The day that we took his, castle building, whatever, in Baghdad, we switched it back over to the U.S. petrodollar as well. Pounds, sorry.
I mean, with the article that you posted at the top, is it the case? I'm kind of reading through it. I'm kind of listening, so I can't read it intently. But is it? It seems like it's getting at this notion that, like, they didn't want to crash into the towers on 9/11. They're just his family.
No, I think you're misunderstanding the point. The point is that the Saudis reached out to the U.S. and said, "Hey, look, fucking, we know the knucklehead that did this. Can we get these people out of here?" It's just a very interesting look when, before the American people even knew, who had hatched a plot, we're flying the family members out of the country from the person that hatched the plot. Nobody else is allowed to fly, but these guys are allowed to fly.
Right. Yeah, I definitely understand that point. Why do they have the privilege to fly? And that.
Yeah, and by the way, maybe there is a plausible argument for it. All I can say is that when you read the PNAC doctrine, when you look at the events of 9/11, you look at what we did in the aftermath of 9/11 with the AUMF, with the Patriot Act, lying about weapons of mass destruction to go into Iraq. If you add all of those things up, it looks bad and it becomes fuel for conspiracy theories. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I just think that the neocons got exactly what they wanted to be able to just go do what they wanted to do in the Middle East. And by the way, there are bad actors in the Middle East, no doubt about it. You guys probably heard me on this app. I was very, very happy that Trump ordered those planes to hit the nuclear sites in Iran. And I'm no fucking pacifist. I'm just saying that when you're going to do these things, you should have transparency and explain why you did this. I think everybody in the civilized world knows why we hit the fucking nuclear sites in Iran. Nobody in the civilized world can understand why we went to Iran.
Do we understand all of Obama's actions with the drones?
But I don't think that those drone acts, maybe as quote-unquote illegal as they may have been or not confirmed by Congress, I think that what Trump did should have had congressional approval in recent times. There should have been an explanation laid out to the American people before the bombings. Now, I talked to one of my friends, and he's like, "No, you're wasting time. You got to get it done right now, and just do it." And there is the 1971 law or act. I'm not sure what it's called right now.
The War Powers Act.
The War Powers Act, right? Where it's like, you got some time. You got 60 days before Congress has to rule on it. But I don't think Trump was even thinking about anything like that. And if we did not finish off the nuclear program in Iran, then it means we'll have to go back again and bomb them. Or God forbid, we have to put boots on the ground to get rid of it. Congress should be involved in this.
Thank God that Donald Trump was successful in ending it quickly. Right, Gilbert?
I hope it was.
Well, also there's a big difference in Iran and Iraq.
Thomas Jefferson had naval forces without the approval of Congress against the Barbary pirates. Madison ordered naval action against Algerian pirates. Monroe sent naval forces to suppress Caribbean piracy. You want me to keep going on with Polk and Pierce, and then and Roosevelt, and then Roosevelt again, and Wilson.
Well, if it doesn't lead to a larger
and Reagan, let's see, Reagan, what did we have with Reagan? We had bombings in Lebanon, we invaded Grenada, we ordered airstrikes on Libya. Bush, we invaded Panama, this Bush Sr.
President Carter overthrew the...
I am just trying to ensure...
Clinton expanded our presence in Somalia. Clinton ordered an intervention in Haiti. Clinton authorized airstrikes in Bosnia. Clinton ordered airstrikes on Iraq. Clinton launched missiles in Sudan. Want me to keep going? Airstrikes in Kosovo.
was on Iraq as well.
All of that
I'm
fits
not even
under.
half through this.
Okay, but all of that fits under the War Powers Act.
No,
That's
it
fine.
doesn't.
You do. Well, hold on.
It didn't.
Hold on.
Actually, Clinton went to Congress and they said no, and he did it anyway.
All right. Well, then that was wrong. I'm not saying I agree with Clinton.
They use CIA too for all.
Well, there's a difference between declaring war and making defensive.
Dion, I brought up the bombings in Bosnia. Those are coined the famous Lewinsky bombings, that he ordered those at the height of him being investigated over Monica Lewinsky.
I mean, I didn't even get to all of what Clinton
All I'm
conducted.
saying is.
And then also we have Obama intervention in Libya, Obama airstrikes on ISIS, Obama airstrikes in Yemen. I mean, Trump had missile strikes in Syria. I mean,
Abby,
ordered airstrikes in Syria.
Abby, I got a question for you, Abby. Abby, what is your job title or description of the company?
I'm a retired corporate lawyer, and now I do some political work, and I do work in national security for the
our
Jewish
licensed
community
attorney is what
in 3 states.
Oh,
Yes,
okay, cool.
I have a license.
My job is a PIMP. I have one.
Nice. Anyway, my point is, I mean, I have my evidence on this. It's right there. So I don't see where you can distinguish why Trump's actions were not justified, but all of these presidents, starting with Jefferson, get a pass.
Oh, I can answer
You know
that.
why? Because
I can answer that very simply. Orange man bad.
No, I don't have an orange man bad complex at all.
Usually you don't, Gildas. That's why I'm curious.
I think it's because we have social media and we have much faster response rate than we did back in the day.
Well, maybe that plays a role in it. But I'm asking is if all of those engagements that you've listed, were they all the best for the country? Were some of them mistakes, and would this be a mistake or not? And should we move carefully in this moment? Just because we moved haphazardly in the past doesn't mean that it gives us free rein to move haphazardly in the future.
So Gildas, I'm going to make the distinction on one of them that would be the closest to the scenario that just happened. When we had the airstrikes in Iraq, they were resisting the access from the UN inspectors to see if they were building weapons of mass destruction. And Saddam Hussein at the time was very belligerent about it and wouldn't let anyone inspect. The UN sent. Yeah, does it sound familiar? I mean, it's not that dissimilar. The UN sent in weapons inspectors. This would have been in '97, and they repeatedly refused to give them access. So Clinton resorted to airstrikes to compel Saddam Hussein to cooperate. Similar scenario, right? Where's the outrage?
Understand that, yes.
This is very concerning when the whole country is calling for death to America and death to all these other countries that stand for democratic processes. That's very concerning as an Iranian person.
And Gildas's next question is going to be, would you consider that wrong? We can also qualify what Trump did was wrong. Right, Gildas?
I see it as the action of a duly elected president in that branch of government that we put in that seat to orchestrate.
Wait, does he have the legal authority to do that, Happy?
Yeah. He does. He does.
He has the legal authority to do everything.
Because SCOTUS has never reviewed any of these presidents' actions throughout all of history. They deem it as a political question, and they've avoided it.
As they should.
As they should.
Yeah, when it comes to allied defense or national defense, we're fully allowed. The president is allowed to act without any declaration.
No, you know what we should do? We should bring it before this current SCOTUS. And we should allow this current SCOTUS to review it. That's what we should do.
I am all for taking out Iran's nuclear capabilities as quickly as possible. I should say.
Knowing from top to
Yeah, bomb that shit out of existence, get rid of it. But, if, because I've been listening to some of the news, I've been a little out of the loop because I'm on summer break. But I did hear some idea about maybe they didn't get all of the uranium. Maybe they're only a couple of months from, repairing their facility.
Well, the reports say that we only struck the entrance and exits, so the facility itself should be mostly impacted.
Okay, so I want it all gone. I want it all gone as quickly and swiftly as possible. And if we can't get to it with the B-2 bombers, yes, go ahead.
I need to add some context to the War Powers Act, okay? The entire reason the War Powers Act was passed, I think it's 1973,
yes,
is because of the response to the Vietnam War. We never declared war against Vietnam, and it ended up being like a 10-year war.
Fiasco, a 12-year war.
So that's the whole reason the Congress passed it, to put a cap on the president, saying that he had 60 days where he had to then hold back. Within 48 hours, he has to notify the.
You think that was wise or no?
Very wise, but at the same time, when you're doing a type of mission, look, you have to admit, you probably have some spies or people that are not loyal to the United States of America that are sitting Congress people. That would.
100%. 100%.
Wait a minute. Let me try and understand you correctly. You think we have sitting Congress people who are spies?
Or they're not.
Yeah,
Wait a minute, you were muffled there, but I want to hear that. You think we have sitting Congress people who are spies?
Yeah, because look, in a democratic country, a lot of people can infiltrate like in the most wrongest way, and they can just like do it from a child. Like, do you have any idea how hard communist countries do this stuff to people?
Who do you think is the spy in the U.S. government?
I wouldn't be able to tell you, but they're 100% is.
Well, let's see, the person that got moved off the Foreign Affairs Committee in Congress specifically for that reason.
Oh, hey, Abby, I got a question. I got a question for Abby, guys. Hold on, guys. I just got a real quick question for Abby. Abby, how much longer do you think Sotomayor has?
That's a
Before her
really good
diabetes
question.
takes her away?
That's a good question. Wasn't there a question?
She's got heart problems, diabetes, all.
Changes what we were talking about. Hold on.
No, I'm just hoping. I mean, I'm not saying it. Well, I shouldn't say that. I'm hoping and praying that the Supreme Court, justice passes away, but or steps down. But she.
Real quick. Look, I was the one that asserted it. I want to be the one that responds to it. I believe if Ilhan Omar knew that the strike was going to occur to Iran, she would have leaked it.
Not only that,
Wait, you mean Ilhan Omar, who married her brother?
Joe's using the hypotheticals to make a point.
Yeah, repeated to leave is definitely the worst one.
They're gonna find out it's getting voted on. You might as well just do a strike.
I mean, she is Somali, so it makes sense she married her brother.
Which country do you think?
What you guys are all missing, what you guys are not paying attention to, and maybe because I read this, is, I read the Israeli military news. They've had boots on the ground there. Didn't you see the videos of the commandos?
Oh, yeah.
2 days before, or the day before we went in.
They think they've been there like 8
On the
months.
ground. They've infiltrated, the Israelis have infiltrated into Iran, deep into their government systems. The spy network has been extraordinary. So much of our intel and coming out of Israel is that it was a successful
It was a successful bombing.
yes.
And
So I personally, I'll trust their military news and the
I'm inclined to agree with you, too. I'm inclined to agree with you, Abby.
Hey, Farzan, go fuck yourself, you Mohammedan piece of shit.
You guys, you don't have to devolve into that kind of fisticuffs.
Yeah, forget that guy. But which country do you think is easier to infiltrate? A communistic country or a democratic country?
Your mama.
Trades, Minecraft.
I mean, Iran's been easy to infiltrate. They've infiltrated them for years. I mean, how do you get all of the scientists and the top IRGC people into a meeting at one time in order to take them all out? Do you think that they didn't have enough recognizance and people on the ground figuring that out? They had a drone manufacturing location within Iran.
So Iran is no longer a threat.
No, it's not that they're absolutely a threat because the Obama.
So how would you kind of parse?
As long as the Islamic Republic regime is in power, it will always be.
Yeah,
I want to hear Abby kind of.
Exactly the answer that he just gave you. As long as the IRGC is in power, they are absolutely a threat, and their whole mission is to destroy what they see as a threat to them of Western civilization, of the U.S., the Great Satan, and Israel, the Little Satan.
And including
What do you make of Iran, the Ayatollah's fatwa that he's recently put out against Trump and Netanyahu?
When I think of fatwa, I think of Curb Your Enthusiasm. I don't know if you ever saw the fatwa episodes, but they were kind of funny.
Fatwa sounds like something that you would see on a fucking menu in a restaurant that you wouldn't want to eat.
Isn't it? I mean, but do you remember the Larry David with that one? That was pretty funny.
It sounds like the fat in front of a fat woman that's above her vagina.
I mean, he had a fatwa. Didn't he have a fatwa against?
That's called a
gosh, what's the author's name that wrote the book about Islam? That they attacked him. They finally attacked him.
Salman Rushdie.
Yes. I mean, the fatwa is a serious thing, but if you dismantle the ability to attack, then, I mean, you've cut his arms and his legs off, so where's he going with this fatwa?
Well, should we be satisfied with taking out their nuclear capability, or should we go one step further and destroy the fucking Ayatollah?
Well, start with
and
what
the Supreme Leader.
Okay, so start with what the Israelis did. They went in and they destroyed their air defense capabilities. They went in and took out their launchers. No, remember that Israel lost a lot of citizens recently with the attacks, the ballistic missiles coming out of Iran during this 13-day war. But Israel went in and really did a lot of damage to their military and their capabilities. But during the time of the JCPOA, they never stopped. Nothing in that agreement stopped their ability to create a weapon and a delivery system. So that was still happening. Whether they were spinning in their centrifuges, the Iranian, to get it to,
the right range.
Threshold capacity at 60% is separate from the delivery system. So what really had to be destroyed, and when Israel, I think they got about 60%, I think was the number, of these missiles and these ballistic missiles. But their intention was to deliver that weapon way across the ocean.
Well, did America take care of the other 40%? Is that true, or are we just?
Well, I'm talking about their weaponry, not the nuclear weapons.
The actual capability. So have they been?
You can't just have uranium, Gildas. You have to have centrifuges. It's a process. You have to spin it.
I'm just asking, has Iran been neutered enough or not?
Well,
here's the
$54,000 question, isn't it?
Here's the way to think of it, Gildas. If we could see what they're doing, if they go back to these locations, and if they're sending trucks or taking things out, sending their scientists back in there, any activity at all, I think we should repay them another visit and just basically let them know that this is you can no longer even go there, and I would love to see another round just for good measure, just another round of some bunker busters, just to drop them. maybe remind them. Maybe just set like a day every month and just say, yeah, hey, it's the first Tuesday of every month. Let's go bomb Iran. I would be totally okay with that.
Yeah, well, I think they should be entirely eradicated and destroyed. And I think that every mullah, every grand supreme leader, or whatever the fuck they call themselves in their gowns and their turbans, should be eradicated. And only then will we have complete confirmation that the threat has been eradicated. But if they're telling me on the mainstream news channels in America that maybe they've been set back by a few months, I don't like that. I'm cool with Trump doing it, but I want him to do it again and again and again and again until they have been obliterated off the face of the earth. I don't want just damage to their nuclear facilities. I want them entirely eradicated.
If you want that,
and
you should
Trump wants
support.
my vote to
You should
get
support
again,
the
he
monarchs
has my
back in power. They'll
It's the
remove
most
all the
American
fucking
thing in
laws.
I want that shit.
Gildas, you know what I'm worried about? I'm hearing Trump trying to
I don't
talk
want
and
a
make peace
ceasefire.
with them.
I don't want a negotiation. I don't want a ceasefire. I want the mullahs.
Yeah, but hold on, Gildas. This is not, see, it's not the U.S.'s job. It's not even Israel's job to take out the IRGC. We can take out their weapons so they can't attack people. These are the right things to do. The reality is, and forgive me for putting it this way, but the Iranian people need to find their fucking balls and they need to fucking go to war. They need their 1776, and if they're not willing to fight for it, we can't fight that fight for them. We're not gonna go on the ground and fucking go fight that war. We're not gonna chase them out of fucking out of there. And I know Sarah's gonna come off the mic and go, "Oh, they don't have any guns, Roger."
No, that's not what I'm gonna say. But
Go ahead.
I'll say. Okay, so this is what I'm gonna say.
Yeah. Okay, but let me just finish what I'm saying. If the Iranian people that want their country back from the IRGC don't have the balls to fight, then they get what they get. This is what happens. If people in the United States didn't fight off the British, we'd still be speaking the funny version of fucking English. But
So what you're completely missing here, Mojo, is that Iranians are not asking America to go there and fight for them.
never said they were.
Iranians, let me.
Never said they were.
Iranians.
Don't know why you'd even say that.
Iranians are asking America to not make a fucking deal with the devil. So not only
You're not
America
responding to what I said.
fight,
Why are you
but
yelling?
the
Why are you yelling?
Because well, you're right. I am.
You were very angry.
No, I'm not angry. But this kind of does actually upset me, Mike. You know, like in 2009, there was enough instability inside Iran that people had the chance to overthrow the government, and Biden threw billions of dollars at them, and that's how they helped them stop the instability inside the country.
Obama
We
did
had
that
the
too.
same thing. I said Obama in 2009, and then we had the same thing 2-3 years ago at the anniversary of the Mahsa Amini. You know that woman, when the woman went to the street and protested, and that's when Biden said he's going to send the money, which before they even get the money, October 7 happened, which we know IRGC funded that October 7 attack. And now Trump is trying to make a deal with them when, again, Israel has...
Can you respond to what I said, though? Because you came off the mic all hot in response to what I said, but you didn't...
Exactly. I exactly told you what happened.
Well,
as long as U.S. doesn't... Listen, this is my answer, Mojo. As long as...
You not a single word that you spoke
said
anything to what I said.
Doesn't make a deal with Iran government, with IRGC, they will be gone. They will be gone. They will not be around for long.
Okay. Let me ask you a simple question, because you didn't address anything that I said. I said that this is not the U.S.'s fight. I think you got confused on me on that.
I don't think this is even Israel's fight. I think that, yes, the civilized world wants to take weapons out of the savages that are the IRGC, but my critique of the quote-unquote good people of Iran, which I believe exist, they need to find their balls. They need to find their balls. They need to go fight. If they don't fight, they're going to suffer, continue to suffer, and continue to suffer until they find their balls. And if that doesn't happen,
fucking balls.
I don't know why that guy's on the
Mojo, can I think in 1979, literally after the Islamic regime got into power, there were like, I think there were 100,000 people that were like marching against the hijab ban, and there were like a lot of women, like there's photos of them. All those women that protested against the government, they were either exiled, jailed, or raped to death because they were going against this regime. These guys are one of the most brutalist people on earth. They
I'm
will
not
destroy
disagreeing
you
with that.
before you
No, hold
fight
on.
back.
Okay, got it. And so if you believe that, this is exact. Thank you for proving my point. Until they look at something like that and say, wow, these people are so fucking savage. They'll beat, they'll rape, they'll kill our women. Hey, we can't fight those guys. Those are precisely the motherfuckers you need to fight. And until you guys find your balls to go fight them, they're going to continue to run that game on you. And so, listen, I'll scream it from the top of the roofs. Until the Iranian people stop being pussies and go and fight the IRGC, you are going to be subjugated by them. That's the way it fucking...
Well, unfortunately, they keep hiring.
Hold on a second. And right now, Mojo, people are not going to do anything until they make sure U.S. is not trying to go in bed with them, because they don't want to go in the street and try to fight when America is going to come and help the IRGC to stay in power, and then they're going to watch their sisters and mothers and daughters get raped in front of them.
Man, y'all got all kinds. Y'all got all kinds. You got all kinds of excuses.
You don't understand.
You guys have all kinds of.
Or I don't know what to tell you.
All kinds of.
If
why
U.S.
you're
doesn't
not
make a
willing
deal
to grab
with
the balls.
IRGC, they will be gone before next
I
year.
don't think that the current American regime is going to support the IRGC right now. So this is the moment that the people of Iran can speak up. And if they were to speak up, you'd probably get even more support from the United States, because we've kind of put our foot in the pool over there in this moment.
Gildas, Trump administration is talking with IRGC right now. I don't think you guys are aware of what's going on.
If Trump gives me a B2 number, I'll go bomb Khamenei myself.
Listen,
That is
hold on, guys. Hold on. Everyone, hold on. You guys could spend another 50 years finding excuses of why you're too big of pussies to go fight the IRGC, and you know what you're gonna get? You're gonna get another 50 years of the same. Find your fucking balls. Go wage the fucking.
Every country's had one.
You guys gotta, you have to convey to the Americans that you want to live in an individualistic society. And if you guys can't get that out, it's difficult for us to support you.
Gildas, I literally said Iranians don't need the support of America. The only thing they need is America don't make a deal with the Muslims. That's it.
There's no indication that the U.S. is in any way supporting the IRGC. That's a fallacy. Whether they try to sit down to negotiate some kind of deal that they will never enrich uranium is a conversation that doesn't mean and doesn't imply that they in any way would be supporting the IRGC. And you already saw Trump's tweet implying about a regime change.
But Abby, you're talking about the current administration. I would argue that the Biden administration and the Obama administration were absolutely friendly with
You're absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. And the Biden administration is the reason they got so rich and were able to fund these proxies. The reason we have Hezbollah and Hamas trained and with the wealth that they have, and the Houthis with the wealth that they have, is because the Obama and the Biden administration lifted, especially the Biden administration, lifting those sanctions and enabling them to get wealth again. Not to mention the plane loads of cash sent over by Iran.
I think that if you people are not begging for individual rights, you can't expect America to come over there and save it.
Gildas, wrong language. You're speaking to the pussified side of them. You're saying, listen, if they're not willing to go fight and secure those rights, then they're never going to get them.
Right.
You gotta at least make it cause a headache.
This is why I'm even beginning to ameliorate my ideas about Ukraine. Do you want to be a Western Enlightenment influenced nation or not? And if you can't articulate that to the American taxpayer who's going to fund this war for you, I'm just going to leave you to your own devices. And if you guys just want to have one mullah replace another mullah, then you may as well kill yourselves. You know,
Fuck that, dude. Nobody
make
needs
sure it's
another
contained. Well, you know, like, what are you gonna do? Like, what do you want? Like, you gotta articulate that shit. You gotta make it clear to me.
I want to be trained that I live there. I'm American. I don't know if Farnood is Canadian or it just lives in Canada, but I mean, this goes back to the people inside Iran at the end of the day, you know, and I do believe there is a revolution coming. I do believe we're going to see it soon. It's not going to, it's going to happen in the next year.
Yeah, y'all gotta
probably even by the end of summer.
Shit or something like that. Y'all gotta come out and be like, yo, we want to be a democratically free republic that fucks with capitalism. Alright? Not Ooga Boogaism or fucking Allah is this new interpretation, but not their interpretation. I'm not fucking with y'all for that shit. Because y'all get us caught up in that bullshit every time you want to have a new interpretation of Allah.
I don't know
I don't
rag you're talking about, Gildas.
I don't want no rags on no women.
Listen, 1979 was the first time that Islam was introduced to Iran's government, and I can tell you, majority of Iranians, they're either atheists or agnostic. They hate religion, they hate God, they hate everything about, you know, Islam at this point. Because the more they try to push that ideology in people's head, I don't know, something
with oppression. They do it with oppression.
The more they try, but it works on some countries and some people. I don't know. I honestly think there's a genetic component to it that the more they try to push that in Iranians' brain, the less it responds.
Nah, y'all motherfuckers gonna have to get a VPN and communicate with the Americans.
Listen.
Tell us what y'all really have. Get a VPN.
Listen.
I'd rather work with America than bend over backwards for
Farnood, hold on. Everyone, hold on. Here's the problem, okay? Here's the biggest problem. If Iranians, it's not about fucking VPN, if they don't pick up their fucking balls and fight, they're going to continue to be subjugated. This is it. They're going to continue to be subjugated. And so my question for people that are Iranian in this room, why have you guys allowed for nearly 50 years to be subjugated? Why do you not?
when I was 5 years old, I almost got killed. Who the fuck? Yo, relax. When I was 5 years old, bro, I almost got killed by an RAGC member in Iran. Do you understand how brutal these guys are?
Got it. So you've bowed down and they've won, and you're not going to fight because when you were five, they kicked your ass, and now that you're a grown man, you're not going to fight.
No, it's if I go back, I'm going to die. They put a hit on my head.
And Mojo, why do you keep ignoring the fact that I'm telling you every decade, every 10 years, there has been something going on in there, and people trying to get rid of the government, and right when the country was unstable, U.S. got involved and sent them money. Which part of it is so difficult for you to understand?
I'll tell you what part's difficult for me to understand. You either want freedom enough to be willing to fight and even die for it, or you're not.
Then
So as of right now, in Iranian people as much they're unwilling to fight, and because you're afraid and unwilling to fight, you're going to live like slaves for another 50.
Okay, can we change the topic?
No,
That's
no,
not
hold
about,
on,
this is
hold
not
on,
even about
hold
Iran.
on,
Can we change the
hold on,
topic?
hold on.
No,
Why
I really,
can't-
I don't understand why we're having this conversation.
I hear where you're coming from, sister.
No, this is
You
about
know,
Trump.
no,
Can we just
hold on,
get
hold on,
out
hold
of
on.
Iran's thing?
Just one question, and this is to Mojo. Why can't America?
Not our job. It's not our job. It's not our job.
Okay, but why can't America
not our job.
kill the mullah?
It's not our job.
It's not our job to kill the mullah?
No, it's not our job. It's not our job. Listen, if we want to continue hitting their weapon sites, which I totally agree with, if we want to hit their rocket launch, if we want to take away their ability to wage war, I'm totally on board with that. But here's the thing. We start hitting them, their most sophisticated weapon systems. We destroy them, Israel destroys them, and you know what? You have people that sit in their house and go, I guess another 50 years, maybe then we'll muster up the courage to go fight. We'll just do this another 50 years.
Also, I want to remind you that
if we killed the mullahs,
wait, let me just
killed all the ayatollahs, if we killed them, we assassinated them, we precision point bomb them in their little enclaves or their little hiding places. If we killed them, what would that do to Iran?
It would instantly free everyone
Somebody-
and everyone will fight back.
Somebody
Would it
else
just turn
takes
into
over.
chaos?
Somebody else takes over, and we have no idea who that would be.
What you're missing is that
I've heard that.
What are you talking
I got a question for Marshall.
I don't know. Hold on. Marshall.
Sir, can
There is
I ask Marshall?
opposition. The opposition is the son of the king. He's ready to go in. So that's why I say a lot of people don't know what's going on. He's ready to go in. He doesn't even, he already said he's
Sir, we all
volunteered to
watched
go
it
in.
on TV.
Best laid
He
plans.
has volunteered to go in to make sure the country doesn't become unstable, and then there's going to be a referendum for people to decide what kind of government they want.
And Marshall, we did the same shit
We
in
did
Korea.
hold on. We did the exact same thing in Afghanistan with the dude that we brought in first. He was part of their royal line. who had been
But
exiled.
Afghanistan has
That's not-
Sharia
no,
law
that's
for
not-
hundreds
that's
of
not
years,
my-
Marshall.
That's not my point. My point is.
Yeah, let him get his
You
point
don't
off.
have
Let
an
him
valid
get his
point.
point off. Let Marshall get his point off.
Best laid plans go to the side. This dude might be ready, but the situation inside Iran, once we topple the leader without knowing who's for sure going to take
Marshall,
over,
Iran
man,
and
Sarah,
Afghanistan,
just
you
let me finish
cannot
my damn
compare these
Sarah,
two countries.
just let me finish my damn sentence. Yes, I can compare them. It's an American imperial tactic. We chose a dude in Afghanistan as a way to prop up the American empire. We're choosing the king as a way to prop up the American empire in Iran. Because we want to go back to what it was like in the 50s, where everybody had Western style clothing and everything was tight. My point is, there's no guarantee that once the mullah is gone, somebody crazier doesn't take power. You want to
We
see
don't
what that
have
looks
anything
like? You
crazier.
want to see what
There is
that looks
nothing
like?
crazier than
Look at
mullahs
the
in Iran,
collapse-
dude.
Look at the collapse of Syria and look at the collapse of Iraq.
Marshall,
Look what happened
okay.
there. Look what happened in their place. Worse regimes, eviler people got in charge.
I don't know why people with no
understand
knowledge
Iranian.
have so much opinion, though. I would say that to you. Marshall, Syria,
You don't think Marshall knows anything about Iran?
Syria has been under Sharia law since 700. Since 700.
It doesn't matter.
Of course it matters.
It doesn't. It's an
Of
American
course it matters. They've been under Sharia law for 1,500 years.
All right, guys, hold on. You guys can't talk at the same time. You have to take turns talking. But I will say that I think Marshall has a much deeper understanding of world history and how these things play out, which I think if you sat and listened, you might learn something from Marshall. But most importantly, I want to just get this out. When the U.S. fought their revolution, it was Thomas Paine that wrote Common Sense, which was designed to motivate the people to telling them that it's common sense that we should fight for our right. And even when he wrote this document, by the way, at the time, it was the most read document, period. Like there never up until that point in time, never in a population of people where a higher percentage read the same document. Common sense was distributed, everybody read it, and even after it was read, a third of the people said, yeah, we should fight them. A third of the people said, I don't know if that's a good idea, and a third of the people were saying, that's a really bad idea. And then even amongst the people that were supportive of going to war, only 3% of the people actually fought. So here's the problem in Iran. They can't even find the 3% of people willing to fight.
I still want to respond to what Marshall said. We already know he loves to, like keep talking about that. And we said, yeah, if people don't get out in the street, nothing's going to happen, whatever. It is what it is. I'm American. I don't care. This is up to the people who live inside Iran. But for you guys who keep saying Marshall knows history, for someone who knows history and politics, to comparing Syria, Afghanistan, or Iraq to Iran is like comparing U.S. to Mexico or El Salvador or Brazil, only because they're like in the same area or same region. Iran is very different. Iran had Sharia law in the government for 46 years. That's it. Syria and Iraq, 700s. In the 700s. Does that make sense? 7th century. They've been under Sharia law for 1500. No, I'm not done, Marshall. I'm going to mute when I'm done. And then
Yes,
you talk.
because you.
I'm not done, Marshall. Oh my God. Afghanistan did not want to be westernized. They didn't want it. Afghanistanis, they don't want their girls to go to school after 5th grade. Majority of higher education in Iran are women. You cannot compare these countries together. The only thing Iran has in common with those countries is that somehow they got like a fucking brutal Islamic government in charge, and they don't know how the heck to get out of that. So you cannot compare it to that, Marshall. You can say something worse is going to come. Tell me what. You got to name it, right? They don't have anything worse. There's nothing worse than this.
Tara, I don't think they even realize.
You're also missing
I don't think you guys even realize that the first Bill of Rights was created by Persia, Cyrus the Great, 2,500 years ago. Literally, Bill of Rights written that United Nation is using, that America is using. You wouldn't have your freedom without Persia. I'm just letting you know right now.
Where is the International Criminal Court and the UN? Where are they going after the Ayatollah when he purposely targeted civilians and now admits that he targeted civilian locations and shooting at Israel in this last go around? Where is the international outrage and the criminal court indictments against the Ayatollah? Can you tell me, is it existing? Does it happen?
I would like to agree with Roger. The Iranian people is
Bro, we were the first ones to create human rights 2,500 years ago. It's crazy that.
Wait, hold on. Farnoot. Marshall, pause. Farnoot, listen. I think that the people in here that understand history would agree that Cyrus the Great was awesome. But you're ignoring the point. I think you're not even listening to what people are saying. What they're saying is that why not tap into the greatness? Why not be inspired by Cyrus the Great and say, you know what? The IRGC is antithetical to what was once great about the Persian Empire. And why don't you guys find your balls and go?
How do you think Cyrus the Great would hit?
Okay, I'll tell you this. For the past 50 years, they've been trying to erase the history of Cyrus the Great. They've been trying to erase the history of the monarchy. They've been trying to erase any history that doesn't involve Islamic. So that's why a lot of people don't even know what's going on here.
Then go fight, you put.
Okay, give me a plane, bro. I'll fucking go there myself. Give me a plane.
Oh,
give me something. Give me the resources.
No. MacGyver that shit.
Well, I think what's being lost here is their entitlement. There's something to be said about a new regime getting overthrown by
by a current regime. Someone comes in and overthrows it, or just like places someone there. There's no confidence. There's no any sense of, well, you just sat by and watched why the other people helped you, and now all of a sudden you're saying you're in charge. When you overthrow someone as a new regime, the Iranian people, then they do it, and they have their own people they put in charge. We know they got skin in the game. You understand what I'm saying? I know it sounds primitive and weird, but you can't have someone go beat up the champ for you, and then all of a sudden you just call yourself.
Someone's asking that. Who asked you, Mike? I literally said as long as U.S., which right now is Trump, which I kind of trust him. I voted for him, and I kind of trust him. As long as we don't make a deal with them and we don't send them a plane full of dollar cash, there is going to be a revolution. This is the end. This is the end. Israel and Iran, they're going to do it together. They're already doing it together.
For America to support Iran is for the people of Iran to espouse their desire, their hunger for individual rights. That has not been made an explicit point to the American people. And until that happens, you guys have to live in your own muck. If you can communicate to the American people that you want the regime that is ruling you to be toppled, and you want to be a liberal democracy, and you can make it explicit, however that may happen. I don't know if you gotta have like underground books or get on the internet or do whatever the fuck y'all gotta do.
Gillis, can I add something?
Trying to, hold on, I'll just land it with this. We keep trying to insist that this is what people want. And we come over there and try to do it, and then the people say, no, we didn't actually want that. We just wanted you to get the Mad Hatter out of our way so we can insist upon our own dumbass regime. And we're tired of doing that. We're tired, we don't have enough money to do it. We want to fix shit over here. So unless you can come through to the American people that that's what you want, we can't save you this time. Nobody over there will save us if we fall into the doldrums. If we fell apart and our social security system started fucking up and we were in famine, what would you do for us? So if you don't make it explicit that you want to be a Thomas Jefferson, George Washington liberal, we can't fuck with you. You're going to have to shit in the bedroom that you live in.
I guess I'll say something that, like, a lot of people are going to dismiss here. But I think Sarah pointed out that, the Iranian people are rather agnostic or atheists or don't believe in God. That could actually be considered a fault of Iran, the Iranian people. And they need to change their culture from within, because obviously they don't have the fight to do it. And converting to Christianity would be a step towards that, changing that culture.
The fuck converting to Christianity? Convert to a free market. No, convert to a free market. You can keep your religion.
You can't convert your religion in Iran. They'll kill you.
We don't need your religion. We do not want to free
Gillis, we're not talking about U.S. Why do you mix everything with U.S.?
Yeah, I mean, that's insane, Joe.
Because we're the only country.
This is insane that you think everything Iran is going to do is related to U.S.
Let me respond to
you guys are in a doldrum.
Gildas, you just made hold on. You just made a point about individual rights. Well, in America, we believe that comes from our Creator. Okay? So if you don't have that basic principle, you're never going to lead to a free market system, or individual rights, or a Bill of Rights, or any of this stuff. As if, we wanted to see.
That's already been done.
And by the way, deists are the ones that created the free market.
Right, like they don't believe that Jesus gave us capitalism. They believe that the quote-unquote creator, that left it open for you to interpret it so you didn't have to be a capitalist, then you're absolutely wrong.
No. Christianity was a very driving aspect of the development of America.
The creator was.
Gillis, how do you feel about the fake? Gillis, how do you feel about the funded protesters by the IRGC that only do protesting based on money in America, just to show that they are better?
I want to hear Joe. Excuse me. Go ahead, Joe.
The Protestants were leaving Europe due to Catholic persecution, and the development of many of these areas in the southeast, the Appalachians, the northeast, and in Pennsylvania and the Ohio area was due to the different they wanted the rights to be able to practice their brand of Christianity on their own. So that was a driving factor that led to the individuality of America as you frame it.
Yes, that is a role that played when Plymouth Rock was landed upon. But those were medieval Christians.
They're literally in the
as
Rock.
America developed, it moved away from the old Salem witch trial version of Christianity. That was where we were at the very beginning in 1621, 22. But as the country moved forward, that was not the guiding principle. Okay? Now, we allowed for it because that's what the Constitution says, freedom of religion. But as America gained a stronghold, or a foothold rather, on this land, we were combating people who had medieval ideas about religion, namely the Native Americans. These people who were blowing into their hands and building teepees. And we said, you have no idea what it means to have a rational land. And we forthrightly eradicated them to an extent. We offered them a lifeline. If you want to enjoy the principles that we've established, you're welcome. But if you want to just live in a teepee and shave bison and wear that as a hat, you have no place in this society. I won't even get into that. All I'm saying is, for the Iranian people to call on America to help them, they have to not be the Navajo. They have to be the people who are like, yo, we want to live in an enlightened society. And if they say we want to live in an enlightened society, then America should come to their aid. But if they don't want to do that, if they want to replace one mullah with another mullah, let them kill themselves, like they said in The Godfather. Let them eat themselves. They're all this anyway.
90% of America was Protestant at the time of the Revolution, and you're calling for a revolution like
but
the
the
Americans.
philosophers who ran the country were not.
To try and dismiss
90% of the United States was Christian in 1920.
But the philosophers who ran the country, who wrote the documents, were not.
No, they were definitely Christian.
Joe, I love how he tries to say that we got away from Christianity after 1776 and the whole
spooky Christians.
until 1920 they were still 90%.
They were not Salem witch trial Christians.
Because
they were Enlightenment deists.
Why they were accepting of other faiths and other religions.
Because at that moment, with their deism, they were willing to compromise just to get the country started. And they got the country started, they embellished, or they...
Gildas, let's just stop. Listen. As a deist, I'll defend deism to the nth degree, but it's like 1 to 2% of the country at the time of the founding was deist. What you're confusing is that there was some very influential members of the founding fathers that were deists, but I wouldn't say that because there was a small number of very influential. I wouldn't try to say that the majority of them are. I think that if you include Catholics and you include Protestants, you're looking at like high 90 percentile of the people that occupied the Americas at that time.
There's nobody at the founding who would have ever been friendly to the concept of a fatwa.
Gildas, who do you think fought the war? It wasn't all the founders. While the founders were involved with fighting the war, they had soldiers, bro. Those soldiers were Christians. And what you're calling for is the Iranian people that are godless people, according to Sarah. I'm saying that they.
What's the difference between Christian America and England Christianity?
There's obviously division from the Testament, right?
Why is America different from Anglican?
Gildas, let me ask you this.
They had the Church of England.
Hold on, real quick. Mike, real quick. I want to ask Gildas a question. Gildas, who first conceived of the concepts that you refer to as capitalism?
I always say Aristotle.
Well, that would be incorrect. But go on. Tell me why.
If you want someone from the more modern age, of course, it would be Adam Smith.
No, there's somebody in between Aristotle and Adam Smith. Do you know who 200 years prior to Adam Smith came up with the ideas that Adam Smith decided to write Wealth of Nations based on? Do you know who that group of people?
You can tell me now.
It's the School of Salamanca. They're the ones that came up with it, and by the way, they were all Christian.
Yeah, but Christianity and capitalism are anathema to one another because capitalism does not believe in an other world. You make your money on the planet. You don't make your money in heaven.
Wait a minute. I was going to ask you for a source, but that's such a stupid question because you just pulled it out of your ass, and I don't want you to put a photograph of your asshole on the chat.
Well, you know, that's a convenient barb against me, but that's not contending the argument.
What is capitalism, Gil?
Private ownership.
Mm-hmm. Why can't you have private? No, you can't, Farno. No, you can't. Gildas, so why can't Christians have private ownership of the means of production?
Because they believe that God dictates how they would run their private ownership. And capitalism believes that a human being gets to run that ownership.
Hold on. Can any of the Christians on the stage speak up and defend yourself? Yeah, please. Joe, go ahead.
I was getting a drink of water. Reese, say your point again there, Gildas.
Yeah, and listen carefully, because
Christianity and capitalism are like oil and water. You cannot have individual rights with Christianity. Christianity believes that God gives you rights. Capitalism does not believe that God gives you rights.
Capitalism doesn't have a belief. Capitalism is plain and simply that the means of production are owned privately. You can own the means of production privately and be an atheist, a Christian, any belief.
That's the libertarian view.
No,
the capitalist view does not believe that.
Well, there is no capitalist view. I don't even know what you're talking about half the time, Gildas. Like, I don't think you do.
No, I know exactly what I'm talking about.
I want to point out the Quakers in Pennsylvania, they wanted to be able to farm their own lands and sell their products without the government interfering, the king interfering with their right to be able to produce and sell products. That was like one of their main things in Pennsylvania at the time of the founding.
Absolutely, it was. But the Quakers, nevertheless, believed in another dimension that was motivating them to do what they wanted to do. A true capitalist, a true individual living on this planet does not believe he or she is influenced by another realm, which is what the Quakers believe.
Okay, so let me ask you then this, Gildas. How many countries in the history of the world have been overthrown by secular capitalists?
Only the Native American tribes in North America and South America, but mainly North America.
Form of a revolution, like what we're calling for, what's been talked about in this room, in Iran, calling for a revolution. We're comparing it to the Revolutionary War here in America. Can you give me an example of some time in history that a secular capitalist uprising has occurred to revolt and take control of the country?
Well, if only you would not dote on the word capitalism, but the word or the phrase individual rights. And that is when you see this usurpation of medieval society. Medieval society is usurped by individual rights.
What are we doing right now?
I don't know. Gildas,
we don't have to go there. We don't have to get that deep into it. But I can explain it.
Well, hold on, Gildas. I got a question for you, Gildas. So, the School of Salamanca came up with the concepts of capitalism. Many of the Austrian economists that helped reinforce these ideas, like Karl Menger, Catholic, Friedrich Hayek, Catholic, all of these people were either Protestant or Catholic that came up with these theories that you here today defend. And my question for you is, if the people that came up with these concepts that you like to defend and represent overwhelmingly were Catholic or Protestant, why would you make this silly comment that it's incompatible?
Because, as I always say, that between von Mises and Ayn Rand, you have a pathway.
I didn't mention either of them, by the way. I mentioned Karl.
I did.
I mentioned Karl Menger.
Pathway.
Can you respond to what I said? Can you respond to what I said? Okay. Respond to what I said without going off on a tangent. Can you respond to what I said? Well, here's the biggest test that you'll ever have in your life. Can you respond directly to?
Again, the basis of capitalism is not rooted in any kind of mysticism. It's rooted in the dignity of humankind. I have a rational mind, and that is what I use to establish capitalism.
I have to ask you this, Gildas. So you're making capitalism almost like a religion or a faith. Is capitalism your religion?
No, it is not based on faith. It is based on the rational capacity of the human being. That's not religion. That's not faith. That's not believing God is going to resurrect you one day. It just means that you live on this planet and you have to do what you need to do to survive. You have,
So
argument to that.
Yeah. Look, if Adam Smith, if Karl Menger, if the entire School of Salamanca all believe in capitalism and theorize this, and each one of them being Christian, whether it's Protestant or Catholic, if Adam Smith himself being a Christian, if Adam Smith is a Christian, how can you say that it's incompatible?
Because the moral basis of Adam Smith's belief in capitalism is wrong. He believes that it's something that is going to be good for all people, and that's where he ends his argument. People like Ayn Rand, people like von Mises.
Wait, hold on. No. Before you gish gallop into something else, let's go into Adam Smith. Where did he say that?
He says it in The Wealth of Nations.
Okay, no. It's a pretty dense book. You know, it's a pretty dense book. And I'm very familiar with it. I'm curious, like, because I think what you're doing, you're like the guy that watches a movie, maybe you didn't even see the movie, and then you misquote. You're like the person that misquotes Luke, I am your father, where that's never been the line in the movie. And then you misquote it so often that you genuinely believe it to be true, even though it's not in there.
No, I don't make that mistake at all. What Adam Smith
was a Christian, and Adam Smith is a Christian, and
can I get my point out, or
you can fucking try, but
you're
quit being dishonest. Quit being dishonest. How much you want to? Okay, I'm gonna bet.
You're cutting me
Okay, let me just make a prediction. I'm gonna make a prediction. Gildas is gonna rant, and he's going to say something about Mises or Ayn Rand, and he's gonna ignore that I just brought up Adam Smith, the School of Salamanca, Carl Menger, who started at the Austrian School of Economics.
Yeah, well,
he's gonna ignore all of them, and he's gonna mention Ayn Rand, which he clearly doesn't know Ayn Rand as well as I do. He's gonna mention Ayn Rand and Mises. But go ahead.
Well, that's your woeful misprediction. The difference between Adam Smith and people like Mises and Rand is that they're trying to find out why capitalism and the free market have moral justifications. When it comes to Adam Smith is more so along the line of a utilitarian reasoning for capitalism. He just says, like, it just works, so let it work. But he cannot come up with a moral or a more deeply philosophical reason why it should work. Now, when you get into Ayn Rand or you get into von Mises, they're telling you that this is the way that human beings interact with the world around them. Adam Smith had nothing to say about that. He was totally mute on that point. And in that fashion, he's a pragmatist. But Ayn Rand and von Mises are saying, well, it's something about the way humans evolve, the way that we use our minds to interact with the world around us.
Do you know what Ayn Rand's religion was?
She didn't have a religion. She was an atheist.
Well, I'm glad you got that part right, because you've got everything else wrong in this entire conversation. And by the way, I want to just pat myself on the back. I predicted that rather than talking about Carl Menger, School of Salamanca, Adam Smith, So I mentioned all of them, and then I knew exactly that you would go to Mises and Ayn Rand.
But that's what I always... Everyone who knows me on this app knows those are my two friends, especially the Tocqueville, who has the greatest critique of a society that is, careening towards socialism. I've always said that. It's not like a surprise. If anyone has followed me for the last 5 years, they know that those are my philosophical ballasts. Okay?
How did we get here? Like, where are we?
I don't know. They wanted to challenge me.
I'll tell you, Mike, how we got here. Mike, hold on, Gildas. I want to explain to Mike how we got here. Because Gildas, who doesn't know what capitalism is, was trying to make this argument that capitalism and Christianity are incompatible, despite the fact that the people that have theorized and put capitalism into practice put it into our lives as an economic system. Almost all of them were Christians, and Gildas can't wrap his head around it.
Von Mises and Ayn Rand were not Christians.
They were not, and they were not the people. They were not the people that brought these ideas into the
rely on Christians. What are you talking about? I do not rely on Christians to explain the meaning of capitalism. So that's a misnomer in your argument. Again, it's not retarded if you would only...
It is so retarded, Gildas, man.
Give it to
talk about this. It makes you want to become a communist.
Or became a communist, would be able to feed himself.
This is a very good point. This is a very good point that Todd brings up. I am an unapologetic capitalist, but every time I fucking hear Gildas talk about capitalism, I feel like the fucking Homer Simpson meme where he's like ducking into the fucking hedges. I want nothing to do with the way that he describes it because he's so fucking off base that it's like, this is why people don't fucking like capitalism.
You can't tell us what capitalism is. I guarantee you that if you tried right now, you would falter. What is capitalism, Mojo?
Yeah, I'll answer it very succinctly. Thank you for the question. It is, the means of production is owned privately. And this is something that is super important, and you need to think about the alternatives to ownership of the means of production being private, which could be state-ran or it could be public-ran. In either case, it would be a violation of your individual freedom. And so capitalism is the logical extension of individual freedom in the economic realm. And so that's all capitalism is. And that's why you could be any religion. You could be an atheist. You could be a Christian. Ayn Rand, I think, makes a great justification for capitalism. She's an atheist. I can give you all the guys at the School of Salamanca that were all Christians. I gave you Karl Menger, who founded the Austrian School of Economics, which you like to mention Mises. You probably didn't know that Karl Menger was the guy that founded the school, and Mises was his student. So, I mean, the fact is you don't actually study these things. I think what you've done is you watched maybe about a 9-minute clip on YouTube about what capitalism is, and now you think you're a fucking expert. And when somebody that actually knows what capitalism starts explaining it, your fucking head explodes because you're not ready.
My head does not explode, and you can bring up some of the history of capitalism, and that is fine. I'm always willing to learn. That's okay. But your definition doesn't really depart from the definition that I offered either.
Well, Gildas, I guess, are you saying that if a Christian is a capitalist, that all of their capitalistic decisions will be entirely run by their faith?
Well, what I'm getting at, and what Mojo did not explain, is why Christianity and capitalism are anathema to one another. Now, can you explain that, Mojo, or do you think Christianity and capitalism are compatible?
Yeah, I think it's self-evident that they're compatible, considering that the person that's... Well, I'm going to explain this. Since the person that's considered the father of capitalism, Adam Smith, was a Christian, I think that fact alone disproves whatever the fuck you're trying to do.
Capitalism believes in one realm. Capitalism believes in one realm of existence because it's based and it's rooted in Aristotle's idea that we have one existence to live. Now, if you want to import this idea that Christianity and capitalism can commingle, well, then I disagree with you. Now, there may be capitalists.
How do you explain a devout Christian like Adam Smith being considered the father of
because he got some things wrong. He laid it out.
Wait, hold on. So Gildas has it right, and Adam Smith has it wrong. This is fucking
Absolutely.
What did he get wrong?
I have more availability to knowledge. Absolutely, I do. Adam Smith is not a god that I have to worship because I'm a capitalist. I can check some of his ideas. And the fact that he's a Christian means that he couldn't be a full-blown capitalist, which is what I am. Capitalism means there must be one realm of knowledge, one realm of
This is a religious statement in and of itself.
It's not a religious statement. I don't want to get into the
weird. This is like a weird semantic riff. You're like unilaterally defining capitalism. This is retarded.
Well, capitalism and Christianity cannot work together. Which is what I've been
That makes zero sense. Without explaining the cultures that birth capitalism, more or less, namely Protestant ones, capitalism does not work. unfortunately. Like, Anne Rand, you give way too much credit to. She had some really brilliant ideas and was a great storyteller. But she was, wait, Gildas, hold on. Gildas, hold on. She was like the inverse, she was like a capitalist communist. She still misread key parts of like the human spirit and motivational system in the same way that makes communism fail. Like, she is just this boring, dry objectivist that excludes like all life from the world, and why so many of her ideas, while very interesting, are
How do you
half-baked.
argue that? Look, I'm not even trying to.
Have you read her? Have you read her?
Absolutely, I have. I read her back in college.
I didn't smell her.
I'm not trying to say that
You're like an early version of like a chat bot. Because if you've read her, and you read Adam Smith, and you read the history, the development of the cultures that really put forth capitalism in its early. Go ahead.
You don't
Gildas, I have a question for you. Gildas, I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
Who coined the term capitalism?
I can't recall the name right now. I don't know.
Interesting. So yeah, it's Louis Blanc. A lot of people mistakenly say that Marx and Engels came up. Hold on. He was a French socialist that came up with the term.
Somewhere in there.
And he came up with the term because he was criticizing what he accurately described of the idea of capitalism. And so the fact that you're going to be the expert on capitalism, the fact that you don't know where the term came from, how it was popularized, who actually breathed it into existence and made it the system that proved out to lift more people from poverty than any other economic system, the fact that you don't know the history of this, but you speak on it like you're some fucking professor, like it's kind of embarrassing.
I didn't say any of that. I'm learning about capitalism as I'm growing older. And I admit that there are parts of it that I don't know. And that's okay. But I'm still moving in the direction of capitalism and not in the direction of socialism. So if I'm not a full-blown expert, forgive me for that. I'm sorry that I'm not fucking sage or something like that. My bad. But the general direction that I'm moving in is about capitalism and not socialism. And that's where I land. I don't have to be sane. You know, I'm not sane. I didn't read all
Gildas,
the books.
since you know so much about capitalism, do you think Canada is capitalism or is Canada
No, it's not. It's a mixed economy.
What is it? What is it? What do you think?
He just described it for you.
It's a mixed economy. More mixed than America is. I cannot recite Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations to you guys tonight, right now. I cannot recite it. But I know that the ideas in that book are better than Mamdani and his ideas. Can you tell me all of Mamdani's ideas? Do you know his father's books? Since you want to vote for him in New York, do you know exactly what his father was writing about? Can you explain it to me in detail and cite sources from each page? No. You know you can't. That's the nature of Clubhouse. I understand. You might say, all right, whatever it is. I can find it and I can quote it to you if you give me a moment, and I can really do that. Roger, you've seen me. Excuse me. Mojo, you've seen me do that.
Gildas, I just want to tell you what this.
Like, Gildas, you can't even quote like entire arcs of like history. No one's asking you to like recite like a word for word a particular page of Wealth of Nations. What are you talking about?
Cited so much history on this app that it's kept these niggas from asking you for reparations.
Yeah, but you're missing like hundreds of years here or there.
I will give you a breakdown of history right now that none of you are.
You could give a breakdown of history of capitalism.
I can certainly do it right now, and I can explain to you why slavery happened.
Answer me this question.
All right, one at a time, gentlemen.
Yeah, is Adam Smith's moral sentiments compatible with Christianity?
Yes, they are. And that's what's wrong with his sentiments. That's the problem. He got, like, the analysis of capitalism correct, but because he was a Christian, because he was an Anglican, I believe, he can't give you the moral grounding for capitalism.
You know,
That
Gildas, let me just stop you. This is, Gildas, just stop. What you're saying is like, it would be like somebody getting on the stage and saying, the Apostle Paul is incompatible with the teaching of Christ, because the Apostle Paul, he had part of it right, but he didn't have the wholeness, the oneness of Christ. Like, this is exactly the way you said it. This is, well, I understand that, but
I see where you're coming from. Yeah.
But my point is, you're talking about things that you don't understand.
Can you explain how I don't understand that Adam Smith was a Christian? So it's just like Kant. He wants to believe in the Enlightenment, but he has to go back to his mother teaching him his Christianity. He has to make way for his Christian upbringing to buttress his new Enlightenment ideas, and that is exactly what what's the name of the book? The critique of what's the name of Kant's book?
No one's gonna help you.
The critique of
Renaissance.
The critique of pure rationalism, etc. Like, he's saying that because he wants to believe in the Enlightenment, but he knows his mama raised him as a Christian. So he's trying to find a way to make both of them kind of suffuse together.
The
critique of pure rationalism.
This is the problem with learning things on the internet.
You're crashing out.
I didn't learn any of this from the internet. I read this in books.
Gildas, you were saying that capitalism and Christianity are incompatible. I don't think you understand either. Do you know Matthew 25:14-30?
If you read it to me, I'm sure I could critique it in a way.
Well, I'm not going to read it to you. You can do your own research, but it's the parable of talents. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, it's nonsense. It's belief in some person who is supposed to die soon, and he's telling you what to do, but he's going to.
So you've never read it. So just like Wealth of Nations, you've never read the Bible.
In the church, man, like I don't know the exact chapter. You're right about that. Like, I can't quote it right now.
It is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom.
Yeah. Hold on. Gildas, are you familiar with Gildas, are you familiar with Proverbs 10:4?
Read it.
Or Colossians 3:23. I'm just asking you if you're familiar with these things, because you were saying that you believe that capitalism is incompatible with Christianity. Stop. No, you're saying that it's incompatible, and I'm pointing.
You can't use the Bible against me, though.
Hold on.
I don't know any of it.
Hold on. I can't use Wealth of Nations against you because you've never fucking read it. It's above your reading comprehension level.
Let us analyze it together.
Gildas, how the fuck can you sit up here and say that it's antithetical? They go against each other when you're saying you don't know the Bible. How fucking stupid is
I don't have the Bible in front of me.
Oh my god, then how are you going to say that it goes against capitalism? That is so fucking stupid. If you don't understand the scriptures, where Mojo is clearly pointing out scriptural verses that
read them
to capitalism.
Read them to the thing.
God, you're retarded.
No, I want you to go educate. I want you to go educate yourself. I want you to go research school of thought. Stop, Gildas, stop. Listen, you would embarrass yourself less if you would talk about capitalism less.
Gildas, by a similar logic,
with the fundamentals of capitalism are, Roger.
Gildas.
Sorry. You don't know what the moral basis is.
Gildas, I have a question. In a very analogous way, how can a medical doctor be a man of science and rationality, but also be devoutly religious?
Well, because that's their own inner contradiction. And you can have a person who believes in God, but is also they have fidelity with science. That's not anything that's like a misnomer or a contradiction. You have that afoot in our society. You have plenty of great surgeons who believe in God.
It's being weird.
I'm not being weird. I'm answering your questions.
Gildas, I think you should study mercantilism and also Renaissance.
Mercantilism, nigga. It's not a soft thing. This nigga said mercantilism. You want me to argue with him? Mercantilism.
Hold
up. Everyone mute up. Gildas,
you can't say mercantilism.
I agree with you, but the best part of your rebuttal to him was when you called him nigga. That was the best part of your rebuttal.
Some of these niggas ain't ready. I'll fuck with Roger. I'll fuck with Mojo. You know, him and I can contend. But if you tell me to fuck with mercantilism, nigga, you gotta go back to 3rd grade.
You can't contend.
Bro, he said mercantilism.
That's okay. If Mojo proves me wrong sometimes, that's okay. I'm with that. But for a nigga to jump on stage and say mercantilism, you niggas are out of pocket.
Fuck, dude, leave it to somebody to be so dumb that it saves Gildas.
Nah, I'm cool on mercantilism. Y'all niggas is out of pocket.
Dude, that brought the black out.
The black has been on display at all times.
Hey, Gildas, but level with me here, man. You know,
I'll let you. Go ahead.
I fuck with you. We go way back on this app, but I think the things that, you know, like, get a lot of
Blake is one of my friends. He might try to check me. Go ahead, Blake.
Yeah. What I'm saying, I think fair is like just people off guard is when you openly, you know, you open the scar and you know, it's like this dissension towards Christianity and the belief, and I don't think you'll ever understand. You know, I know that's why I think the Christians try to argue with my kingdom, because it's like, bro, you try to
His mic is grilled cheese.
You know what I'm saying?
Your mic is crunchy. Your mic is crunchy.
Yeah, no, I was just. Yeah, can you hear me now?
You were in the Matrix.
Oh, hold on. Before you go, Blake, I just want to ask Gildas a question. Gildas, what religion do you think is incompatible with communism?
No religions are incompatible with communism, because communism believes that society is the religion. So they will outlaw Christianity or Buddhism or whatever they need to do.
So wouldn't that make Christianity incompatible with communism?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. So hold on. I would make the argument that from 1870 to 1900 was the best example of capitalism here in the U.S., best capitalism example in world history. I would also argue that during that time, you had 90+% of the country that was Christian, that were following an economic system that was developed by Christians. And the best example of communism would be Soviet Russia or Mao's China, where they were communist, and both of them were atheists. So my question to you is, why wouldn't you just go with the argument that Christianity is incompatible with communism and just accept the fact that clearly Christianity and capitalism go hand?
Because in that period that you claim that Christianity was afoot in America, nothing was being accomplished by Christianity. Everything was being accomplished by the scientific method.
call it the Gilda's age.
Again, maybe to Theodore Roosevelt, everything that was being done through the sciences. Nobody was praying for the light bulb to turn on. Nobody was praying for the railroads to work. Everybody had a great, how do you know that, rational mind to make sure that these things were happening. Now, maybe they were praying, God, I hope this works. But when it actually played out, it was done because of the scientific method. It wasn't done, for instance, like Moses parting the Red Sea, and that's their accomplishments for their society. Now, when you look back in Genesis and that shit is happening, it's like, what the fuck is going on? They're saying God is parting the Red Sea, God is bringing locusts and all that kind of shit to Egypt. That's all bullshit. When it comes down to it, even if Thomas Edison was a devout Christian, what he's actually showing Americans is coming through enlightenment understanding, scientific understanding. God did not light up Lower Manhattan. God did not.
Even that was a consistent vacuum. That's not separable from the Protestant work ethic that like built.
But Jesus didn't do it. Nigga, did Jesus light the light bulb?
This is such a childish.
Okay, let me ask you. Did Edison light up the light bulb, or did Jesus?
This is like a
I want you to answer that question right now.
This is a stream.
Actually, Nicholas Tesla.
Jesus did. Hold on, Todd. I want everybody to be quiet.
Work ethic.
Todd. Hear me out. Did Jesus make that light bulb come on, or did Edison?
I don't know. Were you there? How do we know that was
Exactly. See, nigga, you might as well move to Iraq.
No, I'm making fun of you, but you don't.
You're gonna say you don't know?
Nicholas Tesla light.
I'm not drinking anything.
That's even worse then. I wish you were.
Did Edison light it up, or did Jesus do it?
What does it have to do with my point?
Exactly. This is why I can't fuck with you.
You didn't.
Because the
This
niggas
is not a
don't
mic
act
drop.
like it might be a debate.
Moment.
Nigga, you're gonna act like it's a debate? Did Jesus put on the first light bulb in Lower Manhattan, or did Edison do it?
Yeah,
The
answer is culture.
I want to answer from Todd.
In what culture?
I want to answer from Todd. Todd, can you answer it either way? No.
In what
Before we go forward,
what
because I don't want to argue with a savage. I want to argue enlightenment. Did God turn the light bulb on, or did Edison?
I hope this is performance art. Otherwise, it's
not performance art.
It was Thomas Jefferson.
One way or the other.
Yeah, I'll let you guys argue.
That's what I'm saying. You see, you got savages on stage.
This is
And these
not
niggas believe Jesus turned the light bulb on, but he don't want to say it.
This is not
Yo, Gillis.
He electrified Lower Manhattan.
This is Jive.
You niggas are out of control.
You're just making it up, aren't you?
I'm not making anything up. Can you answer the question?
Gildas, I have a question for you. Gildas, I have a relevant question for you.
All right, go ahead, Rob.
How much have you had to drink?
I don't drink. I don't want anything to drink. I'm only attacking the logic of my friends on stage. Don't put it on drink. Put it.
So you haven't had a drink. So you're claiming you haven't had a drink.
No, I have not. I do nothing.
So are you on some other kind of medication? Because you're slurring your words.
Not at all. Is anyone answering my idea?
He's more up, Roger. Are you on lean right now?
This is what you guys do every night.
What do you mean, you guys?
Can you answer the question?
Can anybody else envision him like leaning in with that like
answer the
heavy smell of alcohol in his breath as he gets right in your face to explain all this shit? And you guys at the bar and you're like, Gildas, just get a cap.
Oh, this conversation at the bar would be great. Can you imagine Gildas just fucking like sitting there yelling in a fucking like half-empty bar, saying that Christianity isn't compatible with capitalism, and then when anybody argues with them, then just calling them nigga?
Roger, and him just leaning right into you with that heavy breath of fucking liquor.
Listen, Gildas, do you know that there was 5 major extinctions on Earth? So how do you know civilizations didn't exist back then that they put a light bulb on?
That's a non sequitur.
I'm definitely starting to think
That's
that
a non sequitur. That's what you call a non sequitur.
Another
I'm
reptilian.
not talking about the Eemian period. I'm not talking about the Cambrian period. I'm talking about right now, where this nigga will not admit that the Enlightenment brought light and Jesus didn't. And he won't admit it. Nigga, can you admit it or not? He won't admit it. That's why I don't fuck with none of y'all niggas, and that's why I fuck with my white people.
Mercantilism.
No, mercantilism, nigga. You niggas, I'd rather argue with, let me see his name, Mojo. I'd rather argue with Mojo because you niggas don't know how to argue. All
Can I
you do is
hold
get
on,
caught up
Gildas,
in your
Gildas,
bullshit.
Gildas, hold on.
I don't want to talk to no niggas.
Gildas, hold on.
I don't want to talk to no.
Gildas, hold on. Hey, I will mute your fucking monkey ass. Just shut the fuck up for a second. I just want to say a shout out to the audience. I will say that this is one of the rooms that I fucking pray to God, and I'm not even a Christian. I pray to God that Edmund is recording this shit, streaming this shit, because the world is missing out if he's not sharing this. Gildas, continue. Tell us more about it.
Can we actually listen to Blake and Todd? They've been wanting to talk.
Hell yeah. Todd's been talking, but I think Blake phone's checked.
Well, I do have a question for Gildas. What is the moral? What moral virtues did capitalism bring us?
So, in order to be a capitalist, you have to believe that your mind is the only way you survive on planet Earth. You don't get food from photosynthesis like a plant. The only way a human being can eat is if he or she uses their mind. I'll stop right there. Do you hear what I'm saying, or is that not clear?
They obviously ate for years prior to capitalism, right? By hunting and gathering.
Yes. And at the very
But that
basic
like
stage.
What moral virtues did capitalism bring?
All right. You gotta explain this shit like every time I'm on my app. I gotta explain this shit every time. So, you know that you cannot eat unless you move, unless you do something. You're not gonna eat based on instinct. Like, your stomach is not gonna lead you to a steak. You have to think about how to get a steak. You can't just be like, I'm a human laying on my back, and by instinct, I'm gonna eat. That's not gonna happen. You're not a flower.
Are you retarded? This is like a complete perversion of biology. What the fuck are you talking about?
Do you agree with that?
Do you have to
statement or not?
Do you have to think to take the next breath? Like you have an entire
Okay,
autonomic
the
nervous
rest is
system.
one thing, and you know that is crucial. You don't think about taking a breath, but in order to sustain yourself, you have to do something. You have to move. You have to bite. You have to claw at something or pick something. You have to like be motivated, and your motivation is what your humanity is.
Does this level of like thought require development of human language?
Yo, can I tell you something? Why the whole world is motivated? I feel like the whole world is motivated because they don't know anything. They're stuck in the matrix, and that's why they're motivated.
No, we weren't stuck
hold on. Gildas, I would make the argument that you actually have to think to not eat. I think that the more conscious decision would be, if somebody's on a hunger strike, because your instinct is to survive, your instinct is to eat, and you would have to tap into some incredible mind power and to be able to resist the natural urge to fucking eat, because that's what it takes to stay alive.
Why is your heart beating? Your heart in your chest is beating. It's pumping blood throughout your body to do what? What will sustain your heart beating? You need to eat. You need to consume.
Can you pause right there? I just want to ask the people right here. I want all the people on the stage and all the people in the chat to just write in the chat what alcohol you think that Gildas is drinking. Try to be as specific as possible. We'll see if we can nail it.
Yeah, well, you guys can use that. There have been some nights where I've had some drinks on this app, but it's not tonight.
I feel like
I need like this. Therefore, we'll just answer the question, and it's because I teach, and I know that you guys have never answered a question like this in a classroom. You've never been around your friends in a classroom, and you've never been asked by an instructor, why does your heart beat? For what? Can you answer that in a sentence? I would love to hear a nigga speak.
I think you try to fucking test me.
So
exactly. Now this nigga wants to get into crime. That would be nigga. No, that's not even it.
Hey, Gildas, when I was younger, I was taught you can impress someone two ways. You can baffle them with brilliance, or you can baffle them with bullshit. You definitely.
I'm not about bullshit, man. I have a full-blown philosophical understanding of every question I'm asking you, which is what none of you niggas have. I can explain it philosophically, but you can't. If I ask you the question, I can pin you down, and I guarantee you don't have a philosophical basis. You want to go there with me, or not?
Not only are you incorrect from a
guarantee.
Gildas, can we just inquire and ask if it's Crown Royal?
Gildas, not only are you scientific,
say that, man.
It's completely wrong.
Crown
Your
Royal.
philosophical precepts aren't even defensible.
All right. You can dismiss me. You can call me whatever. But you have never thought about this shit. You don't.
Yeah, because I don't have
brain physical standing in. You've never thought about metaphysics at all, especially with black people on stage. You niggas have no ideas about metaphysics.
How do you feel about quantum physics?
Nigga, you can't get to quantum physics until you talk about metaphysics. You don't even know what metaphysics is.
Bro, listen, man. I know exactly what it is. My brother is getting his PhD in
Well,
AI engineering and quantum physics.
I'm talking about black people on stage who are like, oh, Gildas is just a coon. He a coon. Ain't nobody black on this stage can tell me what metaphysics are.
Gildas, who called you a coon right now?
They call me a coon every single night.
No, right now, who calls you a coon?
Not Blake. Blake is cool, but maybe they've left the stage, but it happens all the time. I don't know. I'm not gonna single anybody out.
All that shit aside, man, I agree it's cool.
And your microphones is fucked up. Get off Droid, get an iPhone.
Hey, I got a question for Todd. Todd, what's your beef with that read?
I think that she has, The Fountainhead is one of my favorite books of all time, but I feel like she just did an overcorrection from the horrors of communism. She extrudes so much of fundamentals of the human condition and reward system in a similar way, but in the opposite direction that communism does. But I think
do not extrude.
Well, hold on.
No, it's not. Extrude look up what extrude means, Gildas.
Gilda, so you're talking about the philosophy work that she's done and the stuff that Peacock has expanded on, or like work of hers? Are you questioning this, or are you talking about maybe even some of the late interviews she was doing? Like where are you getting that critique?
Wait, are you asking me or Gildas?
I'm asking you. Gildas doesn't know about it. Gildas, mute up. You don't know anything about Rand. That's why I'm asking.
Some of her interviews, but just like the themes that show up in her book, like which I think she got so much right, but I just think it's too much in the head, not enough, and like as cheesy as it sounds, like the heart, the human spirit, just even some fundamentals of like biology and the reward system that are not just about this super dry objective like rational self-interest, which is by no means dismissible. I just think she over-indexes on it. Again, in somewhat of a similar way to communism, but just in the opposite direction. But I think she gets so much right, and in a vacuum, it would work. But there was just always something missing for me.
No, I can appreciate that. I think that the critique that I have of her is probably similar to yours in that she's such an absolutist, but I still forgive her because of the trauma she went through. I feel like, okay, this is how trauma manifests, where it's like you're gonna have these flashes of brilliance, and then you're just gonna, have a tendency to maybe take things, a step too far. I think I can accept that. The more irritating thing to me are the people that basically treat objectivism like it's a religion. Like especially the ones that believe it's a closed philosophy, and that if Rand didn't say it, then it doesn't exist. Like at least the people from like Atlas Society are a little bit more like, okay, let's take the ideas that she has and let's see how we would apply it to like some of the challenges we have today. But yeah, I went there, and there was a part of me. I would say that my political awakening came from when I was 20 years old. I read Atlas Shrugged, and so she'll always have a special place because she was the person that got me interested in politics, got me interested in the idea that something's wrong, right? Like she called my attention to that in a way that I couldn't ignore. But the more that I've read, especially when you get into the philosophy, where she has this desire to always be right, I think you're pretty successful.
But I hate the people that dismiss her wholesale just because of some of the missing pieces.
What do you guys think of the Tocqueville? He's totally disembodied from Ayn Rand, but he has he's like the precursor to that kind of thinking. And if you read Democracy in America, he tells you that socialism is going to be the downfall of a free market economy. And if you read Democracy in America, de Tocqueville, who was an aristocrat, who knew that his family was losing its money and losing its privilege. I don't have to rely on Ayn Rand. She's dope, she's good, she has her points. But yeah, maybe she's a little too forceful in some ways or not. But what about de Tocqueville? Have Americans reckoned with de Tocqueville?
Just to point out, de Tocqueville was a Catholic, by the way.
He was a Catholic. That's what I'm trying to offer an olive branch here, because I don't believe in religion. He's Catholic. He believed, Hayek took a lot of his ideas from de Tocqueville. But if you read Democracy in America, he's telling you that the people will clamor for more welfare at the end of the day. And why don't we have American intellectuals contending with that? It's just oh nigga, you don't know what you're talking about, you drunk, shut the fuck up. It's right there.
This is not a war that's going to be won on the level of ideas. Socialism becomes more and more attractive as we live this ghoulish version of crony capitalism. That has to be.
What allows me to say this.
Please.
Is that Americans do not want to contend with philosophy. You don't want to think in philosophical terms. You want to.
You don't even think in philosophical terms.
Oh,
you don't even know what the fuck you're saying.
That's a,
You tried to correct extrude because you didn't know what the fucking word meant. You don't know what you're saying.
Okay, here's what I'm saying. I'm not gonna attack you because I don't know you. I'm not gonna say, oh, you a faggot, you stupid, you a dumbass nigger. Fuck you, nigga. You don't have shit to say. You a dumbass faggot nigger. I don't say that. But you don't understand that there were societies prior to this one that we live in.
Wait, hold on. Can I just ask? Hold on. I just found the mute button. What was that? Was that like a Tourette outburst? Like, what
No,
the fuck
it
is
wasn't. No, it was a drunk outburst. How American discourse happens. American discourse is.
What Americans are you hanging out with?
I don't know who you are, but I'm gonna try to clown you. I'm gonna say your mama sucked dick, and you ain't shit, and fuck you, and nigga shut up. That's American discourse. But there's a philosophical discourse that's like, okay, why do you believe in welfare? And then people can say, well, I disagree with welfare because of this, that. And then you can say, well, I disagree. And that's how the conversation should be. But every time on a Clubhouse, it devolves into, oh, you a bitch, you a fucking faggot ass pussy, oh, whatever, nigga, your mama, blah, 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 blah. That's not philosophy.
Gildas, this is one of the weirdest crash outs I've ever been in.
It's not a crash out. This is me, like, showing you what a drunk crash out. I'm not crashing out because I'm not devolving into that level of fisticuffs. I'm telling you what you guys do.
Gildas, I've literally never had a conversation like you just described in my entire life. Not a single time.
Clubhouse long
Yeah. I don't go into rooms like this, nor did I grow up in certain parts of the country. But this is insane. Like, what are we doing here? Are you sure you're not on drugs? I really hope you are.
I do not use drugs.
That makes it so much worse.
I have listened to this app over and over, and it always devolves into this. It always devolves into that.
You can be fair that none of us have used that language with you, right?
In this moment, not in this room, not tonight. Yes. But you know what I'm talking about.
So who are you arguing? Yeah, but who are you arguing against, though? You're arguing against, like, points that no one made or did any. We didn't have these actions.
So
you're like issuing these grievances, and we didn't do this.
What should America do with Iran? How soon?
That was the original topic. That's literally the original topic. Was that got us going down this path?
Yeah,
and I introduced.
Gildas had to change the entire fucking subject and jump to how Christianity and capitalism.
No, in reality,
Well, okay. To recap, how we got onto the capitalism part was Gildas was arguing for capitalism being the driving factor that would lead a revolution in Iran, and I, asserted that I think they need something greater than themselves. One being religion, based on Sarah's testimony, that they are largely now agnostic or atheist. That many of the Iranian people. So yeah, I said, trying to compare it to the Revolutionary War, and then it led down this path of Gildas. Dancing around his thoughts and ideas about how capitalism was not compatible with Christianity.
And he started attacking you, Joe, saying that, they shouldn't become Christians. They should have a God to put their trust in and be driven and motivated.
Yeah, it was very telling. I mean, like, this, some of these things that it revealed is that you have some sort of conflict with the faith in God. You don't necessarily have to believe, but you don't have to have a conflict with it either, though, bro.
I'm only a valid atheist on the app. Nobody's willing to say they're an atheist. Everybody.
Wait, Necro's an atheist.
I'm a full-blown atheist on the app.
Hold on, Gildas.
Everyone else is weird.
Gildas, there's literally a guy that posts a room every week called Ask an Atheist.
Yeah, but he's not a part of the circle that we all
Gildas,
talk.
I'm openly atheist.
Wait, Gildas, I have a question.
I never heard that.
Gildas, you said in the circle, who would be the pivot man?
I'm the pivot man.
Okay.
I'm the only one who came out as an avowed atheist. The rest of you believe
you're catching all the shots, aren't you, Gildas?
Gildas, you should start a religion about this.
I'm not going to start.
No, you should start an atheist religion.
No,
Profit. This is a good idea.
Not have a religion.
But you have so many religious beliefs.
Gildas, you should start it. You should start your own 501c.
Religions on this app. I've never heard you guys say that. You guys are libertarians. You guys are anarchists.
I was saying it
But
earlier.
you're
What are
not.
you talking
Hey,
about?
Gildas, hold on. Can I just take a second to thank Joe and Maxwell for creating this room? This is the funnest room that I've been in a very long time.
Well, that's part of my job.
You know what was wild about tonight?
And I would like to thank Gildas for
You've never heard of black man.
Like, none of the conversations were related. We like seamlessly flowed into like random ass fucking like rabbit holes. We were just going down weird shit. So we went from
And I'm not attacking anybody.
now capitalism, Christianity. It's fucking weird.
And I'm not
Then we were
attacking
going over
anybody.
Obama for a while. Like what the fuck? Obama and Nixon. It was just such random shit tonight.
But I think all you motherfuckers are scared to be atheists.
Oh, Dragon. Remember Dragons was here for a while? That was a fun time.
Then we talked about this.
I have to tell you, that is the truest statement you've ever made, assuming something about me. Yes, I am frightened to be an atheist.
I think Mojo might come with me, but we have our political disagreements. But Abby, Dr. Adams, all them motherfuckers believe that their ancestors are doing a two-step in heaven. And that's ridiculous.
They're not.
I gotta go. Gildas, hold up. Gildas. You're the philosopher on the app. Everybody knows that, right? What is your favorite? So who are some of your favorite philosophers?
Oh, my favorite philosopher, Mojo, is Nietzsche. I love his writing, his style, the way that he works through it. Now, I don't agree with this idea.
This is fucking hilarious. There's no chance in hell you've ever read Nietzsche. There's no chance.
I've read Nietzsche. I've read Nietzsche through and through. I've read Nietzsche since I was 18. And I always come back to him just in terms of his style of writing. I don't agree with his philosophy. But, if you've read my book, if you've read like a couple of pages out of it, it's totally influenced by Nietzsche. After Nietzsche, it's Camus. I love Camus. Camus was an existentialist writer.
Camus Harris?
Albert Camus, The Stranger. I love his philosophy or his way of writing. And after that, it's Sartre. And after him, it's Voltaire. That's who you see in my, if you do my PTR, you check my account.
That's me, Dragon. Whoever asked that.
That's a quote from Voltaire, and I love Voltaire. I love the Enlightenment philosophy, which just repudiates religiosity.
Gildas,
I don't know
Gildas,
why.
Gildas, I got a question for you. You ever read Art of War?
I read it when I was in Paris, but I didn't get anything from it. So I read it one time, but I probably need to revisit it.
Gildas, what are your top 3 Nietzsche books?
Okay.
That was a Google pause.
I know.
No. I don't have to use Google. Because, okay, the genealogy is number 1. That's dope. Ecce Homo is number 2. And, number 3.
Let me not pick the top 5. Let me scroll down the list real quick.
No. Like, I'm literally not.
I'm literally looking
Well, we know
at
the
the top
genealogy was dope. That's how, whenever I listen to
Genealogy
I'm like,
is
yo,
number 2.
that's
And
dope.
the number 2.
Wait, hold on, pause. I want to get some audience participation. Go to the chat, everyone. And if you believe that Gildas has read Nietzsche, go ahead and press 1. And if you believe that he hasn't, press 2. And then Gildas, let's go peek and see what people are saying. 2 means that you think he hasn't. 1 believe it means that
Well, the Zarathustra would be number 3. I didn't have to tap the phone for that. I love Nietzsche.
Have you read Nietzsche or have you heard Jordan?
No, I've read Nietzsche. I've read his.
Okay, hold on.
Let me ask you guys.
Hold on, Gildas. You said, hold on.
Let me ask you guys this.
Which book did
Because I
you say
know
was your
nobody
favorite?
on this stage has ever read.
Because I know Aiken knows Nietzsche inside now. So on the genealogy of Nietzsche, what was your favorite part, Gildas? What was your favorite part?
The genealogy?
Yeah,
is
the genealogy.
Explaining when he says that you can be an Apollonian, but if you're a Dionysian, you get to see the flare of the night when they're parading. That is my favorite part.
Aiken, how did he do?
Now, let me
Bruh,
ask you.
I'm telling you right now, bro. I'm out, bro. I'm out. That's crazy. Look,
I read Nietzsche then.
I've read Dr. Seuss, and that part about Renex Japan.
No, you gotta stay here for 3 hours like the rest of us.
I can talk to you about Nietzsche for 3 hours. Now, here's my favorite line from Nietzsche. When he says,
I read it in a sentence with other people.
When he says, thus spake Zarathustra, Zarathustra.
God has killed him.
Here's my line.
Okay.
Here's my line. I'm telling you right now. I'm not looking it up. I love this line.
No.
He says, and this is the line that made Dostoevsky write Crime and Punishment.
Okay, hold on. This is Jordan Peterson, bro. This is like the most Jordan Peterson.
No, I'm not doing that.
Hold on. You guys pause. Everyone pause. We're going to ask Gildas probably the most important question. Gildas, do you believe that Nietzsche was a capitalist?
No, he was not. No, he hated capitalism and
But
he
you said
hated socialism.
but you said that he's your favorite philosopher.
Yes, he is. Because I like his style.
Why wouldn't one of your favorite philosophers have a philosophy?
Because his writing style was so good. And here's one of my favorite lines from Nietzsche. Out of Zarathustra, he said he understood how the murderer could love the bliss of the knife. Look that up. The bliss of the knife. He understood what it would mean to be in a free market economy nigga shut.
Can you repeat that quote so we can believe it's read it again, please? Can you repeat that line again so we can all be convinced it's right?
We're not allowed to kill this. We don't allow the N-word in here.
Gildas, can I ask you? All right. Look up ninjas.
No, Gildas.
I'm lying?
We have a new person on the stage.
And
No, hold up. Pause yourself. Just mute yourself. We have a new person on the stage. Jay has a question for you. So Jay, go ahead.
so are you a true atheist, Gildas? Yes. So what part of your life do you feel like God failed you?
I don't feel like God failed me because I don't believe God exists.
I'm asking you, like, when did you come to that?
Oh, okay. I'll answer that for my nigga. I sound like a nigga on the... Huh? I sound like a nigga. Alright, I'll tell you when I stopped being a Christian and when I became an atheist. Ain't that some shit? It happened to me when I finally said, like, I can't believe in Christianity or, spirituality or heaven or hell. It happened to me when my mother died and she was a big Christian. And I was like, well, why would God take her?
So that was a part that you feel like God failed you.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
It wasn't a part of God failing me now. Don't try to,
No.
do that. But I said, now, alright, nigga, I'll get real about it. I've read Aristotle, and he said there's one dimension. And I was like, nigga, yeah, this is what I've always thought. How could there be two dimensions?
You and Aristotle.
How could there... Hold on. Let me explain it. How could my mother or my grandmother be in heaven talking to me? Like, trying to communicate with me? And I'm out here trying to, like, find steaks and bread for my children. Where is God in the midst of
There's
that?
nothing in the scripture that says your grandma's trying to talk to you.
Are you sure you were in a cave and there was like a fire and you saw some shadows and you had like a...
See, this is how little you know about
what if this all is an
Christianity,
allegory?
Gildas. This is why you became an atheist, because you never were a Christian in the first place. You were a Christian by name. You were a Christian by birth. You were never really a Christian. You didn't understand scripture. You didn't know God. You never did.
Hold on, my friend. What made me finally be convinced to be an atheist.
No, Gildas, you have like this hood interpretation of God, like grandmammies looking down from heaven, like looking down, watch me masturbate and shit. Like, no, that's goes against scripture. That this is never described in scripture that your grandparents or your mom or your sister or your baby that died is looking down on you from heaven. Like, you're just listening to like this, pseudo Christianity that you got from like your culture and through your community and stuff that doesn't even exist. You never were a Christian. So don't claim to be a Christian and I became an atheist. You were always an atheist, you never knew God.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, there you go.
Right. I think that's absolutely right.
And you felt that God let you down by taking your mother and your grandma.
Hold on, let me speak. I'll let you speak.
Jones got it exactly right.
You Negroes
I'm not black.
When you Negroes were doing the hookup
I'm Jewish.
In the Patterson.
Yeah, I know. And Aikens, he's from like what, Ecuador or some shit like that?
Don't be like
I say.
Okay, I'm kidding. Okay, no, yeah, go ahead.
What you just wrote in the chat is just, you're retarded today. Like, I was just literally talking to Roger 2 days ago about you and saying that you've grown on me. But I'm starting to like Necro. And then you came in and you're just being a huge retard today.
And just
I'm very disappointed. Now we're back to fucking square one now.
Gildas
What does it mean? What does it mean when the black Christians who suffered through slavery saying Ashalabahando. What does that mean? Ashalabahando. What does that mean?
They're not. Okay, you're talking about Pentecostal. Okay, you're talking
Yo,
about
what does it sound like a caveman?
His argument is going to be something like, because I don't believe in Pentecostals and people speaking in tongues, this is why I don't believe in Christianity, right? Which is crazy to say, look, because I don't believe in the revivalist movement, because some people, this white guy decided to say, look, actually, on the 8th day God created a white person, also you can speak in tongues. Because of that version of Christianity, right, is not even the dominant form of Christianity any time frame, right? I just don't believe in God, but I also was a Christian. Oh, well, what is this? This is crazy. What's next? Oh, because the Pope did something at a certain date, that's why you're not a Christian? Like, this is not even like a theological thing.
What did you mean by the?
What does?
That's what he's saying. He's saying Pentecostals are doing. Okay, you're trying.
Ashalabahando.
Speaking tongues.
What does it mean?
I mean, I don't know what it means, but you seem as if you do.
I don't know what it means. When they say,
a lot of Christians don't believe that speaking tongues is a thing, man.
oh Lord, oh Jesus,
Okay.
What does that mean?
Look, so speaking in tongues isn't
Most black people in America are not even Pentecostal.
No, I'm explaining it to you. So speaking in tongues is not a language. Speaking in tongues is when you feel you're feeling that your connection with God.
The Holy Spirit.
That's
Okay,
it.
so theologically speaking, it's kind of on shaky ground, especially if you take the context of it and then like interpret and whatnot. But look, just you cannot say it's Pentecostalism, right? But then you're like, what does it mean with black people that were enslaved? I'm like, what do you mean? Like, you think this is their predominant denomination of Christianity? Is that what you're claiming? Or you're saying,
I'm asking you straightforwardly, what does Ashalabahando mean?
Yeah, and I'm telling you that, like most Christians, they'll say, hey, look, they believe that they're speaking in tongues, but most Christians would agree most Christians would agree that they're not. But at the same time, that's not most black people denomination of Christianity in the United States. This is like a cheap gotcha thing. You're like, oh, really? Really? Well, explain Ashalabahando to me. Go for it. This is Nietzsche level reasoning, guys.
When you niggas tell me what Ashalabahando,
we Incas not black.
What other
Thank you. So again, this is not satanic. Okay. So good night, Rich. Thank you.
Good night, Adams.
Yep. Good night. So again, this is not satanic fucking chillism. Okay? We're not doing this here.
nigga, we doing this. If these niggas can't tell me what Ashalabahando means, I'm done.
I'm pretty sure that's not the only word.
Nigga is the main one.
How's it the main one? Slave that you never
what does that mean? When your mother is crying, and she says, "Oh, Ashalabahando," what does that mean?
He said that. Is this a bit, man?
And you didn't grow up in a black church, nigga. You don't even know what.
Why would she be saying it?
No. I'm asking you. You said Ashalabahando.
Why would she be saying it?
Because that's how they spoke it from. If you can't tell me what Ashalabahando,
cannot tell us, man.
I don't want to hear nothing from you.
Okay.
You can't tell us. We're telling you and explaining to you that it's not a language.
Listen, I'm going to say this again. Take that shit back into faggot-ass chillism. We're not doing it here.
I'm confused. What are we not doing? Was it me or him?
We don't want to hear this shit.
Oh, then what y'all want to talk
Just
about?
go back to sleep.
We can talk about
We've
drama.
been
I love
listening
drama.
and talking. What are you doing? You just wake up and what are you saying?
I want a black interpretation of the word Ashalabahando. What does that mean?
Didn't Adam Sweet wake up from his stupor?
Nigga, can you interpret it
We
or
can't answer
not?
a question as somebody who doesn't know the answer.
What is the word
Apparently, I don't get the answer at all.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. I went to ChatGPT and it gave me an answer. It means I shall behold.
Thank
I don't know one word.
Ashalabahando.
Oh, I hear it.
No, but
Oh, yes.
what point does that prove?
That you niggas were listening from the start.
I don't speak in
Your
tongues.
mama's cue. Your mama said it, so you do
Exactly.
it.
Kick me out.
I feel like we're walking right into this.
Does
I
it
mean,
kill
it
you?
doesn't walk into.
Does it fix your
No,
cancer?
I think we're playing the game. This makes no sense.
Ashalabahando.
Feels like he's right now.
I feel like he wants to make a wall of like, ooh, why no philosophy? But this is his argument against Christianity. It's like I've been on Instagram about like Christians making fun of Pentecostals, and this is where my stand. Like this is truly a man.
For those of you who just got here, if you think this is bizarre, you should have heard him trying to explain how capitalism and Christianity is incompatible, despite the fact that everybody that influenced the ideas of capitalism, Catholics or Protestants.
Ain't gonna lie. Is Gildas the only black guy?
I'm the only black guy arguing.
God damn, did you make us look bad?
I'm the only black guy.
Hey, one voice.
Praise
Stop it,
Jesus.
you guys. I'm gonna close it down. I'm gonna show you guys.
Mike on Joe B. Let's let Joe B. chime in. Go ahead, Joe.
I just want people to stop talking over each other, one at a time. Stop it.
Only black voice.
Yeah, well, you're stupid from the head up.
Let's go. What was that?
Wait, the head
Look
of it?
up there like we don't want to hear you.
You should tell us the way to move.
Wait, did somebody kick Gildas?
No.
Did somebody kick Gildas?
No, definitely not.
No, it says Gildas went offline.
He left. I'm gonna shut the room down. You guys don't have, hey, have some order. One fucking speaker at a time.
That's not the order.
Hey, mute your mic, then.
My favorite part is when he said, so I was reading Aristotle, he said there was one dimension. I was like, this is what I've been thinking all along. I'm like, man, mind like him, man. Just being like, yo, it's like I was thinking it, this guy wrote it down. It's fucking crazy, man.
My thing is like when I asked him, where did you feel like God failed you? And obviously, your grandmother and your mother dying is something that you feel is, detriment, fucking horrible for you. That's where you felt. So, and then him trying to be like, you're trying to say, I'm not putting words in your mouth. You just answered our question. And now, because that happened, I'm realizing that, okay, at that age, life has to end for all of us. Everybody in this room is going to be dead in the ground one day, and everybody going to be mourning your death for either months, years, or a day. You feel what I'm saying? But everybody going to go eat after your funeral anyway. So that's crazy, fam. I went to Christian school my whole life, and now I'm just now finding God again. So to hear that is just confirmation that it's a lot of people lost that don't realize.
People needed religion for a reason. I think in the past it was to give people hope.
Yeah. And keep you from crashing out, basically. Everybody that doesn't believe, and I know the word says the devil only attacks what is not God's. So if you felt that way about your mother passing and your grandmother passing, you weren't a Christian to begin with because you would have already known. That's what comes with life, is death.
I went through CrossFit Roger's with all due respect, Roger, I mean,
With all due respect, you're gonna disrespect him.
no. yeah, I mean, you had Christians who created, capitalism, but I mean, you also had abolitionists who opposed slavery and used the Bible, in spite of the fact that the Bible did permit slavery. So.
Sure, I mean, you can say something like that, right? Like, I agree that Christianity, things in Christianity have kind of always, like, things been done in the name, right? Christianity, yeah, my bad, we're switching lanes. Like, colonization, especially indigenous people and whatnot, right? And then, like, saying, like, well, Christianity's not compatible with capitalism. It's like, well, I mean, like, look at America. Like, one of the reasons why America became, like, an economic powerhouse is because of Protestant, work ethic. The idea of like, no, we do work on the weekends, right? So it's not like it's not compatible. And you can say certain versions of it that, no, it's like definitely compatible. And I don't think that religions dictate how the society does their markets, right? Especially when there starts being a separation of church and state, which is exactly what America is founded on. It seems to be more of a moral approach.
But I would say the Old Testament is
hold on, Farnoon. The interesting thing is that Gildas makes the argument that that capitalism and Christianity were compatible. And it would have been a better argument to say that communism and Christianity are incompatible, considering that one of the core tenets of communism is to disregard the institutions of religion and essentially abandon it. And then if you look at the practitioner of it, the people that have led to the death and destruction that we saw in the last 100 years were atheists that practiced communism. And so I think it was just interesting that he decided to say that he tried to pick an economic system that was not only compatible with Christianity, but was fashioned by Christians. It was just a very bizarre argument. It was a lack of understanding of Christianity and capitalism.
Yeah, like banks and everything were done by like even like our banking system, right? Like first people to give like these certificates of how much we had or how much money you had, like Templars, right? Like this is the state's incompatible. It's like, well, why hasn't it spawned predominantly from this? I don't know. Yeah, I do agree it's a really weird thing. On the surface, the communistic idea of people like might think like, oh look, Jesus, it was for everybody, right? Like communism and practice almost tried to take away religion.
I think many indigenous people are Christians.
Yeah, like even in like South America, right? Like where like indigenous groups, like where I grew up, you have like they're like a lot of them are like predominantly Catholic as well, right? So even the people that colonized them. In fact, like I don't like saying this, like it like ruffles feathers, but the reason why there's a lot of Protestant religions in South America is thanks to the CIA. The CIA actually thought that Catholicism was too communistic, so they actually funded a lot of evangelical and other Protestant religions in South America, and yet still South America is predominantly Catholic. Look it up, though. I think this came out in some declassified files. But yeah.
Can I say something?
For sure, man. I'm not a mod, but I don't think they stop you.
I mean, you literally just did say something. You could go ahead and say something interesting.
Okay. Actually, I like the conversation. Okay. But as a matter of fact, someone says everybody gonna die, right? So what's next after dying? Have you ever think about it? Actually, to be honest, I'm not Christian, but I love to listen and educate myself with other religions. I'm a Muslim. I believe in one God, which is Allah. So there's life. It's not life. Allah created us for the next life, which is infinity life. No one gonna die after it. But in order to reach that life, the real one, you should work, you should do the best of you in order to enter heaven and to live forever. You know? So, as Christians, people, you should think what is next after this life, after you die. Thanks for listening to me. Hello?
We heard you.
Did you hear me?
We took that all in. I think when you hear silence after you speak, it just means that people are thinking about what you said. Don't take it as an insult.
No, I was thinking like there is disconnection going on or what, or something like that.
Malik, do you believe that the Islam before the division for Sunni and Shia, do you believe that Islam is more pure, or do you believe the new ones are?
Actually, as a Muslim, I believe in Islam. I don't have any association.
So do you believe in Prophet Muhammad's words, or do you believe in the other people after him who used his words for prophet and PROFIT and Pop?
Actually, I believe in Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and I believe in Islam.
So you don't believe in Shia or such?
I respect Sunni for the viewpoints, which is true. But in Shia, I don't believe, because Shia, they do not believe in Muhammad. Most of them, not all of them, but most of them, they don't believe in Muhammad. They believe in
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question about Muhammad?
Okay, but I hope it's an easy question, because I'm not the right one to answer you about religious.
So I haven't read the Quran, so I just hear what everyone else has to say. So I just have a question regarding what I've heard. Is it true that the Prophet Muhammad took a wife that was 6 years old and then had sex with her when she was 9?
Okay, I want to answer you with a good philosophy. Do you think people in that time, since we are talking about 1,400 and some years, do you think biologically people at that time like us nowadays?
But wait, aren't prophets?
I think it's 6-year-old
aren't
like
supposed to be? Aren't prophets?
No, there is difference.
I thought prophets are supposed to be perfect.
Does God fulfill the standards of human?
I know, but I'm just saying that people at that time biologically are not like us today. But I did not enter your conversation to interrupt it. No, I have said as advice for you.
No, I appreciate you coming to the room. I appreciate you. Hold on one second. I appreciate your contributions. It's not every day that I get to interact with someone that identifies. I live in a bubble where I don't interact with a lot of people of the Islamic faith, and so I just thought that this would be an opportunity for me to educate myself based on things that I have heard. And so what I heard you say is that well, what I heard is probably true about the 6 years old and the 9-year-old, like marrying her at 6, but consummating the marriage at 9. But what you're also saying is that maybe it's kind of like maybe 1 year is maybe metaphoric for a longer period of time. Is that your story?
Actually, if you listen for me very carefully, you would have understand that I don't want to have a debate about Christianity and Islam, because as a Muslim...
I'm not debating anything. I was just asking for clarity.
I'm just...
Maybe I didn't ask my question clear enough. Maybe I didn't ask my question clear enough. Maybe I didn't ask my question clear enough. No, hold on.
Can you please
Maybe I
allow
didn't
me
have-
to
maybe
Malik,
I didn't ask
Malik,
my
let him
question
speak.
clear-
Malik, let him.
Maybe I wasn't
Okay.
clear enough. Maybe I wasn't clear enough. I
Okay.
apologize if my question was low. Let me ask it more directly. Was the Prophet
Okay.
Muhammad a pedophile?
What does it mean? I'm sorry, I didn't follow.
Did he fuck children?
Oh, listen up, okay? I don't want to interfere. I don't want to enter in the conversation, okay? With disrespect, okay?
I was
I
asking a
respect
question.
everyone.
This is something that I've heard. I didn't make this up.
Mojo,
Are you
Mojo.
telling me I'm the first person that's ever brought this up?
Mojo, based off what the history that I read, right? It's that it was Aisha that was 6-year-old that Muhammad married, and a 9-year-old
Okay.
they consumed. But the thing is, from also what I read, I'm not too sure, but I think it says Aisha continued to be like a scholar or something for Islam. Like that same person, people say that Muhammad consumed whatever. She was like actually an advocate that even went on even after his death and championed Islam or something through like the faith. She wasn't against that.
Look. If one of these days, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna read. I'll get myself a copy. I'll read it. I was just asking because I've heard on Clubhouse. I've heard people say this. Don't shoot the messenger.
Okay.
Hold on.
Can you allow me to answer you? Okay.
Yes. Can you please answer?
Okay. People at that time, they used to marry girls at 9. Okay.
Ew.
So, yeah, let me finish, please. And now in Africa and in Asia, there are some countries who do, some people who do illegal marriage with for girls who are 9 or 10 nowadays. But you haven't heard about it. You haven't heard about it, okay? Because you are in the US, okay? But if you are living in Asia or Africa, there is people who marry in 9. Okay?
I don't think you're making the point you think you're making.
No,
I'm just trying to make it simple for you.
No, I think I got it. I think so. Now I can read. So now.
If you go back, you
mute yourself, please. Mute yourself. Well, you'll hold on 3 times, or you'll go to the audience. I want to ask a question.
Well, I did not finish my answer.
Well, hold on.
We get it. There are more countries.
I'm really trying to clarify something here. So it's sound. No, hold on. No. Listen, I'm not asking you to justify it. I'm not asking you to make excuses for it. I'm just an uneducated person when it comes to the Quran. I've heard people say that the Prophet Muhammad was a pedophile, and then I said, wow, that sounds outrageous. That can't possibly be true. And then what they say is they go, no, he took a wife at the age of 6, and then he had sex with her at the age of 9. It sounds like you're confirming that this actually happened.
Lee, would you agree that 9-year-olds look like 9-year-olds back no matter what time frame we're in? You had different story for Lee. Come on.
It gets worse. It gets worse because when he sees Aisha, she's 5 years old, right? He first sees her, right? And then he says, I had a dream in which you were naked. To a 5-year-old girl, right? 5 or 6.
No, he didn't say that.
And then no, this is in the Quran. He saw Aisha in a dream. And when she was how many years old? And he said, I saw you naked and I knew that Allah had made you for me.
It's not a true story, by the way.
Okay. You say it's not a true story, but so when did Muhammad meet Aisha? What age did he first see Aisha? What age did he see Aisha in the dream?
Listen up. Is it part of our my beliefs is not a matter of you.
Muslims is not a matter of you. I just said an advice for people. What do you think about what's next after this? I wasn't trying to argue or have a debate with you people. I would love to advise. That's it.
I'm just saying, if the Bible said that Jesus murdered somebody,
I'm not
you ask me, did Jesus murder somebody?
or Islam. I'm not talking about Christianity or Islam because as a Muslim, I have to believe in Christianity. I have to believe in Jesus. I have to believe in Jewish. Okay? If I do not believe in Jewish or Christianity, I'm not a Muslim. Okay?
Well, this is the product of having like an arrogant beliefs, right? Which is why I perceive Islam to be, right? But look, this is what I'm saying, right? You say, look, people who were back then were different. I could say, look at this person who I say is, if you say, why is Muhammad special? You could say something. Out of all the humans who have ever lived, no one is more pure or closer to God than Muhammad. And the Christian will say, out of all the people who have ever walked this earth, there's no one more pure and more saintly or closer to God than Jesus, right? But then if we compare their actions, and then I say, well, look at people back then. Am I comparing them to all the humans across time and saying, look, they hold the moral burden better than anybody else? Or have I now said, well, you have to compare to people around them? Was Muhammad chosen by God? Was he the most sacred person who's ever walked this earth? Or was he like everybody else at the time? And that's why we should compare him to people back then. Because just by comparison, a cursory glance, the youngest age of consent of any country is Nigeria at 11 years old. That still would put him and make this action illegal. And that's by today's standards, right? Of people that are depraved, right? So why should I believe? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Muhammad has been chosen by God. Okay. Jesus, he has been chosen by God. But as a matter of fact, which you don't know, all religious, okay, are Islam, are Muslims. Even Abraham, he's a Muslim. Jesus is a Muslim. Okay? Jesus has been mentioned. Wait, let me finish, please. Jesus, he has been mentioned in the Quran more than 10 times. We respect Jesus. We believe in Jesus. To be a Muslim, you have to believe in Jesus. You have to believe in all prophets before Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. I'm not getting into conversation with you people to debate or to argue.
I believe in Muhammad. I believe that Muhammad was a real person. I just don't believe.
People to think about. Wait. Let me finish. I am about to finish.
Okay, so the next time that you say you people, let's put it into perspective. Jesus never was accused of being worthy of an ankle bracelet in 2025, okay? So let's not do the whole you people bullshit, right? Muhammad is a pervert, okay? Muhammad is a pervert, an absolute pervert, okay? The man, if he were alive today, he'd be wearing an ankle bracelet and he'd be sitting on trial next to Diddy, okay?
Yeah, it was very weird.
What happened to Diddy? Did he get...
It's actually the person that he committed like torture of people and like, you know, to extract wealth. I mean, he'd be convicted of war crimes today, unlike any other person.
Wow. Can I say something? This is Doc.
Hey, Doc.
Hey, let me just say this, that the Bible is a closed canon. That's number one. The Bible says don't add, don't take away. It's in the book of Deuteronomy 4:2. It's in Revelation 22:18 through 19. It's also in the book of Proverbs 35.
How come there's so many different versions of Christianity?
Wait a minute, sir. wait a minute. I was answering the question about Islam. Okay, so while the Quran does mention Jesus, the Bible does not mention Muhammad. Okay, so Muhammad is not in the Bible. Jesus is
talked about in the Quran, but the opposite is not true. Okay, and the gentleman asked a question about death. According to the Bible, there's a story in Luke chapter 16, about verse number 19, of the rich man and Lazarus. Both men died. One went to paradise, one went to Tartarus. So, of course, that gives us an outlook of where people go right after they die. Either you go to paradise or you go to Tartarus, a place of torture. So that gentleman should answer your question, Mr. Malik.
Like, is it like, for example, like God Moses, right? Somebody paragon of, morality. And so when you look at Moses, you don't look at Moses as being morally adept to his time, right? It's across all the time, right? Same thing with Jesus. You don't see Jesus as being like morally sufficient or outstanding for his time, but through all time, right? Otherwise, what would be the purpose of following somebody who's only good at his time and we've gone much further than that, right? And so persons will look at Jesus as the moral height that everybody should aspire to, that any human could possibly even try that to put them on the right path. But then when you seem to have this conversation about Muhammad, it seems that now we must not take into consideration the people at his time. And then I hear all types of like backflipping, right? All types of way to dodge this question, which is like, okay, well, do you think the biology of people, which is really an uncomfortable way to say, hey, do you think the 9-year-old girls had periods back then, and that back then they would get pregnant sooner, and so it was normal for people to do that? And then the answer is like, no. No, number one, no. Number two, I don't think that it's difficult to think that if somebody is chosen by God, right, and he's the highest that any human could aspire to be morally and saintly, that this is something that he would easily avoid, right? It seems like we must take into consideration other people, other criminals, other people at his time that did things that are disgusting, right, by our standards today. It seems like we don't have that trouble with Moses. It seems like we don't have that trouble with Jesus Christ either. And so this is like the difference when we point out that there's an issue with Muhammad, because the claims that are being made about Muhammad is the centerpiece of your religion, right? As the link between us and God, it's not the same, right? Both Jesus and Muhammad hold completely different moral burdens. You have to talk about people in his time, right? In order to make it palatable. You don't have to do that for Jesus.
And also, Islam came 600 years after Christianity.
Yeah, that doesn't help your case, right? All I'm saying, look, if Jesus murdered somebody, cold blood, and then you ask me, hey, look, Jesus is supposed to be this very special person. He's supposed to be the Son of God, you say, right? The Bible says Son of God. Why would the Son of God kill someone in cold blood for no reason? And I say, well, although he's the Son of God, you must consider the people at that time, they were different, right? They're not the same as today. And you would say, this doesn't make any sense. Why worship somebody who you think was outstanding back then, and when he has a fault, you must consider other people around his time that were, that were unsaintly and that were not sacred. Why are we doing this? Why should we follow this person, right? And should I could ask you the same thing. If I'm supposed to follow Jesus and do the things he's supposed to do, but if I do that with Muhammad and I take similar actions to him, I'll end up in jail. We'll go to jail. I can't do this. In fact, I can add 3 years to 9 years old, right? I can make it 12 years old. I still end up in jail. I can add 4 years. Why am I supposed to believe that in 1,000 years, the age of consent has gone up 5 years, right? This is akin to believing in macroevolution, right? Believing that like evolution is actually a real thing, but not in the common version, but in a way where it's describing our species as rapidly evolving that science itself wouldn't agree with. Why should I take that into consideration? All I'm doing this is to say, hey, look, this is why Muhammad is more palatable.
Totally. Yeah, I mean, just in general, though, I always wonder why this was the case. Ignoring the fact that Muhammad, didn't respect cultures of other people at the time, and he waged war against them to impose his own religion onto them. So, I mean, Islam seems to not care about, doesn't seem to respect the other cultures.
Yeah, like we call people out what was the guy who found the golden tablets, founder of religion that has holy undergarments? Yeah, that guy, right? Like, hey, why is this guy marrying this girl that's this young, you know? And it's a valid criticism. It's a valid criticism because you're saying, hey, this is the guy I'm supposed to follow. Why am I following this guy? You're not concerned, right?
That dude was murdered in the street by rocks and shit by entire people. Talk about the Mormon dude, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that dude was drug out and go look at how he died. He's murdered. The whole town they beat him to death. It's fucking crazy. That's literally how he died.
Yeah, again, the Bible is a closed canon. So for a book to say that it comes after the Bible, whether it's a Mormon book or whether it's the Quran, the Bible would reject that because the Bible is a closed canon.
Doc, how do you feel about division in religions?
You have to understand, divisions in religion came, Christianity was really unified, and we see that type of unity even in the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD. Then we have several councils, then we have the start of the Catholic Church. I'm giving you a quick rundown. Then years after the start of the Catholic Church, we have Martin Luther who nailed 95 theses to the Catholic door in Wittenberg, Germany in 1517. And then that starts Protestant Reformation. Now we have about 4,000 or maybe 40,000 different denominations. And so this is why you see this type of division of Christendom throughout the world.
So which Christianity is the main?
Huh?
So which Christianity would you consider the main Christianity?
Well, when you look at the early church fathers, if you want to really get a basic idea, no, it's not. If you want to get a basic idea of what Christianity is, look at the church fathers within the first 300 years of Christianity. Look at their documents, Tertullian. Look at Athanasius. Look at a book called the Didache. That's Didache. The Didache, biblical scholars believe that it was written in the 1st or 2nd century, and it talks about how people worship. So you look at those early documents and what the early people were saying, and then you trace Christianity.
And what were you saying?
I said Catholicism. It's because the man asked what would you say is the main.
Right. I'm not listening to some fake Farrakhan freaking monkey bullshit. Okay, trying to rewrite history on fucking Clubhouse. So go ahead, Ann. Let's hear how Catholicism started.
Well, I don't know. I think it's pretty funny hearing, which I enjoy. I don't think it's funny, but I enjoy hearing the curiosity from atheists in God. It's a good thing to start.
I'm not an atheist.
I'm not an atheist either, sir, and I have earned masters of divinity, and I do not follow Farrakhan.
Yeah, again, they left. The people who give a fuck.
You're an idiot.
Go ahead, Ann.
You're an idiot,
Go
sir.
ahead, Ann. Go ahead. And you're a monkey. And you're a nappy-headed monkey. Right, you're a nappy-headed monkey. Thank you. There you go. There you go. And that's how you know he's not a Christian. Notice that they go straight for the mothers. Fathers were never in the home of monkeys. There you go. Go ahead, Ann. That's why I cut him off, along with the satanic freaking chillism bullshit that they try to usher up into this room. Like, are y'all not paying attention to the usual bad actors and usual suspects that come up in here and try to brainwash people away from their faith? They want to talk about scriptures, but at the same time, they want to sit up in there and say, oh no, don't listen to this. We're some type of, this is fucking ridiculous.
Adam, I know that you're really, really good at this, and I'm seeing that you're taking that under your wing. So, you know, hopefully, my good Catholic brother Adams, you can help Necro out.
So you know what's really funny? He wanted to talk about religion. He wanted to talk about religion, yet the first thing he wanted to talk about is the mother. Does the father not lead the home? Does the father not lead the home in the Bible? So why is it that these usual bad actors are always the first to go after the mother? It's very weird.
They need to forgive their mother.
Because that's all that they know. That's all that they know. This is the product of a bunch of loose bastards, okay, that exist on this app that want to shout everybody down about religion, yet they grew up in a broken home and don't even know who the fuck their father is.
It doesn't surprise me that people are considered better to be silent, should be subservient. But I understand that even most Christians don't believe that. I mean, just like we moved on from slavery, so.
What do you want us to understand?
I just said I think we all understand we've moved long beyond past that. Even most Christians would, don't follow the passage, which says women are to be silent and subservient to men.
I mean, I'm just tired of people just, trying to complain about black and white America while trying to sell us bean pies in between having us question the Bible. Meanwhile, while they're trying to usher in a bunch of Islamic bullshit. I'm so tired of listening to the same thing over and fucking over again. These are not Christians. They're absolutely not Christians.
Yeah, so I think it's interesting. The point I made earlier, which I believe is what you're responding to, Adam, was when I said religion is predominantly keeping its adherents through birth rates. I mean, if that is not the case, how do you explain why Islam is going to become the most populated religion by 2050?
So let me ask you a question, Necro. Why did Eve eat the fruit?
Because the serpent tricked her.
And what did Eve usher in once she ate the said fruit?
We're naked.
I'm sorry?
Was the traditional religions.
Right. So now do you feel like you understand why I feel like a bunch of bald-headed fat black women should not be, showing up and showing out for Palestine?
Yeah. I don't believe we should base it on the 2001 book that says snakes can talk, that we should base, our laws on that. So. Now, if people believe it, if they, personally hold to that, that's fine. I just don't think we should base our laws on that. So.
Necro, you wanna know what? I figured it out. The reason why your voice is so monotone and dull is because you don't believe in God. I bet you, if you believe in God, I bet you that voice would perk right up. You'd be way more enthusiastic.
And I agree. I don't believe in God, and it could be because of my autism. Autistic people have been shown to be less likely to believe in God. So.
Do we all agree that something like Satan exists?
Evil?
No, and I think Satan is it's not the concept of God that bothers me, it's the concept of the devil that really, because to me, he's the character that I find the most unbelievable, because, if if you were the most powerful being in the universe, would you create someone to rival you? I mean, it's like, it's like, God, do you plan on having any rivals? It's like, yeah, super hungry.
I think they're 100%. I'll tell you this right now. We're all energy beings. There 100% is some sort of negative energy out there, some evil spiritual energy that does control us. To deny that we're all energy beings is to deny science, which has been proven, man.
If I had to choose between trusting the science or trusting God all day, every day, all day.
Of course, what I'm trying to say is God talked about spiritual things way before science has. I'm just saying science proved that spiritual things are real because we're energy beings, and that's just like proven after spiritual text and Christianity.
Yeah. I mean, I know how it's always framed in that dichotomy. It's like whenever people don't believe what their church is teaching them, they're asked whether they're going to trust, the word of God or not men. But when they're talking about men, I mean, they're talking about science. But when they're talking about God, they're talking about what people wrote about what God, actually said. Which is kind of the issue I've had, like, with religion. It's not so much with people aren't religious, it's mostly fundamentalists, because it's like, my issue with fundamentalism is not that they are fundamentalists, but it's that they want me and everybody else to be fundamentalists. So, I'm 26.
I think religion was meant to be followed through personal belief and not to be forced on people. So it's really up to the person to find God rather than God finding you, I think.
Well, we don't have to find God because God's always us.
Of course, I know that, but I'm saying like, I meant more like the wisdom. A lot of people don't have the wisdom of understanding what God is in their life.
That's actually like really sad. And I don't say that to be funny and cute. It's actually like really sad. Could you imagine life without like a God? I can't.
We would be all savages.
Really? So the only reason why you don't take a hammer to your child or loved one is because you fear what people do to you.
Listen, man.
No, that's not true. What do you mean? Like, instinctively, you know that, like, doing that to somebody without even someone teaching you that it was wrong,
And
that
where
it's
does
not
that
good.
come
It's
from?
not good.
And where does that come from, though?
Your conscience comes from God.
Okay. Well, you clearly have people, though, who still, who still don't feel that it's wrong. I mean,
Those people are rejecting God.
well, I understand that, but, like, God was the one who, like, put in the conscience, right?
God also gave you the free will to choose.
Well, yeah, I understand, but, like, I mean, so you're suggesting that they really are self-consciously aware, even though, like, all the data has shown that they have, like...
I'm glad that somebody said that. God gives a free will to choose because, when people want to talk about certain Abrahamic faiths that have a tendency to, go into other ecosystems and say, convert and die. Now you understand why I completely reject that shit. Okay? It's annoying. It's fucking annoying. Like,
I've never been so closer to God listening to absolute silence in this room after people ranting, as opposed to people and their ideological bullshit and the things that they're trying to brainwash people with. Like it's very crazy. Silence does a lot more than words.
What's the word? Is consecration, I think, in Christianity, where you isolate yourself until you learn more, right?
Yeah, like I said, I mean, to me, like I just have never really understood the idea is that, you know, if people didn't believe in God, they would have, you know, no reason to be good. So, like, I mean, doesn't that undermine the love that you have for your children or your loved ones? I mean, that, you know, essentially that if you didn't believe in God, that you wouldn't love them.
I mean, like, in order to love somebody, you have to truly love yourself. And you can't really truly love yourself unless you bestow yourself towards God. And when you bestow yourself towards God, what does that mean? It means you fear God and you fear what you are doing as a person. So that's where morality comes into effect. You start watching your actions, you start watching what you say, you start watching what you do. And that will alone help you love yourself more because you start doing things that shows that you truly love yourself. And when you truly love yourself, you learn how to truly love other people. I think that's the only way you could truly love someone else. You have to first learn how to love yourself.
I mean, doesn't that though come from just, you know, rational self-interest though? That you are just being, that rational people are just self-interested. You know, capitalism is predicated on, right? Predicated on that rational people are innately self-interested.
Look, there's a lot of people that have used the religion for political gain and power and ruling, but in reality, religion is always said not to be used for any of those things because it's meant to hold a belief system within yourself. It's more like, I think religion is more personal for every person, and whether or not they decide to follow, it is up to the person. That's where the free will comes.
Well, and that's why I said, please do not deploy the same image of the money laundering habits of the evangelicals and apply that to, you know, the Catholics. I mean, you don't see priests flying into congregation on private jet. So, you know, it's one of those things.
Yeah, you just have the purple heels on the bulletproof glass.
Yeah, I would just say religion is an institution created by man and is a social construct, not to be confused anyway, that man already existed before religion. So that existence already knowing what to do based on the natural nature or the way that your character is, your natural self. But religion was just taken from all this way of life, of spirituality that people already know anyway. So they're gonna use that book for making money, manipulate people, but it doesn't mean there's no morality in it, there's no message in it, because it was taken from what already existed, which is more spirituality before it was called religion, which is taking people's religion and relying on dogma or doctrine.
And that's what's lovely about free will, is that God gives us the free will. So how we worship and where we worship Him, God, you know, that's an individual thing. I think that religion is a beautiful thing because I think that's honestly what's all held us close to God all this time.
Yeah, his religion brings divine the divinity to women, and it brings divinity to men, and it creates a more beautiful life um, for both when they follow it correct.
Yeah, I will agree on that as well. It depends as well what you take serious in the book. But not everything I think should be taken into seriousness. There are some scripture that actually won't bring you peace if you just stick by it. Or if you just follow what your natural nature is. Or you deal with what is more natural that resonate with your energy and frequencies and with your partner. And that's just find the similarity between both of you. And that's actually more important. But the book itself, there's a lot of contradiction in it, and some people take the context out of the book anyway.
Yeah, I think the true answer is in our DNA. Like, just think about how long we've survived. It had to have been a long time. We've had to been like alive through our ancestors for a long time. And I think our ancestors all have that answer in their DNA. We're just supposed to tap into it in a certain way. And whatever way that is, it's depending on the person.
Yeah, I will just say, like, when it comes to like free will within religion, the thing I've never understood is how it is free will or someone really choosing to love God, particularly when it comes to Christianity, particularly Abrahamic religions, because, you know, I mean, the option seems you're given the only alternative. You don't want them as to be, you know, tortured or something like that. I mean, I highly doubt that anyone would say that, you know, the IRS that I have free will to pay my taxes if like the IRS is going to send me to prison if I don't comply with their orders. That I'm freely choosing to pay taxes.
Well, it's an amazing thing in America that we have law and order. We look at other countries that do not have law and order, and look what's going on there.
She's not wrong.
And this country was founded on Christian values. Period. End of story. 100%.
So
Our Constitution was adopted by the Israelites, which was based off of Moses. But I mean, we don't have to
So
go into that if it makes you uncomfortable.
Well, no, I just want to ask, why is the U.S. Constitution never mention God?
Okay, what's on the back of your dollar bill then?
That you do realize that that was actually added.
Okay. National anthem, Pledge of Allegiance.
Yeah, but under God, you go back to these sites that under God, it just says one nation, indivisible, under God.
Well, are you talking about the time where there were like slavery and stuff?
Yeah, that was the time of slavery.
Yeah, so that religion wasn't fully put into the government yet, but when it was, it sort of like took it away from.
Oh wait, no, slavery. So, you know, Jim Crow was around the 30s, but no, it was slavery was tight.
So, you know, a lot of people should be asking the question when people ask, why doesn't the Constitution mention God? Why then, in the absence of God, are those said people asking those questions trying to always insert Satanism? That should be the question that people should be asking.
I mean, it's kind of like, for example, why people talk about God it's the same reason people who don't believe in Islam talk about Muslim terrorism.
Right, and that's why all the members of Chillism are no longer on the stage. Notice how more productive the conversation is when you don't have the intentional insertion of Satanism.
I think they took that words and some of these religion aspects from people that actually predated the concept of what they use right now. And that's what they did. And they stole everything from other people to actually make it their own.
And even the dollar itself, why do they have pyramids at dollars and all high cent and stuff like that? They're using all this paganism stuff as well. So they can't define God to you if they stole it. They're just using it because there's power in there. So I think people need to find their own God away from dollars or American Constitution, the way that they don't even mention God or teach people about what the truth is. Because they know they stole it.
What is the very end of the Constitution? Like where it's signed. What does it say?
I can't remember.
Hold up. The 17th day of September in the year of our Lord, 1787. Year of our Lord. The end of the Constitution.
I mean, yeah, I mean, they probably had no problem recognizing. I mean, I often say that sort of phrase myself as a person who is not religious. I mean, people have used, before BC as a classification. When some people just say before Common Era, the founding fathers probably said BC themselves. So.
But it was it's based off of a Christian calendar.
Okay, well, I mean, essentially, I mean, this kind of reminds me of the argument people say, like, in the Declaration of Independence, that, it says that the people are endowed by their creator. It's like, people use this to insist that Thomas Jefferson was himself a Christian, even though he was denied the doctrine of the Trinity and, created his own version of the Bible that, stripped it of its miracles.
Nico, can I give you an example, of another case? So something to do with human rights. So if you look at United Nations and how they declared human rights and how they're using it, they use it off the Cyrus cylinder. The Cyrus cylinder is from Cyrus the Great. So, but they never come around and say, oh, Persians did it or Iranians did it. They put an English name on it, Cyrus the Cylinder. Their intention was good because they're trying to use human rights, but at the same time, why would they do that? Because they wanted to hold on to their power, they wanted to hold on to their things, so there's a lot of good people that use things for the right things, and there's a lot of bad people that use the right things for the bad things. So you can't really talk about America as a whole. You have to focus on which people actually tried to do the good things with the right intention. Because if we're going to focus on America as a whole, you're going to get all these examples of bad people trying to use the good things for the bad intention.
Hold on. I don't know if it was a response to what Necro said, because it didn't seem related in any way. What Necro was talking about is Thomas Jefferson and, how his beliefs might have been different from people that were strictly adhering to the Christian Bible. That mean that Thomas Jefferson didn't believe in the teachings, though. Thomas Jefferson just simply had a redlined edition of the Bible where he simply stripped out the miracles. He didn't believe in the supernatural, but he definitely believed in the teachings, and he believed in the idea that there was a higher. So I think it's a misunderstanding of Jefferson and a misunderstanding of history to say that he didn't have reverence for.
Actually, Thomas Jefferson used Cyrus the Great's books and his teachings to influence America it is today. So yeah, it is related.
Yeah, to whatever extent you think that Cyrus the Great was an influence. But by the way, I the history that I've read about Cyrus the Great, I have nothing but respect. But let's be honest, most of the ideas that made it into the founding of the country, while the majority of the people were Christians, some of the influential people, and so it was this. It was the British philosophers, which in large part You can call them skeptic believers. You can be skeptical but still believe. The Bible itself, which I'm not a Christian, but if you read it, it says that you only need to have the faith the size of a mustard seed. So I would say that deists are a little further in the camp of believers that we get credit for. We certainly believe that there's a higher power. We just, I think we're more honest in the fact that, we have doubts, and rather than just skipping over the doubts, we call them out and say that, it's a little difficult to take a book written by man, say that it's inspired by God, and then just say, oh, it must be absolutely so. It might be. It's certainly valuable, and I think societies that have been structured around organized religion, such as Judaism and Christianity, you can look at the results. I mean, those societies seem to be having the favor of some sort of supernatural power in comparison to the rest of the world. So while I'm not a Christian or a practitioner of Judaism, I think that both of those teachings lead to better results than any other worldview that I can.
It's just one thing. I just want to answer what Mojo said. So, in terms of Cyrus and Thomas Jefferson, in the Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom, he affected that, and also he influenced the philosophical climate of enlightenment, and also he influenced the respect for laws and diverse cultures, which is a principle central to the U.S. Constitution.
Influence on Jefferson than, let's say, John Locke or John Stuart Mill, then you probably had one.
Yeah. Just in general, it's like, to me, it's like, I don't know if there's God, but even if I were to assume that there's God, I have a problem being able to distinguish what is God, what is God and not me. And so essentially, like, which is essentially, like, it's Thomas Paine's question essentially still remains unanswered to the devout, which is, is it more likely that, laws of nature suspend in someone's favor, or that, or that they run lie? Absolutely.
I mean, Necro, like, God would interfere spiritually. That's why it's good to understand what you are as an energy being on this earth. And science might give you a perspective, religion will give you another perspective, and philosophical ideas will give you another perspective. There's so many different perspectives of life. You just gotta see what resonates the best with you, so you can understand life better from your own lens and perspective.
Yeah, I agree with that one. Definitely, there's evidence of a creator of frequency or energy that individual experience, and that could just be interpretations of calling it God. So that could be based on anybody just had their own experience or the evidence of what they know that energy is. And there's no way of doubting that anyway. Even when people die, they believe there's a soul that transcends and go other dimensions, and you can't kill a soul, we still go and come back. So we could be reincarnations of souls as we speak. And that could be the God in you as well, or God in us anyway.
Can I ask you a question? So, I mean, it's great to actually, talk about these things and to quote scripture, but the actual deployment of that said message, how do you how do you self-regulate in when you present in your everyday life in regulating humility versus repentance?
What is the questions to me or somebody else?
I mean, everybody else is welcome to answer the question, but I mean, how do you regulate, humility and repentance? Like, how do you find that equilibrium in being self-righteous?
Well, I would say it's growing as well, or knowing and researching more. That would make me actually regulate and repentance. I would say just to correct myself. That could just be another way of using that word, repentance, just to correct myself from what I know that's wrong and choosing the truth of based on facts or the science of it. So that will help me as well to grow in myself. Because I wouldn't say I'm righteous, because I live in the world of manipulation anyway. So, but using all that self of knowing, of growing.
So would you agree that, repentance is not only, choosing to not engage in a certain type of behavior or a certain type of mindset, but also choosing not to re-engage?
Well, I would say not to re-engage. It's growing away from it. You already been it. Doesn't mean that you know if it's right or wrong. But after you find out that there's more things that are better than that, then you grow away from it and you left it behind. Doesn't mean you have to revisit it again. I'm just upgrading myself to better knowledge. That's just how I would say about repentance.
So does the Bible have like a growth scale towards repentance, or is it kind of just like, you do it, you don't, and you choose not to and not revisit it? Like, I mean, it's I don't know.
I'll tell you
This is why I ask these questions.
Adams, I'll tell you this. The best way to really go about it is to protect your peace. And how you protect your peace is by stepping away from situations that are going to bring you down as a person. Because in life, all you want to do in life, the true reality of our life and journey is to keep growing. And you can't grow in comfort. That's a reality that we all know. There's no growth in comfort. You have to be uncomfortable. Now, what does uncomfortable mean? It doesn't mean go put yourself in risky situations. It doesn't mean go put yourself out in bad situations or bad environment. It just means you have to put yourself out of the comfort of your own skin. Like, let's say if you're comfortable in bed all day, that's something that you should be comfortable with. You should be comfortable with being uncomfortable to grow in a way where you show that you love yourself and you protect your peace. And that way you can always stay away from bad things, because when you protect your peace, you're technically doing the most righteous thing that God would want you to do. And you'll be humble, you'll be nice to yourself. And kindness isn't weakness. I think in this day and age, kindness to yourself has to do a lot with bravery and courageousness, because it takes a lot of courage to be isolated. It takes a lot of courage to do the right things. It takes a lot of courage to love yourself. It's really hard, because a lot of people tend to lose themselves instead of loving themselves.
So can I ask you an honest question? Do you feel like people retreating into the comfort and the idleness of being non-employed while coming up onto apps such as this and asking for reparations, do you feel like that's very holy?
What do you mean by the word reparation in this?
Well, I mean, if you listen to the colloquial conversation about, reparations on this app, do you feel like that's a holy conversation?
I think if the conversation, like, let's say if you entered the room and you left the room having more wisdom that helps you love yourself better, like truly love yourself better, I think the time that you have spent is truly spent well, rather than going into a room and just having the most savage conversations and just saying the most wildest things, like it just going against loving yourself. I don't know, it really depends on the situation that you put yourself in. It's mostly to do with the actions that you take. You could be doing a lot of other things that are better for yourself at the end of the day.
So you don't think that the conversation behind Black America on this app adopts a certain inherent tone of idolatry.
I think if that happens, like if somebody is putting labels on things and trying to like dilute people's minds with labels to commit division and separatism between the people, that's wrong. Because like as we know, even in Christianity, when Jesus was trying to spread his religion and anyone before him, like Abraham, they were all trying to spread unity at the start. They were all trying to be like, hey, we need to unite. We need to not be separate. We need not to be divided. So anybody that influences division is technically going against the word of God, and that just shows you right there that that person doesn't necessarily believe in God, even if they might have hints of it.
So you would agree that a person that sets out towards the aims of reparations, not from the standpoint of equality, but from the standpoint of revenge, you feel that that is acting against God's will and, acting against God's message?
Well, it just shows that that person is trying to send a love message. Because like look at what happens like with the Black Lives Matter movement. Like I supported it, but at the end of the day, the event organizers used the donation money to buy herself a house, buy herself a Ferrari. Like you see what I mean? Like they use the division to gain profit. When people are like that, it's almost really hard to be behind the division no matter what the reason is, because it always ends up being that the reason was wrong and it was used for the wrong purposes. I think it's better. I think there's more quality in unity than there is any sort of quality in division.
I would agree with you.
Just a response to your reparation, right? Do you think the Black American doesn't deserve reparation?
No.
Is that what you said?
No, absolutely not. No.
Okay.
Because like if people will say that they want reparations, but then it's when money comes into effect, man, I swear every single time, power, money, it corrupts people. It corrupts the individual soul, especially if they're not strongly willed towards being humble and strongly willed towards
and that's why I go back to revenge, gluttony, and idolatry and greed. I don't believe that anybody that believes in reparations can actually coexist in the Christian faith. I just don't. So to me, there's too much embedded in revenge, gluttony, greed, and idolatry in the central arguments behind reparations that do not coexist with Christianity. They just simply don't.
But Adam, Jesus came to save the sinners, not the saints. So, like the idea that people that are mistaken or foolish somehow isn't compatible with Christianity, I don't think that follows. I think those people are in need of Jesus more than anybody.
Right, but in the same claim of Jesus, uplifting sinners, did he deploy those sinners to hold an idealistic aim towards something that's not godlike in creating a measuring stick as to where somebody's circumstances is against somebody else's?
Maybe, but whether it is or isn't, it's not your place to judge.
Absolutely. So again, and that's why I feel like there should be a non-judgment towards the people crying about reparations in the judgment that they're rendering towards people that they're asking reparations from, of labeling them of being the causation to their circumstances as it exists today, and number one, their absence of turning to the Lord themselves, and number two, in the absence of being directly that causation. Like, none of the people asking for this actually survived or lived any of those circumstances for which they're asking reparations for.
Yeah, no, I think you make a good point, because whether you have a lot or whether you have a little, you're supposed to trust in God. You're supposed, like, if God's in control, then he's in control, and if you've got your hat
But at the end of the day, even if God is in control, you should always work towards peace for yourself, because
Yeah, but you shouldn't be begging for a handout. Look, I believe in the old Irish proverb that God commands, but you better bring a shovel.
Yeah, but how we tie reparation with God? That doesn't really, it doesn't apply. I already put that in the chat.
Idolatry. You covet white people so much to the point where you're asking to have a handout to create a measuring stick up against those same white people in measuring your handout. Like it's clear and simple idolatry. It is clear and simple idolatry. I'm sorry. Like you're not going to convince me that reparations and the belief of said reparations can coexist with the practical mechanics of Christianity. It can't.
Do you think everybody's a Christian? Do you think people get forced to be a Christian?
I'm not talking about everybody being a Christian. What I am saying is for those. Okay, so I mean, if you want me to say that Black America is turned away from the Christian church, I'll be the first one to say that. Absolutely, hip hop culture actually embodies that sentiment.
Yeah, that is a culture, but based on the division, I put a verse in the chat that said Jesus came to divide people. He doesn't came to bring peace. So that tells you already that everybody is not going to vibe into the religion perspective to claim their rights of a reparation. Reparation is based on slavery of what has been done to these people, right? And some other people are getting reparation, so they deserve to get that out of religion, out of concept of Christianity. And that is just separate. That's what I'm saying.
No, I personally believe that reparations were put onto this earth the same way that poisonous fruit was put into the Garden of Eden for Eve to eat. That's just my personal opinion. I believe it's a low-hanging fruit of Satan that a lot of people want to flock to, idolize, and have turned away from their message of Christ to actually embody a certain type of monetary come-up that, quite frankly, they're not entitled to. The only people who actually make you and trick you to believe that you are entitled to reparations is the devil and Lucifer himself. I'm sorry.
Okay, we'll create our reparations.
Serious. I'm gonna ask you a question. If you think what you're doing is right, how about the native people that still haven't got an apology from America?
Apology?
Okay. So again, seeking or feeling like you're entitled to apology goes back to my aforementioned point about idolatry. Why are you seeking validation from anybody outside of God?
Well, without any actions or incident that happened, there won't be no
Why are you seeking any type of validation outside of God? You're idolizing that validation. But you're idolizing that validation.
You have to explain what's the definition of God.
The only validation that you should be idolizing is the validation from God.
Then you respond to me about what is your definitions of God. Then maybe we can understand each other. What is your definition of God?
Peace and unity.
Okay then, so people that make that word God, do they create peace and unity, right? Before they create the word reparation after? That is the question.
Is seeking reparations creating peace and unity?
Yes, it does, because it gives some people unity to actually get something out of this reparation, right? To create something out of it. To create something for themselves.
I've proven my point.
You have a defined God to be here.
Serious start. Hold on. I want to ask Farnoo a question, because you brought up like the natives and made it sound like I don't know, like there's like they were really taken advantage of. Really, they just lost a war. Why are you so sympathetic to the natives?
So basically, I happen to know a lot about the natives in America and Canada. I'm not like sympathetic.
Yeah. Well, I live in the Pacific Northwest, and we have a non-trivial amount of tribes here. I'm very familiar with many of the tribes. But this isn't a pissing match about who knows more about Native Americans. I'm just wondering, like why you think that they're owed an apology.
I didn't say, I just said that if, I was just trying to make an argument against what he was saying, and I was saying, if reparation were to be a thing, then how come natives still haven't got an apology? Because a lot of their lands were taken away, not because...
They lost a war. They should be thankful that they didn't have all their lands taken away.
Of course, do you know how they lost their wars? Do you know what happened with trickery and they were put against each other for money and all
They lost the war, or they invaded, when they invaded and colonized and taken their lands. That's not even an apology.
Well, hey, why don't you shut the fuck up, Serious Star? I was talking to Fernu. There was no reason for you to...
Out anyway, because I know you're a cold man. You're a racist.
Well, that's interesting.
Roger, do you see what's happening? Like, this is crazy.
Wait, why do you leave? Why do you leave? He constantly left. Fernu, I have a question. So, and it's a pet peeve. Why do people believe that because they have some knowledge on a topic, that when they're talking to other people, that somehow that person might not have similar knowledge?
I guess it's a psychology thing. If you ask me, I don't necessarily assume. It's just sometimes when people try to argue against a certain point, when they fully didn't listen to what they were saying, sometimes comes across as naive in the way they're presenting their sentence. And when they come across as naive, it's almost like they're claiming to know the things without actually knowing them. So that's what it comes across as.
So where do you get your expertise about Native Americans? Do you even live in?
Yeah, I live in Canada.
So you don't even live in? You're an expert on it?
But the natives here have stories, right? And the natives here, I've talked to a lot of them, and I've actually found out the history that natives sold each other out for profit and land and money. And the people that were sold out, I can see the results of what happened to their tribes. I can see the results of the ones that are so rich beyond their means, and then I can see the ones that live on private land, and then I can see the ones that live on private land but are so broke, and they're also like in alcohol and drugs because the government wanted them to be that certain way. But they almost like, it's almost like a self-pity situation they've put himself into. But at this, like, I've seen these things first.
In and out. Is it just me, or was he cutting in and out?
I got my knowledge from First Nation natives here, and I did some knowledge, but not just like from word of mouth. I also studied, and then on top of studying, I also had background knowledge from what happened with Christopher Columbus. And I happen to know that Christopher Columbus was exiled from England because they didn't have enough jail cells in England.
Are you familiar with Russell Means?
I'd have to search him up. Maybe I've read about him.
Oh yeah,
he shows me.
Russell Means, just Russell, the way that you would, and Means, they just sounded out, no trickery there. Russell Means was the leader of the League of First Nation Tribes, and he's somebody that I knew personally that ran for political office. He ran actually for president under the Libertarian banner. He actually lost his bid to somebody you might have heard of named Ron Paul. But yeah, I've come in very close proximity with people that are literally experts on this stuff. I don't claim to be an expert, but I will say that I think the average American doesn't have a very good understanding of early American history, specifically when it relates to the natives. And while I understand that there was natives in Canada as well, are you originally Canadian or are you from somewhere else?
Well, I was born in Mashhad, Iran, and then I lived in Dubai for I went to French immersion school, and then I was in Canada since I was like grade 8. So I kind of grew up with natives in grade 8, like they were in my high school and stuff. And I'm a very friendly person. I was never racist. I never saw color or different ethnicity as a barrier.
You don't
Like
see color?
I know, but like what I'm trying to say is I don't see ethnicity and different cultures as a barrier towards being friends with people. Like I just saw it as like something that I saw it as division put in virtually by other people in power. Like I could always like get along with people, so I was able to ask questions, and I was able to ask questions not just from the kids but from their parents, and I was also able to ask questions from not just the parents but also the account like the people what do they call it they have like the bands they have for their First Nations, and I didn't just like speak to some of them. I went to totally different First Nation groups. One of them was in a private land. They were super rich, and then another one was like midway rich, and the other one were like broke, living off government paycheck to paycheck. I don't know. There were so many different First Nations groups, and I asked questions from each group to find the truth. And on top of that, I looked into studying not just from the Canadian point of view. I also looked into study from the own natives scholars' point of view. So I just put one thing together. I tried to not be biased from my own view. I tried to not be biased from their view. I tried to read in between the lines and find the truth without the emotion and the revenge.
This isn't a beauty pageant where you have to tell people about all your virtues. I was just asking a question. I just think it's fucking interesting that somebody that was born and raised in the Middle East moves to Canada when you're in junior high, and now you're a fucking expert on Native American affairs. It's fascinating.
Well, it's when I was geopolitically aware. I'm actually from. I am related to the royal family monarch in Iran before the revolution, and I come from a very educated family. My dad built like 200 hospitals and like I think around 100 schools and a shit ton of apartments. So like I was just around books and knowledge a lot of time, and I think it's something that helped me stay educated and also seek truth. So I used to look
and you're humble too.
I mean, yeah, man. I used to have like I don't know, man. I was supposed to like have trillions of dollars of wealth being passed down to me, but I lost it all because of the revolution in Iran. So when you lose trillions of dollars of generational wealth, you tend to be pretty humble, man.
Oh, Sirius start back. What happened with him? No, listen. I just think that people have a bad understanding of what happened with natives. I think that there was people that arrived, and there were people that were here, and there was a conflict. And there's this misnomer that somehow the people that were here originally were getting along with each other, and they were the most peaceful people, and then it was just these European savages that came over and stirred up all this shit. I mean, like the world was a much different place. It didn't matter where you lived. The natives, many of the tribes were warring tribes. They were incredibly dangerous. And look,
Yes,
that's not
I
to
agree.
say. Yeah. It's not to say that that people came over here with a sense of entitlement of like, hey, look what we found, right? But when you have a conflict over something, you fight. But if there's any lesson we can learn from the natives, it's the importance of the Second Amendment. If they would have had, a culture of having the best weaponry possible. That's why they got the shit kicked out of them. Is they first of all, when people arrive, when the others arrive, and once you sense that these people are hostile, they should have fought like fucking hell. I mean, this is what you should do to protect your homeland. And if you look at the story of the natives, if rather than having a bunch of empathy and saying, "Oh man, poor them," dude, it's something that's happened throughout human history in every fucking land. The lesson you're supposed to learn is like, how do you make wise decisions to make sure that doesn't happen again? This is why we should have a Second Amendment. We should never give up our guns, and this is why countries like Israel should do everything that they can to protect themselves. I think it's just common sense. But Serious Star, welcome back to the stage. You had called me a racist before you left. What did you mean?
What did you say before that when I call you a racist?
I don't remember. Tell me why you called me a...
Alright then. So if you don't remember, you know you're not going to get justification.
It was something, I remember, it was something to do with Native people. And remember...
Wait, hold on. Listen, you called me a racist. That's a horrible thing to label somebody. So I'd like to understand why you believe I'm a...
Well, based on what you don't remember, so there's no court case then. If you don't remember what you said last, then maybe you should ask me why I call you racist. Tell me what you said last. If you don't remember, it's the case closed. We can continue.
Well, I guess we can close the case. So you called me a racist for something that you're not even bold enough to repeat.
No, I am bold enough. Just based on, you don't remember even why I call you a racist, because you said something that was disrespectful last, and that's why I say that.
What was disrespectful? Let's debate it.
Well, what do you remember? Well, I don't want to make a false claim on you. You disagree with me, right? So what do you remember?
Well, I don't believe that I ever said racist things. So you'd have to show me the evidence.
Well, that is it. It's not a recorded room, so I can't prove it to you by just saying it and you don't agree.
Well, you could say what I said, and then the honest people in the room can agree or disagree if that's what I said. Why don't you ask me? Maybe I'll agree with you. What is it you think I said that was so?
Well, I don't think you say something, and it was based on the people that don't deserve something, and you tell me to shut the fuck up. And that's why I say to you, why are you so triggered about people? You're talking about indigenous people, right? Let me finish, right?
A lot of people to shut the fuck up, and because
okay, shut the fuck up. It's about the indigenous people of the land. You saying, right, the religion or whatever it is, they fight the war. Let me finish. You say they fight the war.
Hold on. No, hold on. So you're talking to an actual American, which, by the way, my dad is indigenous. Indigenous Black American. Excuse me, Mandela, please. Thank you. So again, right, racist, right? Yes, right. Because I'm a Black American and you're LARPing as a Black American. Do you understand? You are literally LARPing as a Black American. Thank you. You're African. Okay? You're African. You are. Let me ask you a question. You as an African American, who's the most successful African American in America?
How the fuck you call me African American when I didn't tell you I'm African American? You are delusional.
But you're African, are you not?
Can we get to the bottom of why I'm a racist?
This is crazy.
You were saying, right, those people lost the war, right?
They did lose
so
the war.
when they lost the war, that means they don't deserve nothing back, right, for losing the war. And I say to you, right, put yourself in that example. Somebody came to your house, take all your shit, take your house, yeah, kill all your people off, right? And you're gonna come back and say, oh, I don't deserve nothing back again when I have a right to claim it back. So that is just bullshit or saying you don't like
Excuse
this
me,
race.
they usually
right?
don't leave $15 million behind, okay, and
What
help
the
you
fuck you
pack.
talking about? 15
Right?
million?
Yeah, exactly. Because this isn't the country that you belong to. That's how you don't know what the fuck we're talking about, right? Because you don't know what you're talking about because this is the country that you belong to. So again, you're not an American.
May I ask?
You're not American.
Hold on. I just want a simple question. Please just answer this. Okay, so I did say that they lost a war, and when you lose a war, there's consequences. My question to you is, what did I say that made you think that I was a racist?
Well, if you say somebody lost a war, right?
Did they not lose a war?
What do you mean lost the war? Somebody came to invade them and take over their land. They don't fight. They don't call you come and fight me. You come to their land and wipe up their shit, kill their family, take over their entitlement. And you telling me you're not racist? That's a racist mentality to do that shit. I'm not saying you are personally, but I'm saying if you support that kind of a way of people behaving like that, that's a racist mentality. That's all it is.
Okay.
You can't wipe my shit out and you telling me I lost the war. You can invade me and take my shit.
Well, hold on. Listen. If two groups of people have a conflict and they're killing each other, and one group wins, and then they seize the land. Oh, and then by the way, because I think this is a pretty generous thing, and it's an exception throughout the human history, where they felt so inclined to like make things right that they said, you know what, you have a couple of choices here. You could assimilate, join our society, or we could do the conflict thing, and we could go to war, or option number 3, here's this land over here that you can have and you can live peacefully. Now, I'm not saying that the U.S. government did a good job of honoring treaties. I think they've done a terrible job of honoring treaties. But I think people, like, when they use words like genocide, I don't think they fully understand what happened. I think that just like any other example in human history, I think it was a conflict, and clearly the Europeans were the invaders. So you could paint them out to be the bad guy. That's fine. I don't mind if you do that. That being said, there was a war. And I think categorizing it as genocide is dishonest. I think the more honest thing was that there was a conflict. One side won, one side lost, and then 300 years later, 400 years later, we want to sit here and relitigate it. And the bottom line is there's lessons to be learned in these things, which is you should do a better job to defend.
So let me wait.
English to actually manipulate what is the truth of fact. That makes you.
Okay, so I'm going to take it one step further. So Roger, I'm even willing to say that a genocide did occur, and it was perpetuated by the Spanish, and the same Spanish assumed the identity of those indigenous people. Now, with Eva Longoria claiming indigeneity, saying that this land was taken, it's a bunch of bullshit.
Also, what is my diagram was special from? Like, I can't believe this is the one on Clubhouse, man. It's crazy.
Well, we can't hear what you're saying. Maybe you should talk louder still. Anyway, what I was saying before, right? Based on what the Mojo was saying, right? You were using a good English word, fine, but the truth is there, and I use the example for you that you put yourself in that shoe. I came to your house, wipe your shit out, kill your family, take your land, and indoctrinate you, change your, giving you all those things that is not indigenous to you, and you telling me that we have a war conflict.
So then blame the Spanish. So then blame the Spanish.
Hold on. Well, clearly
who's talking about Spanish?
Hold on. Clearly there was a war, and here's the bottom line: if the natives would have won the war, it would have looked differently. The fact is they lost the war. Sorry,
The point
Hey,
is,
I don't know much.
if there's no racist
I
agenda,
don't know
why
much
do you
about the American thing. I heard like personally about the Canadian war. So you're telling me there was a civil war in America with the natives and Americans and Catholics?
No, there was a war between the Indians and the Spanish. Then there was a war between the Spanish and what is now colloquially Americans. This is white on white violence. So again, I don't know why people attribute this to, white people against minorities. Like that ship has already sailed before the United States was even the United States. You think that Eagle Longoria or the horse that Jeff Bezos married over the weekend, you think that those are indigenous Americans?
Well, the evidence shows that there are people living there before Columbus get there, before even the white American gets there.
Aiken,
So
can you please back me up on this? Like, this is crazy.
Aiken, before Aiken, can I ask something extra? So
No. One mic on indigenous Aiken. Go ahead, Aiken.
Look, man, look, I'm from Ecuador, right? So the people there were Incan, right? But like the people there, they weren't exactly Incan, right? They became part of the Incan Empire. The Incan Empire was one of the biggest empires ever seen by humanity. They didn't go making that empire by making, peace treaties and sending baskets. They did it by waging war, man. They did it by waging war, by leveling cities, by creating the biggest army in South America, taking from the Amazons, going, destroying, taking their kids, the children of politicians from neighboring, city-states, sacrificing them if they didn't believe, that they didn't obey, right? This is akin to terrorism, right? Don't even get me started on the Aztecs with their smaller, inferior empire, the amount of bloodshed that they did, right? But, no one looks back at that, right? These white people, for some reason, don't look at that and be like, that was messed up. When the Spanish came to the Incan Empire, they had just finished a civil war. Atahualpa, the ruler of the Incans, was going to go back to Cusco for a celebration of his victory, and he deviated because he heard that the largest llamas ever seen were on the coast, which was the Spanish. Just luck, man, right? Just the hand that life had, right? And that's what that happened. They just came off the Civil War, one of the bloodiest conflicts in the entire South American continent, right? Or it was going to be until the Spanish came, right? I mean, you can't look back at that and say, well, it was okay because it was brown people killing brown people. Because it's the same thing the same way that I think that people shouldn't die regardless of who kills them, right? Doesn't let me say, well, I feel a different way towards the Spanish, right? But I know that they consider the same thing. And look, you go there today, you're proud of what? Of the warrior culture, right? You're proud of what? Well, what do warriors do? Weave baskets, give flowers to convince you to be part of it, or go over and take and kill and take over, right? They're proud of that. It's in their tradition. Why is it wrong for them to be happy about their accomplishments, about their empire? It was forged in blood. The answer is not, right? And it's not racist if I say, I look at somebody a little bit north and be like, yeah, we subjugated you, we did this or that, or have a little bit of pride in that, right? It's fine, right? Native Americans do it all the time. It's part of their traditions. Why do you think they wear war bonnets?
So what about
the French? History itself, doesn't it?
Huh?
You lot should complain then if history keep repeating itself of this evil act. Then you people should tell me God is about peace and love, right?
I'm not telling you God is about peace and love, right?
It's fine. It's the past. What are you talking about? If it's past,
I'm not saying the past. I'm saying I am proud of that.
And that, hold on. And that goes back, hold on, Aiken, that goes back to my central point about the fact that, again, I don't believe in reparations.
Me either. I am proud. Look, I am proud that my ancestors took their asses from the mountains and went to one of the most dangerous places in the world, in the Amazon. The people who were in the Amazon and had the home advantage, completely different. You can't even light a fire there, and ruled it, bro. I'm proud of that, right? Now, if I go to an Amazon person, right, and I just I think you're inferior, and I tell them, am I being racist? Yes. But if I'm proud that my ancestors did that, am I being racist? My answer is no. There's nothing wrong, right? And if you look at a lot of indigenous cultures across the world, especially ones that have been colonized afterwards, they also take pride in what? Their warrior roots, right? I mean, inevitably that's linked to what? Conquest, bloodshed, territorial disputes. So I just think it's part of the human condition. So I can't look at white people, right, and say, you fuckers, like you racist, right? Now I do think it's a little bit dishonorable to do it with ranged weapons. I don't think it's a fair fight, but I don't think that like life gives you fair fights, right? I don't think wars always have to be fair for you to like, be cool with them. So I don't get this point of like, this is just human history, man. It's human history. It's what happens. Inevitably, we're not better than a lot of other things we do.
Well, there's a lot of anthropological arguments that would, be in congruency to what you said. The difference between a blunt force object versus, an arrowhead, by bow and arrow, is, an evolution of weapons technology. So that's a direct result of human nature, right? The person with the biggest weapons has the biggest voice in the room. So I mean that has happened since the beginning of time. Even if you want to look back to the Neanderthals, when somebody realized that they had enough strength within a population to bash in somebody's skull, that spoke to how much of a say that they had in their said populace.
I think the real racists were when Homo sapiens killed up the Neanderthals, because there were different races of human beings.
And that's also and that's also propaganda. That's also propaganda. The Homo sapiens were fucking on Neanderthals.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, we outbred them. Straight outbred them. Yeah, and there's reason to believe that like a lot of Native Americans, they also have like pneumonia or something a bit more. Anyway, it's just to say like, look, the reason why white people won is because they were in a continent where there was more people. They had to deal with the Chinese. The Chinese invented like the gunpowder, right? And then there were so many wars. It's like there's like a virus, man, and it gets progressively worse every season. And the more people it goes with, the more it revolves, and so the better the resistance, right? And then you go to a place that is barely exposed to any like virus. All those people are gonna die. And that's, by the way, also what happened, right? I mean, it's unfortunate, but it's human history, man.
Aiken, what did the French do besides the Spanish?
The French have been gay and like the white flag in their flag is a symbol of them giving up, as they did so well in World War II. Yeah, that's what I have to say about the French. Yeah. Pakistan versus India, Israel versus Palestine, nuke France. That's my political outlook. Thank you.
I mean, I heard that France.
Adam, I was just gonna ask, kid, have you heard about the eBay ad with the French rifle that's for sale?
No. Well, what's up? What's up with that?
It's never been fired, and it's only been dropped once.
Makes sense. As they say in France, Allah.
What the fuck is
Since since their population shift, man. Since they have self-driving cars that run into crowds of people, as reported by AP News.
I mean, look at it this way. We're all speaking English right now. So who really...
You have to tell me where English word came from first. And who went to the Kemetes or the Egyptians to go and stole all the information there before all the scholars in Greeks actually
See, this is what I'm saying.
You don't want that smoke, man.
I said this earlier today, and I am going to go to bed, but the British are to blame for a lot of our world problems, and I don't feel like people are really saying the quiet part out loud when they don't actually point the finger at the British. The British are the problem. Like, they really are the problem, and now they're actually getting their karma, and now, possibly become, the British Republic of freaking Islam. Okay? Like, the British are the fucking problem. Like, it's crazy. Israel, Palestine, like, all of these conflicts that we've had, the British are the problem. And I
would say Rothschilds were the ones that created most of the problem.
Not all of them, because they all lived in different countries.
But listen, you're a fucking idiot. Jesus Christ. The fucking Rothschilds, huh? That's what you got?
No, I'm talking about specifically Israel. Contract was made by a Jewish Englishman. He was of the Rothschild family.
You were a fucking idiot.
So you don't believe in the bankers?
The British are the Americans.
Wait, hold on. What do you mean? Hold on. What do you mean you don't believe in the bankers? I can tell you the fucking history. Like the problem is that you dumb motherfuckers, you mention the Rothschilds because you've bought into anti-Semitic rhetoric that's come from the French. Where were you educated at? What country were you educated in? I didn't think so.
University of Canada.
University of Canada. And so in the University of Canada, is this where they taught you how to hate Jews?
I don't hate Jews. I actually have Jewish family members. I don't know what the fuck you got that from.
Yeah, because anybody that drops the fucking Rothschilds trope is saying it in a complimentary fashion. Jesus Christ. I don't even think you understand the fucking rhetoric you're using. First of all, this bullshit that the French came up with, right? The French came up with it after they got their ass kicked in the war. They said that the Rothschilds were bad because they were funding both sides. They were bankers. What bankers do is they loan money. And so when the French lost, they made it sound like the Rothschilds were such bad people. You know who took that information and ran with it and tried to vilify the Jews? That's right, Adolf Hitler and Nazi Germany. You know who else does that today? The fucking Nation of Islam. But you can go on and repeat it, and you can act like you're not a fucking bigot, but it's pretty obvious.
How am I a bigot by repeating what I learned from a university? Like, your shit doesn't make any sense.
So what was it exactly that you learned about the Rothschilds?
Okay, so I'll tell you exactly. I have it written down. Give me 1 second.
Like, make it snippy.
Oh, he's got it written down. He's got it written down. He's got the Rothschild story written down.
Roger, if you looked at my college notes, that's the last thing I would ever read. Okay?
He's looking for his notes.
So you didn't learn anything?
What he's really doing is going to a fucking website that hates Jews to find out fucking his, Rothschild conspiracy theory.
Okay, so there's a guy named Baron Edmund de Rothschild. He was the father of Yusuf. He funded the Jewish agriculture colonies in Ottoman Palestine.
What did I say?
He had infrastructure, schools and wineries and roads.
Wait, what was that part?
Protection for support and immigrants from Europe. I did not say anything bad against them. I just said that's what they created.
So
it's not wrong to say they created it. I didn't say they were bad.
So get to the part where you believe that the Rothschilds are bad.
Well,
when did I say they were bad? I just said they created it. That's a fact. That's not a lie.
Oh wait, hold on. So we were talking about who was to blame for these wars, and you said, what about the Rothschilds? And now you're saying that you didn't bring it up in a negative context.
All I said was I was pointing out a fact in history.
Listen,
what about the Rothschilds? Because they did loan out money to both sides. So just like you said, they loaned out money to both sides.
Hold on.
What's there to deny about?
Well, hold on. They did because that's what bankers do. Do you know how bankers make money?
Yeah, they print it off and then they make it back on interest.
They loan money, and then when you repay it, they charge you interest. That's how banking works. So where's your conspiracy?
No, someone else was saying something about British people, and I said, what about Rothschilds? Because they were the ones that were in Britain, and they were the ones that were bankers.
Okay, so what about Lloyd's of London?
Yeah, exactly. Anybody can give a suggestion. I wasn't really specifically targeting them.
So you don't believe that? Okay, so let's look at very interesting conflicts that we have going on right now, right?
Well, America is funded both sides, right?
Hong Kong and China. Okay, Pakistan and India. Israel and Palestine. You noticing a certain pattern?
It's funded by both sides.
Under whose mandate before the conflict ensued?
Which point of time are you talking about?
Under whose mandate before the current conflict ensued?
Are you talking about Palestine, or are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about, I gave you 3 different examples. So let's not just focus on, the common tropes and narratives as far as Israel and Palestine. Let's look at Hong Kong and China.
Hong Kong and China, British Empire.
Okay, so that's the usual suspect. It's really funny how you just want to feign ignorance when I bring up a point that's not colloquially giving you talking points on this app. People don't have that conversation enough. The British is an issue. Like, the British people are an issue, right?
Are an issue. They also stole 80% of Pakistan's wealth, or the subcontinent of India's wealth.
And they're also broke, which is why they hide behind America and why they put out certain types of media tropes and narratives to be able to conceal the fact that they're broke because they hide America. Okay, that's just what it is. I mean, I feel like the UK might as well just become the 51st state at this point.
Well, with all due respect, I think you're pouring on the whole thing about the UK. I would say that the US, India, pretty much anybody that's ever been colonized by the British should be thanking their lucky stars for the advancements of law, science, medicine. I mean, can you imagine where fucking India would be today if they hadn't been colonized by the Brit?
Yes, Roger, but I understand that. But they throw the rock and they hide their hand, like they do.
The conflict still today be going on is like the British are the reason why everyone's in conflict in the Middle East. I truly believe that.
Well, hold on.
They are.
I want to make this point very fucking clear. When you have countries like India, the most populated country on the planet Earth, that India was a fucking shithole before the British got there. If you were of Indian descent, you should be like on your knees praying. You should just, every time you see somebody that's British, you should thank them. They got science from the Brits, they got medicine, they got law, and if they didn't have those things, they wouldn't be the developed nation that they are today. I think the British get a bad rap. I mean, yes, they went and did a bunch of fucking colonizing, and that's the worst thing. But I would actually say that we should pause and talk about the benefits of colonization. Do you think that India didn't benefit from being colonized? Do you think that the United States didn't benefit from being colonized? Yes, we wanted to have our freedom, but there were some benefits that I think people ignore.
Yeah, I understand that, and there are some benefits, but there's also the existence that every place that the British has touched, every colony, has left its people behind with a severe identity crisis that has existed up until today. So, I mean, it's
and
just
a much better education, a much better understanding about science, medicine. Three cheers for British colonialism. I think we should bring.
I mean, I'll just say a fact that happened in India. From being 23% of the world's economy, they went down to 3% after the British people left. So I think they did more harm. Imagine someone coming to your country and stealing 20% of your of the world's wealth from your country. No. And now telling you to be grateful for it.
Well, our own government does that through taxes and inflation. They steal our own wealth. So my own country's fucking.
Exactly.
And this go back to the guy saying we don't need reparation, right? Imagine that shit.
We definitely don't need reparations. I think only a person with a slave mentality would even consider asking.
So the Jews doesn't get a reparation. The Jew doesn't get a reparation, right?
Oh, they did from Germany, and I'll tell you what. As much as I think the Holocaust is one of the worst atrocities in human history, I think the Germans made a mistake.
So let me ask you a question, Roger. In the context of the 200 and something odd years that slavery existed in America, you know that 90 of it existed in said modern America under American rule. So, I mean, if anybody wants to ask for reparations, why are people not having conversations about all the British people that run up into this room every time we put reparations in the title and want to speak to America having to pay that tab when they're the ones that initially owe that bill?
Well, I think the other thing that people forget is that when they get on their high horse about slavery, the transatlantic slave trade, first of all, Brazil was the biggest recipient of slaves, specifically from Portugal. There was 10 times the amount that landed in the Americas landed in Brazil. But I never hear people. I've never seen a room talking about the Portuguese with the slave trade into Brazil. It's always about the slave trade into the U.S. or into the Caribbean. I don't know why, but Black America is very forgiving of Brazil and the Portuguese.
Let's take it one step further. They're willing to go under the knife for it. They're willing to go under the knife for it. They love their BBLs.
When you said that India should be so thankful and grateful for the British, like now that I'm like looking at the history of it, I mean, literally, like what the British have done to India, it's crazy what has happened since 1847.
Yeah, they destroyed all their temples and took all their gold
So it's
and
like,
everything.
okay, yeah, you killed millions of their people, you did so many horrific things, and now they're supposed to say, thank you, Brits. Like, what kind of, white battered syndrome is there?
Thank you, honey.
Well,
Thank you, honey, for that.
Hold on.
Listen.
And have you ever? Do you know who Dinesh D'Souza is? You know that he's Indian, correct? Well, have you ever heard what he had to say about British imperialism?
No, actually, I would love to listen to that, actually.
Yeah, he's got a whole book that I thought was fascinating about what's so great about America, and it's a love letter to America, but it's also talks about how his worldview was framed from the education that he got in India because of British imperialism. So, I don't know. You should go check out what Dinesh D'Souza has to say about the British.
Oh, I really will, actually, because I really enjoy him. But imperialism, when has that ever worked out?
Well, we're supposed to fight it off. I think you're missing the point. I'm not saying that I'm pro-imperialism. I'm suggesting that there's benefits to it that nobody seems to want to acknowledge because they're so afraid of being labeled a bigot. They're so afraid of being on the wrong side of history. I'm so happy that that the American settlers fought off the British. I'm happy about that. But it would be ignorant to say that we didn't benefit from something. Like the British philosopher, what influenced the people that founded the U.S., right? And so, we should not ignore the positive aspects of British influence. That's all.
Now, they're being invaded by Islamists.
So I'll tell you this. So is it Mojo? Would you appreciate it if the Persian Empire was revived and the Persian Empire colonized the whole world in order to give everybody a new way of life that they had?
Well, we don't need it because through the British philosophers of the Enlightenment era, as well as the Industrial Revolution, the Gilded Age. I think we've kind of found our way.
Do you play guitar, or do you like guitar?
Do I like guitar? Sure.
Persians invented guitar. Do you like algebra?
I love algebra.
Persians invented algebra.
You know,
like geometry.
This is as boring as when you're in a room full of black people that say, "We invented the black and white television set." It's like I don't fucking care, dude. I don't fucking care.
They get colonized by Persian. They get colonized
Dude,
by Persian people,
first
and then see the benefits after.
First of you, Farnood, check it out. The fucking Persians that are in Iran right now are too fucking pussy to even fight against the IRGC. The idea that they're gonna colonize the fucking rest of the world, you're goddamn delusional. Rise up, find your balls, and go fucking beat the IRGC.
Man, I would really love for you to go live in Iran for 5 days and see if you still have the same ideology.
You think I would like the IRGC if I lived there?
Yeah, man, I don't know why you think it's such an easy task. The IRGC is being funded by America. They're being funded by France. They're being funded by a lot of different areas. Communism as well. It's like every single group in the world wants the IRGC to stay in power. So Persian people don't come back on top. It's insane.
Farnood. If the Persians can't beat the IRGC, how are they going to conquer the rest of the world?
Bro, you gotta understand, it's not Persians against IRGC. It's like a whole different groups that they're like getting funding these guys to stay in power, so they don't so nobody else comes back into power. And I can tell you,
you're a typical Persian. You're just such a pussy, and you can't fucking fight for your fucking people.
listen, man, I'll tell you, this is what's happening. So who Persians are fighting against? It's not just IRGC. They're fighting against British petroleum groups. They're fighting about American oil giants. They're fighting against Soviet communists. They're fighting against Arab monarchies. They're fighting against Islamic terrorists.
I think
Farnood,
I think Cyrus the Great would be rolling in his grave if he heard what a pussy you are.
No, but I actually agree with everything you say. Farnood, where are you from? Or where's your family originally?
I was born in Mashhad, Iran originally, so I know all the situations happening in Iran. And the fact that Mojo says it's like we're pussies or I'm a pussy, it's funny because like, dude, he would get ripped apart in Iran by RGC. Like, his limbs would be taken off one by one, and then he see what a pussy is. Like, he doesn't know how brutal this regime is and what they do to destroy your life,
so you're
just
afraid
to put you down.
So you're afraid of him.
Mojo is
hold on.
not a pussy.
Hold on.
But
Why is Farnood so afraid of the IRGC?
I don't know, man. Maybe the 10 million people that they've killed in the past 46 years of their own people.
Wouldn't that give you all the motivation in the world to go defeat them?
Okay, how would you defeat a group being supported by British petroleum groups, by American oil giants, by Soviet communists, and Arab monarchies and Islamic clerics? It's like you're asking us to do some godly, judgmental thing. Like, bro, if you want us to do that, provide the funding. You really think that that's gonna happen when people listen? The people with the resources and the people with the resources and the oil and all the weapons are the ones we're fighting against.
Listen, if you're too pussy to fight, money's not going to give you the heart to do it. You got no heart.
Bro, money will give you, but do you disagree that you can't get tools? Tools are needed to win a revolution. Do you disagree with that?
The will to win is the most important thing. You know, the Roman Empire, they had more people, they had more weapons.
Roman Empire didn't have a fucking nuclear bomb and missiles shot at their entire tribe when they tried to revolt.
Wait, there was a nuclear bomb that was shot at your tribe?
Okay, not a nuclear bomb, but
That's what you just said.
Okay, I exaggerated that a little bit, but there are missiles being shot at people revolting. Look at what happened by the west side of Iran when they tried to revolt. Literally, the IRGC shot 10 missiles into the mix of the people and shot everyone to death, literally flattened everyone to death. How are you gonna fight against? How are you gonna fight against a country that shoots missiles into its people to stop them from revolution? It's insane, dude. But you're asking for people.
No, actually, what I'm asking you to do is to recognize the savagery of these people, and to understand that it's not going to be easy. To understand it's going to require bravery, which is why I'm saying grab your balls and then go fight. Women and children are being oppressed. Men are being murdered. And you're saying, oh, we're not going to fight. Listen, the fucking barbarians that were at the gates, fucking that defeated the Romans, you know how they beat the Romans? Because they just fucking beat them at their own game. They became more savage. If you want to take your country back, you're gonna have to fucking fight for it. And here's the bottom line: look, I was super supportive of Trump dropping those bombs on those nuclear sites in Iran. But the more I hear pussies like you that don't want to fight for the freedom, all I can say is that maybe we should fucking stay out of this. I mean, obviously we have to take out the weapons so they don't fucking go and give them to terrorist groups that are targeting Israel. But I will say this: you guys need to fucking learn how to fight. You need to fucking take the fight to them. And if not, then just live on your fucking knees forever and quit crying about it.
Listen, man, do you want me to like go on an airplane, drop down with a parachute in Tabriz, and then suddenly gather a bunch of people and march in to the most brutal regime with missiles? Like, come on. What you're saying is the most unrealistic shit on earth. Yes, of course I would love to be trained. Of course I would love to. Of course I would love to be trained in some military in the world to be able to go back and save them. Of course I've been in a fight, man. I've beat the shit out of everybody who fought me. I'm 6'6", 275 pounds, and I have all muscles working out, brother. Like, it's not a matter of me winning a fight. I'm not a fucking pussy, bro. Like, if you want to fight me, we can.
Yeah, so wait, you're 6'6", 270. You beat up everybody, but you're afraid to fight. You're just a fucking clown.
Who says I'm afraid to fight, dude? Like,
You're a fucking clown.
Bro,
You're a clown.
Okay, if you think I'm a clown, then come meet up, brother, and do a boxing match. See who gets their ass beat.
Oh, wait. Hold on. So you want to fight a stranger on the internet?
Brother, you're the one trying to call me a coward.
You are a coward.
A real coward.
You are a coward. Because here's the point. You want to fight somebody that you got into an argument with, a stranger on the internet, but somebody that kills your people, you're too pussy to fight. You're a fucking coward.
Bro, because you don't even know the reality of what's going on.
The reality is
you're acting so ignorant.
The reality is that you are a giant fucking pussy, and you're precisely the reason why the IRGC exists, because you don't have the courage to fight them.
Oh my goodness, dude! I feel like I'm talking to a wall here. Imagine in America, someone comes. Listen, imagine in America someone comes with a brutal regime on your head. Someone comes on top of your head with a brutal regime, beats the living shit out of you, takes your guns away, takes your weapons away, changes your law, turns America into a communistic country, and puts you in a blindfold and brainwashes half of the population that are newly born, and does all that stuff, and puts people in a position where they will kill each other if you go against the government of America. What are you gonna do then? If people start calling you a pussy for trying to escape that area that not only you didn't create, America helped create.
I think
CIA,
the problem
MI6, and all these other people that you were supporting created that environment for people like me. And you're calling me a pussy. You should call your ancestors a pussy for doing that shit to the people of Iran.
No, you're a pussy, and here's
no, your whole fucking generation is a pussy. You know what you guys did to fucking Iran? There should be, dude, the people that
you value. This is what you value. You value your safety over freedom. That makes you a big giant pussy.
Motherfucker, I literally went out and I put my name in so many different things. The second I put my foot back into Iran, I'm gonna get hanged. It's so weird hearing pussy from you, where you wouldn't even put your name down on anything that will get you hanged. You wouldn't do shit that will put your life in jeopardy, because you're a fucking pussy. You love your comfort. You love your freedom. You love what the fuck you do in America. But I bet you would never, ever put your life in jeopardy.
You pussy. You live
Listen,
in Canada,
man,
you pussy.
Look, who gives a fuck where I live, brother? Like, it
You're
doesn't matter.
afraid.
At the end
You're
of the
afraid.
day, at the end of the day, I didn't
You're
put
afraid
my
of your
life
shadow.
down for the woman and
You're afraid
children
of your
back in
shadow.
my home country like I
You're
have
afraid-
right now.
You don't
But
have
the
a
thing
home
is,
country.
you would never do that. Yes, I do.
You don't
That's
have a
my
home
home.
country.
That's
You
my
sur-
home back there. That's
you
my home
surrendered
back
it.
there.
No,
I
you're not
never
willing to
surrendered
fight for
shit.
it. You're not willing to fight for it, you pussy.
Like, the thing is, you think that I'm not willing to fight for it. But give me a gun, I'll kill 101 of these motherfuckers in the same day.
You just said that you couldn't do it.
Yeah, because I don't have the tools and the weapons, because your ancestors are pussy enough to give it to them and call it freedom for some fucking reason.
Well, listen, for every time you think about somebody that's being oppressed in Iran, instead of thinking of the IRGC, you should think of the fact that it's your fault because you're a big pussy and you won't go fight.
Well, I think we should move back to the gods that make you do all this evil shit, because nobody has defined that God yet to me. And does God define that pussy as well? Because all this bullshit doesn't make no sense.
I don't know why Mojo thinks
I don't even know what he was just saying.
everyone that just doesn't suddenly lay down their lives and just die right in there is like a pussy. It's just insane, his mind and how he thinks.
Listen, if you choose your own safety over freedom, you're a pussy.
And I just told you, I didn't choose my own safety over my freedom. At any fucking day, the IRGC could send someone to kill me here in Canada. You know, at any fucking day, they could send someone to do some stupid shit because of the stuff I stood up for. If I ever go back to Iran, I'm gonna get hanged. These are things that literally don't sit well in your fucking head. You're acting like you never fucking heard me say these things.
What I've heard is that you like the comfort of Canada and that you don't want to fight for your people in what you, I guess you don't even have a country.
I do have a country. Those people running it are just occupiers.
Cyrus the Great would be ashamed of you.
You know what's funny? I doubt you know what Cyrus the Great would know, because you're not even Persian. So like, it's almost like you're the debater. It's like, what the fuck? Cyrus the Great would slap the shit out of you.
Maybe, but I'll tell you who wouldn't slap the shit out of me. The pussy ass generation in Persia today that is too pussy to fight the IRGC. You guys don't like to fight. You guys are just a bunch of big giant.
Bro, I could make a reel of just millions of people dead and their faces like right on the reel that have fought back and what happened to them trying to fight back with the tools that they have had.
So
you would still call them a pussy because they died.
So you
it still doesn't make any sense.
No,
Nobody accepted the surrender. Do you ever heard of the terms "live to fight another day"? Or are you too much of a pussy to understand that?
Live to fight another day is what pussies say.
Well, I think it's very wrong to actually demonizing innocent people, because up till now, this is why we still fight, right? And you don't want that shit to happen.
I can't understand a word you're saying. Is that even English?
Well, if you want to go back to that racist thing I called you earlier, I'm sure you understand that part. And I explained everything you're saying
Wherever you're
right
from,
now.
I wish the British would colonize you so I could understand you.
They really does, but that doesn't mean they colonize my mind and our mind. We still have our mindsets, and that's just give us the freedom right now. So all the shit they did right now is coming back to them too. And that's what you call karma. You can't use God for it.
Where are you
You
from?
can't say God.
Where are you from? Congo?
Well, I'm from the earth. It's called the Garden of Eden. How about that? I predate your own people. How about that?
Fascinating.
All right then.
Are you another person that's too big of a pussy to fight for your own country?
Well, you have to define God to me and define that pussy, because that pussy is just a vagina of a female. So if you're discriminating against women, that means there's something wrong with you personally based on your gender. So you're not really realistic about your words you're using. You say you create English words and you can't define shit out of it by just using it to abuse people or demonizing people that are innocent, that you know that it's very bad to go and blow and kill innocent people. So I think you're trolling too much and you're not intellectual. I'm sure that English sound great to your brain.
Yeah, the more I hear you speak, the more I think that apartheid wasn't such a bad idea.
Well, everything you say is just based on your opinion of being a coward, because you're talking on an app. And real life pussy, if you want to see me, will I beat you? That's the definition.
This is what
That's
this guy.
the real life.
This is what this guy doesn't understand. You don't call people who've been oppressed pussies because they would literally rip you apart. It's almost like calling people something that they're not and trying to say that they are just because they say it is. Just because you say something doesn't mean it's true.
That's realistic, Pano. Let's make money on it. Give me a boxing match, right? And then let's people bet on if I'll beat the fuck out of you.
Dude, I bet you me and you both would beat the fuck out of him on our own time. But that doesn't matter. We both know he's a real pussy.
I won't use two hands. I will use my left hand. That's how clever I will be. And I want you to use all the fucking techniques you have based on your definition.
Honestly, if you want to act like Mojo, you could just use a weapon.
No, there's no point because most of the time.
I know. I was just being sarcastic.
Well, for any bullshit he say to you, you deserve to say whatever you want to say to him. But based on me and him personally, I want him to see his family after I knock his teeth out of him and brush a couple of toothpaste out of his face. And definitely I won't kill him. And that's the best way I feel like he can define me later. And you would define me as a warrior.
It's almost like he's asking to be colonized by us.
Colonized by you? The guy that's not even brave enough to fight for his own people?
Listen, buddy, you'd be surprised what I'm capable.
Oh, no, I'd be surprised if you fought anything. I don't think you could fight your way out of a wet paper bag.
Hold on, seriously. Yo, hold on. Whatever helps you sleep better at night, buddy. Whatever helps you sleep better at night. Okay, just tell yourself those things.
Hey,
are you praying for him?
Hey,
how do you praying for him?
Oh, hold on.
There's nothing for this guy to say.
Well, you're gonna have to mute yourself. You can't talk while I'm talking. Listen, there's a pecking order here, and you're at the bottom. Farnood, question for you. How do you sleep at night knowing that there's innocent women and children being oppressed because you're too big of a pussy to go fight?
Who says I sleep at night? It's 4 a.m. right now.
Well, that's a good point. So you don't even miss a wink of sleep when your people are being oppressed. You don't even
exactly.
care.
How could I go to sleep when my people are dying back home?
You don't even care.
Ancestors are coward enough to support the brutalized regime.
You don't even care. You don't even care about your own people.
When last did you dream? And do you remember your dream the last time you dreamed?
What did you say? Is this English?
When you dream, right, you just go to sleep and you have a dream. Do you remember your dream?
Sometimes.
Okay, can you tell me the last one you remember? What does it go like? What is the action in your dream?
I'm trying to think about that.
That means you're lacking soul right there. You don't even have a good memories. That's the problem.
I don't know if you remember my dream. Listen. I know that when you go to sleep, you're hoping that you can fucking dream that you're having sex because it doesn't happen to you in real life. For me, I don't remember all my dreams. I mean, maybe you guys do remember your dreams, but my contention with you guys and Serious Star, I don't even want to talk to you because I can't understand what you're saying because you didn't get educated by the British, and so you sound like a moron. But Farnood, at least I can understand him. I just don't understand why he's such a.
Well, since you responded to me, I think you're a liar. That means you hear me, but you don't understand me because my intelligence is above you. You might have a mod badge, it doesn't mean you're intelligent. Because I'm using the English words that they gave to you, right? That's the same word I'm using. So you can't criticize my speaking of English. It's better than you actually, because I'm correlating word properly. And I'm asking you a question and you're too pussy to answer. So then you're a big coward, bro, and you should take that L today. You understand that point?
No, I don't understand what you're saying here. So where are you from? What part of Africa?
When I tell you before where I'm from, do you remember where I say where I'm from? When I tell you before?
I don't know, somewhere like
Okay, I'm talking to a dead brain. I can't believe you. You can't remember nothing.
You sound like you jack off too much. You should lay down on that.
Interesting. And are you still awake? You listening to this?
You lost the war, man. Now you move into Annie. Annie is actually more intelligent than you. So you're a coward. You're moving to a female now. But you've been using that pussy word to actually make a woman feel like they're shit. I would say to you right now, you need to go back to in fact, don't go back to school. Go back to the fucking sand and go and be making sandcastles. Maybe you'll get more knowledge from that.
Oh my god. Hey, how do you like it that the Chinese are taking over fucking Africa? And you guys are too big of pussies to fucking fight them. How do you
I
feel
would say
about
they're not taking over Africa. They're actually taking resources the same way as your colonial master has been doing. Everybody's coming to Africa to use our resources.
How come you're not fighting them?
That's what they're doing.
How come you're not fighting
Canadians? Are you calling all Canadians pussies for letting China take over them?
Canadians for letting China and India take over are all pussies, yeah?
We can't fight people that came in peace, and they're just some of them are wrong. Yeah, their justice system in Africa, but it doesn't mean all of them are bad. Some of them are building roads, building hostels.
Are they stealing your resources?
Some of them are actually overdoing it because they don't have a good license, but some of them are actually doing.
How come you don't tell them to go back home?
I can pull you about 4 or 5 videos right now, people kicking them out and telling them you destroy our land and stuff like that. There are people taking action. And these are not even people in politics, they're just normal citizens.
Well, that's more than what Farnoo's people are doing. All those guys do is fucking...
Right. Sorry.
Yeah, Farnoot would never fight for his people.
Yo, that's crazy. Yo, serious, do you know anything about Iran?
Yeah, I do know about it.
I know that you're too afraid to fight.
Do you want to educate him on why it's almost impossible because of his pussy ancestors contributing to the entire
faith? He used ChatGPT and all this bullshit, so maybe he can get his education. When I go into those places of Iran, talking about them, I actually go into their histories of their geographical and ancient knowledge, and that's very important. And if these people are putting God or Jesus as a title, they need to go and find out where those names come from as well.
It came from the Middle East. It came from Iran. And it's funny. It's funny how he's calling us pussies when we're the reason that religion exists.
I don't want the smoke, man, and that's why I think we should talk more about all this pussy, all this bullshit, all this central targeting.
It's funny, dude. It's funny how the whole religion concept came from the Middle East, and he's out here calling us pussies when he doesn't even know where that shit came from. It's like, you want us to be peaceful or do you want us to be savages? Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
I want you to stand up, but listen, you have a slave mentality. You're always going to be imprisoned. You're not willing to fight for what you believe in. You're a pussy.
Dude, it's funny how you say that. I actually am fighting against so much stuff, and you have no clue what I'm doing. So like, it's
in the comfort of your Vancouver home, right?
It's not. What are you talking about? In the comfort of my Vancouver home, dude. It's literally saying the most bullshittest thing I've ever heard. Like that just doesn't make any fucking sense. You're no idea what.
You're in war-torn BC.
Okay, the thing is, you already know BC is being taken over. You already know BC is being taken over by China, right?
Well,
so already
like
the people here.
With pussies like you, who's gonna fight?
I'm fighting them legally with the diplomacy that was implemented here. Unlike you, it's not savagery out here where you have to go beat the shit out of people to win. It's called diplomacy, something maybe you fucking would have learned if you went to school.
How's that working for you?
It's working pretty fucking well because it's actually a country that's democratic. Yeah. Unlike Iran where you get brutally killed. You here you can actually speak up and use the law if you actually are a genius and you know how to do the law. It's funny how people like you talk so big, but you actually don't even know how to defend yourself when it comes to projects against governments and when it comes to court cases. I doubt you could defend yourself. You'd probably lay on a lawyer and you could never ever advocate for yourself. I can fucking guarantee you that. But I don't need a lawyer because I know the law. I know how the government works. I know how politics works, and I'm winning all my cases.
Like, are you brand new to Clubhouse? Like, you clearly don't really even know who the fuck you're talking to. Well, like, Jesus Christ. They do not bring the brightest. I guess it's 4 a.m. Pacific time, so what can I expect? Fucking pussy from fucking Iran that lives in fuck.
Yeah, you better go away, Mojo. You lost this battle, man.
Yeah.
Anyway.
One thing I should tell you. My family
He's
were
not on the
literally
stage anymore.
No, but I know. I don't care about him. Seriously, I'm just letting you know. My family members, they were general in the King Army of Pahlavi before the revolution. Just wait till I get the chance to deploy myself on the IRGC. This guy just doesn't understand. Like, there's a reason why I haven't gone there. It's because I'm more important than the average Iranian. If that were to fight in that fight, I could be a general. I could literally be a fucking general in the battle. So what would you ask yourself this? Would you drop a general by himself in the middle of the battlefield? That would be the most stupidest fucking thing to ever do.
He's not responding to that. I'm sure he's hugging his bed right now. Lonely as motherfucker. Anyway, based on your Iran and stuff like that, and you left there, right, when you were younger, do you just leave recently?
I left when I was 11.
Okay, so what is your plan of going back to do anything? I knew anyway. You say you came from some kind of a royal bloodline or whatnot.
Yeah, no. When I was 5 years old, the Hajj, the mosque of my neighborhood, he got out of his car while I was like just in the neighborhood. I was just looking at a fire and stuff, that bonfire. It was like the last Wednesday of the year. And then when I was by the fire, this guy comes with a military boot. Keep in mind, I'm 5 years old. He comes behind me and kicks me in the back of the fucking back. Like, he throws me on the fire. My hands are burning on the fire. And as I'm getting up, he punches me. This guy's like 50 years old. I'm like 5 years old. He punches me in the fucking face. He bruises up my face. He makes me all fucking bloody. Like, I'm bleeding. Now my shirt's turned up. And then as I'm running away to my house, he almost runs me over with his truck. He's going 150 kilometers or some shit with his truck. I dodged the truck hit by 1 fucking second. And I run all the way to the front of my house, and this guy turns back. He goes around the block so fast to come kill me. I'm 5 years old. How the fuck am I supposed to defend myself against a 50-year-old? And then this guy comes with his truck as right in front of my house. I got so lucky my dad was there. I got so lucky. Imagine your dad sees his 5-year-old child bleeding. Sees his 5-year-old child, like, black eye, shirt ripped. 20 minutes ago it was all fine. Now he looks like he's almost beaten half to death. And then this guy comes out of nowhere and yells out in front of my dad, "You wait right there, kid. I'm about to come kill you." This is how much power they have in Iran. And then I was lucky my dad was there, because my dad is like a known person. He beat living shit out of this fucking guy right in front of there. But you know what happened? Everyone in the neighborhood came to save this guy's life. Because why? Because he's part of the IRGC or whatever. That's just how people are brainwashed there, unfortunately. And that guy put a hit on my fucking head. If I ever went to go into the forced military in Iran, that guy would put someone to come kill me. So I have to get the fuck out of Iran, because I'm not a fucking pussy. It's just, why the fuck would I stay somewhere where there's a certain fucking death coming my way. You know, like live to slave to fight another day means to go on, live your life, and when the right opportunity comes, you can take the proper, like, you know, you can take the proper way to take back your country. You know what I mean? It's not like fucking rocket science. Why don't you go grab a gun and like, well, dude, how is that fucking easy to do? Like, if you go there and you grab a gun and you start shooting and then you suddenly die, who's gonna rebuild Iran? Who's gonna rebuild Iran to its glory? Who's gonna make it better? Is it gonna be the average Joe in Iran? Probably not. It has to be people that are actually intelligent. It has to be people that are educated. It has to be from a family that used to be in power, that used to do things, because that's in the DNA of those people that were in power. The fact that he thinks you can just suddenly go back and suddenly like, oh, like be the average Joe and that's gonna change the country. That's not how politics works. That's not how government works. This guy is just speaking out of his ass because he's been living in the comfort of America for however long he's fucking been living in, right? I don't even know what the fuck he's speaking about. And that's why I told him whatever helps him sleep better at night, because, you know, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
No, I won't worry about him anymore, definitely. I'm just trying to get back to what's in Iran as well, because I do know Iraq has archaeological sites that dated back to all these ancient deities and stuff. Does Iran has any archaeological site that you know? I know you left there when you're young, but based on your research, do they have any archaeological sites that's very fascinating?
Yeah, of course. I had the opportunity because of my dad, who was a civil engineer. I had the opportunity to travel all over Iran, and I literally went to every city of Iran, and I saw every, like, you know, historical, cultural facts, and I met with every different person in Iran. Like, every city we went to, we stayed there a couple of days, so I know pretty much of every ethnicity and every culture, and I would say Takht Jamshid is probably one of the nice historical culture of Iran, and there's a couple of other places too, but Takht Jamshid is the most famous one. And then is Cyrus's tomb, and then there are the hidden areas where Persians used to hide during invasions, which still are preserved because they were hidden areas and not a lot of Persians know about them. And if you were to ever go in Iran, those would be definitely a worth a visit, because some of those places were never touched by colonization, so they stayed preserving the same artifacts and the same tablets since 2,500 years ago, and on and on. It was places that were reused for historical, like, Iranian people that were being oppressed and colonized by multiple different races that came, or I should say different ethnicities that came to colonize, like the Islam conquest, the Mongolian conquest, the Christian conquest. You know, there were so many different colonization that happened.
That's very interesting. So before religion, they actually have their own belief system and their own traditions. What is their belief or spiritual connection? Do they have deities and stuff like that?
So the Persian people believed in Cyrus the Great. They believed in good deeds, good thought, good words. The way of the universe is only one, and that's the truth. That's the way the empire was built on. It was built on tolerance and patience. Cyrus the Great, when he invaded, or when he conquered, I should say, cities, he didn't turn into violence. He more turned into freeing the captivity and freeing people and giving them a choice to either join the empire, or obviously, you know, if you're not going to join, you're going to be against it, then you got killed. I think that's what was with every place that got conquered. You know, when they wanted to fight back against peace, or if if they want to fight back against the empire, it doesn't matter what empire it was. You know, anywhere around the world, it's just human nature.
Well, that's very interesting. So, the Cyrus the Great, does it a star worshipper, or what is his spiritual belief?
His belief, I think, it's good deeds, good thought, good words is the belief that came from Zoroastrian. It's a religion. They had their own religion before they were colonized by Islam and colonized by Mongolia and colonized by other religions. So the original belief of Persian people, I would say 95% of the Iranians today, their original belief was Zoroastrian, but now it's forced into oppression of Islam, which is really against the original belief of Persian people. But since it's been around for, I would say Islam has been around for a long time in Iran and around in different ethnicities. A lot of people have grown accustomed to Islam there, so it's really hard to take away something that came and became a part of the culture for more than 700 years, but like it was off and on, like it was there and then someone fought back and removed it, and then it came back, you know, and then someone fought back and removed it, and then recently it came back in Islamic regime way, which caused a lot of brutality to happen, and these guys tried to erase history for the people. And when I lived in Iran, I remember like they were using television as a sort of hypnosis. Like they had like different kind of messages in between the ads, and you know, I don't know, they were using television in a very, very weird way to control people. And they like, you don't have access to Google, you don't have access to Facebook, you don't have access to a lot of American websites. Like the only websites that you can access are the ones that they say you can access. So there's not really any freedom of information there. So if I were to like go in Iran and start a fight, it would be virtually like impossible, because first, all the people there are misinformed, or not only they're misinformed, they don't even have like access to the Western media, or they don't have access to any media whatsoever outside of their own bubble. And their own bubble is there to create it to keep them all hypnotically oppressed under that religion. And they're not even trying to teach real Islam. They're trying to teach Khomeiniism ideology, which is like a different branch of Islam, and it's like a divided version of Shia Muslim, which is like, you know, it's weird. It's like a very oppressive in nature, very oppressive in wisdom, and very oppressive in culture. Because not only, so basically this is what happens when you're an Iranian citizen. You're technically a third-class citizen. When you're a Muslim, you're a second-class citizen. When you're a Shia Muslim, you're a first-class citizen. And that's how it is in Iran. That's why it's hard to fight back, because if you're not a Shia Muslim and you don't act like a Muslim, then you're considered a third-class citizen. And it's really, really, really hard to fight back when like they literally have no rights.
Yes, man, I hear that, man. Still, what you're saying now is the same thing we have in Africa too, and some other places. Like they've been dominated with religion, and the natural or indigenous way has to be forgotten. And some people still fighting that back, just because their beliefs they have more spiritual power connection based on that. Then when you talk about the Muslim and all that stuff as well, we have to find out what is the timeline that they came to indoctrinate this religion, and what is the impact of people's changings of their mind after. But it doesn't mean that people are not good people. It just means like they have to vibe with whoever is being popular or maybe threatened to them by force. So actually,
yeah, and that's the unfortunate part because how can you go and fight alongside people who are brainwashed for 46 years through oppression?
well, it's a very that won't be a good. I won't have an answer for that. But the issue I would say is there's no need of fighting sometimes, unless they want to attack you. Because most of all these religion base, they have their own groups. I do know some of them trying to impose more of these things to have more groups. But we're in the time now that I don't think because I'm not Muslim, somebody have to kill me. Right? Doesn't have a right to do that. So even in Iran, I don't know. Do you have Christian in Iran?
No,
Churches and stuff like that?
if can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So in Iran, if you're any other religion other than Muslim, you are gonna get hanged. You're not allowed to be born in Iran and not be Muslim Shia. Like you're forced from birth to be one religion follower. And if you don't follow that religion, you're considered against Islam. You're the enemy of Islam, and you have to be eradicated.
Okay, what about those tribes you told me before that came before Islam? Do they still exist there? Those
No, they were either exiled, jailed to death, or disappeared. They were all either killed, missing, or exiled. They're called the Iranian diaspora or something like that, of the world, and like they're known in the system of Iran as not being Muslim, and if they were ever seen in Iran, they would instantly get either jailed. If they're women, they would rape the shit out of them, or if they're man, they would put him on a firing squad or hang them in public to show people that this is what happens to people who aren't Muslim in Iran.
That's fucked up. That's very brutal and evil. There's nothing different from oppressions and stuff like that anyway, But I would say
this is why I was like confused. Like this guy's saying a pussy. Like, how are you?
Clown, man. He's just a clown, man. Let's go back to that. Yeah, who are the people that mix with Iranian indigenous people? Do the people come there to? Okay, the Arabs, we will say, right? And those Arabs, where did they came from?
So, I'll tell you how many ethnicities Iran has, and then I'll have to explain where they come from, because there's a lot of different ethnicities. So there's the northwest area is like the Azerbaijanis or the Azeris, and like in the western Iran there's the Kurds, and in the southwestern Iran is the Lurs, and in Khuzestan it's Arabs, and in southeastern Iran is the Baluchis, and in the northeastern Iran is the Turkmen people, and in like the nomadic area of Iran there's the Kashki, and there used to be also Armenian, Assyrians, and Jews and Zoroastrians, and there's a majority of Persians in Iran, and out of 150 to 200 million Iranians worldwide, there's only 60 million Persians worldwide, like ethnicity wise. And out of those 60 million ethnicity people, only about 15% of them are full-blooded Persians. Um, the rest have been colonized by Arabs from Saudi Arabia with the conquest of Islam. And on the other half, towards the Afghanistan area, they were colonized by the Mongols. And on the north western area, they were more colonized by Christian and Jews. So like the original Persians were all Zoroastrian, but now you have like a mix of every colonization area. Because Middle East is like the center of the world. If you look at it on the map, it was like the center of the world. Like even the first trade route in the world was like established through the Silk Road. I don't know if you've read the Silk Road or what it is. It was essentially like the first highway for trading. So it was bound to be culturally like different, but the colonizations caused really like the destruction of their ethnicities because they came, they killed all the men, and then they raped all the women. You know, and there was only like a small percentage that like survived hiding in the mountains or hiding in those specific areas because there was savagery in different eras of.
Boy, that's some history there, man. These people are a lot of them that mix with Iranian. But you said on the west side they have the Christian Jews. Are they really Christian now, or are they
Those guys, the Jewish people in Iran, they all moved away to either Israel or places in Europe or in America. Because if those Jews were still in Iran, they would 100% get hanged. Because the Shia Muslims are against the Jews, um, which is like the Khomeinism ideology. And what else? The Christians are also, if anybody is Christian in Iran, they're underground Christians. Like they have to go into an underground church, like hidden from surface level. There's no like ground level church or ground level areas where they could practice it openly. Even if they do exist in Iran, they have to do it like under the shadows because it's against the Islamic Republic of Regime of Iran.
Well, I don't even know how to explain this, man. But the only thing I would say is if the country doesn't have the indigenous people that actually practice their own traditions or their own ways of life, I don't think, there is power there anymore. That's the way I say it. The real source of the indigenous has been taken out. Not to say that people are not good, rather, but it will just be difficult for you to come back again and say, let me bring my tradition back if they have to kill you. So I understand what you're saying, but it's a very complex situation with that kind of thing. We have what you're saying now, we have in Africa, right? But it doesn't mean that we don't have our indigenous traditions that still practiced today, and that still helps the way we dress as well, or the way we eat and the way we interact, and that's what we call the culture. Even though when the Muslims and the Christian came, people still mix with that too. They're still mixing with their own tradition too. It doesn't mean that they just wipe everything out. So that is one of the things that makes the country to still be more original rather than just being mixed too much. And all these tribes, so much tribes, man. That means there's gonna be a lot of wars with different tribes as well. Even though they follow one God, but they still fight among each other too, all these people, right?
Originally they were united, but with ever since 46 years ago, where the Islamic Republic regime was reintroduced into Iran like through a government oppression, they really divided the people. They really like put that division into play because before the Islamic Republic revolution that came into Iran, all those Jews and all those Christians and all those Assyrians and Armenians, all those different people that really practice those religions were still in Iran. So that division wasn't fully there, you know? That like there wasn't like a division there where it could easily conquer. That division only happened after they implemented the religion into governmental laws, because as soon as they did that, they were able to militarize, like using Islam, then like the name of Islam, they were able to militarize the Muslim population, and they were able to militarize and politicize their version of Islam, which is against 90% of Muslims in the world. Which is like, you know, it's a division. At the end of the day, when you start implementing a version of Islam that is against 90% of Muslims in the world, you're causing a division, right? You're causing more division. Not only did they kick out and exiled the other religions out of Iran, they decided to pursue a religion that was against 90% of the Muslims in the world. So it's like a conundrum of fuckery happening there, where like, you know, they find any excuse to kill you. And they don't need a day.
They took something now from a book and they created their own. Are they still using the same Quran and the same Muslim?
So they say they do, but there's different sayings in their Quran than there is in a Sunni Quran. So I lived in Iran, and this stuff is like taught to you by nature. Everybody's taught this stuff because it's into the law now. You get about 3 classes ever since you start like school. There's 3 classes teaching you about the culture of Islam, the language of it, and then there's like a Quran one, and then there's also there's a 15-minute break where you go and you have to pray with all of the school. So they really, really try to implement Islam onto you, not by choice, you know. It's like you don't have a choice. It's like you're almost born and bred into it. It's almost like a brainwashing tactic.
It's a dictatorship. I would say we have that in Africa too, and just dictating. In fact, even the education system, you know, once you have a name and your name has a Muslim trace, you can on Friday you can't go home. You have to go to mosque, just because they has all this ideology of this Muslim guy that will force you to the mosque. So with that kind of situation, I think Islam is very, very tough or strict or forcing things on people when it comes to that. But the word Islam itself means peace, really. But if you're not going to give people freedom, I don't think that would be peace. The Muslim idea is what came after, and that's where a lot of people were indoctrinated to. But I think these people are very old as fuck. They are like in the olden days of coming from the desert kind of places, and they have their beliefs based on the Muhammad stuff and all that, which is not applicable to everybody. But I don't think this situation should continue. Really, the people need to have a freedom force, and based on what's going on right now in Iran, I don't even know how to say nothing about that really, but I do know it's very bad when some people can't have freedom still. I think maybe the government should look into that. So maybe that could create more peace all over the board as well to have people feel free to
The government in Iran can't really look into it because it's designed that way with their laws. It's called the Sharia law. Like it used to be like um, for people who followed Islam in Iran and people who wanted to be affiliated with the mosque and the Muslim clerics, but now affiliated with not just that, but also with the laws of the country. So like it's almost like if you're against Islam, they could hang you. If you say anything against Islam, they could hang you. If you have something on your phone against Islam, they could hang you. If you don't believe in their religion and you say it out loud, they will hang.
Well, I think we've already chopped it up. Very good conversation with you anyway, even though I came to the room for another topic, but you look like you're very intelligent on what you're saying. And take it easy, bro, man. Peace on to you, really, man. I'll catch up with you next time, but it's good to talk to you about what's going on down there. Next time I see you, we'll ask more questions, but right now, I'll leave it for now, right? Nice one.
It's all good, man. Take care.
שקל. 4,000 שקל לפעמים, זה לא המון כסף. אני משלם בחודש הרבה יותר מזה.
אבל אז אין לך כאילו פחות ממה שאתה אמור לי, נגיד אמא שלי משלם, אבא שלי משלם גם עליי וגם אבא שלי הקטן.
זה תלוי בהסדרים, זה תלוי בהסדר שמגיעים בבית משפט, וזה תלוי בכל מיני פקטורים, כמה מרוויחים, מה היה רמת חיים לפני זה, כמה ילדים, זה משתנה כל מיני פקטורים. בעיקרון, ביטוח לאומי 1,800 שקל, משהו כזה, או 2,000 שקל, משהו בסביבה שלו באזור שם, אז כאילו זה המינימום של המינימום שצריך באמת, לילד, לראש. אבל עוד פעם, זה משתנה לפקטור, נגיד אם משכורת של מישהו היא 40,000 שקל בחודש, והם היו חיים ברמת חיים של, אתה יודע, לוגז'רי, הוא לא יכול לא לתת למזונות פחות ממה שהיא רגילה רמת חיים. אז הוא לא ישלם 3,000 שקל לילד, הוא ישלם 10,000 שקל לילד. מבינה? ועוד פעם, זה תלוי בהסדרים שמגיעים בבית משפט. זה מגיע לבית משפט, אם זה מגיע לבית משפט.
בסדר, אם אתה, בוא נגיד שם ישראל ההלכה, משפטו בהלכה, אתה עושה מה שאתה רוצה.
אני לא... זה הכל דיבורים זה לא באמת. אני אגיד לך, אני גם, בנוסף להלכה, אני גם מאמין בקרמה. בדרך כלל כשאת עושה דברים רעים, זה חוזר אלייך בבומרנג. הקרמה. נכון שקרמה זה לא מושג יהודי כל כך, אבל...
בסדר, אבל כאילו לא נפגעתי משהו.
לא, כן נפגעת, אתמול כן נפגעת. בסדר, אין בעיה. נבין, יש כאלה שנושא טעות, אני מבין.
אמרתי כאילו לדעתי אתה יודע, כולם עכשיו חלק נשואים, חלק גם חנה כאילו שם, אבל היא לא יודעת איך זה נראה מהצד של הילד, כי גם לה יש ילד שהוא חבל שאומרים שלו התגמשו.
זה גם מאוד שונה לגבר ולאישה. מאוד שונה.
כאילו בתור ילד שנגיד, זה שונה לבין איך שאח שלי לקח את זה לבין איך שאני, כאילו?
גם וגם להורים, בין האמא לבין האבא, כאילו זה מאוד שונה, כל אחד מקבל את זה אחרת. אחד משלם מזונות, אחד נשאר עם הילד. אחד חי ברמת חיים הרגילה שהוא חי, ואחד הולך לחיות בעוני. כאילו זה כל מיני כאלה, אתה יודע, זה לא רק, זה גם בריחוק. עכשיו אני רגיל לראות את האש לי כל יום. ואז אני אראה אותו רק 3 ימים בשבוע, או יומיים בשבוע, או לא יודע איזה הסדר נגיע, כאילו. עוד שבוע כן, סוף שבוע. כאילו זה יוצר בעיות. אני מדבר על הורים שאכפת להם, כן? אני יודע, יש הורים שלא אכפת להם מכלום, ועל הזין שלהם, ומבחינתם בברכה הם לוקחים להם את הילד. אני לא כזה, אתה יודע, פה. אני עבדתי מאוד קשה בשביל הילד הזה, ומאז שהוא נולד גם. מבחינתי זה ההצלחה של החיים שלי, ואני רוצה לשמר את זה. כאילו זה לא מה שאני רוצה לבזבז. מבחינתי זה הדבר הכי מוצלח שעשיתי.
שמע, אני אגיד לך מה, כאילו, זה גם תלוי בילד איך הוא רוצה, איפה להיות, נגיד אם הוא מספיק גדול, הוא יכול להחליף לעצמו איפה הוא רוצה להיות.
לא, הוא ילך בגיל מסוים.
כן, אתה חושב.
לא, הייתי קשר טוב איתו, אבל אתה יודע, ילד מחובר לאמא שלו, לפני בדרך כלל. וגם הוא באמת ככה, הוא כאילו בא אליי בחבל הטבור, הוא מעיר אותה כשהוא קורא לו איזה משהו בלילה, הוא צועק אימא כשהוא מחפש, אפילו אם אני לידו. אפילו אם אנחנו לבד בבית, בדיפולט שלו הוא אומר קודם כל אימא, ואז הוא מתקן את עצמו אומר אבא.
לא מאחזר, אבל...
לא, הוא כנראה. אבל זה ברור, זה הגיוני, הם מחוברים, אתה יודע, הוא היה אצלו בבטן כמה חודשים.